I'm not changing.
Hallows Eve grows closer, the weather gets colder, and Run It Back Year 3 will commence. I am Light Rose, live from local host in historic Philly, and I have the honor of chauffeuring you through events that we have today. We will get to see what teams stand atop when it comes to Rocket League and Valorant. And the teams that fought for this include Oregon, Oregon State, New Mexico, New Mexico State, New Mexico Tech, Cal Berkeley. We also have, we also have historic Drexel, and we have Temple. Now as well, I also have two people that I would love to introduce, go through a little bit of interview. It's going to be the creator of Run It Back and the president of Drexel Esports. All right. Now, what can you tell us about Run It Back and everything going on today?
I don't know if I can claim the title of creator, but my name is Mishi, and I'm part of the team here at Xfinity that helps put on Run It Back. We have a collaboration between the West Division, our Pacific Northwest events teams, and we're super excited to now be in Philadelphia. So, this event is pretty much all about providing opportunities for the students to be able to work with a brand, to get some real event experience under their belt, and have a portfolio item that they can then show to their administration. Hey, this is serious. We're getting real experience here, whether it be in film, whether it be from the production side, and then use that to either try and get funding or become a varsity program. So, as a former collegiate leader myself, this is really important to me, and it's a passion project for sure. So, who can speak better to that than our Drexel fearless leader here, Claire?
You mentioned the opportunities that this gives clubs and students, right?
Yeah, I think especially for events like these, corporate sponsors definitely help us out so much, and it's so great to just see so many people coming in to support collegiate esports, especially as student-run programs, both Drexel and Temple. It's very hard to get resources, and it's very hard to put on events like these. So just the collaboration between Raidiant, Xfinity, all the other sponsors that came in today, we're so grateful, and we're so happy that you guys are here.
Yeah, and as we have gone down to the 8 teams that will be competing today, we also have giveaways, and everybody who comes in, gotta get this shirt, yeah, if you help, will receive a Run It Back t-shirt. You see the front there. And the back there as well. And like I said, we'll be doing giveaways as well, starting around 5 o'clock. And with that, I will send it to the casters to get us started with some Rocket League.
Welcome everyone to the Run It Back Esports series. I mean, we're about to get started with Rocket League, the first event of the day, starting in the semifinals already. It's been a gauntlet for all these teams getting things underway, and it should be a great end for Rocket League.
Yeah, hello everybody, welcome to the stream, Run It Back, the final, year 3. I'm Blippy Jacob, joined by Dronis here today. We've got a great semifinal matchups here. We've got Oregon State versus New Mexico and UO versus Drexel coming up.
Yeah, first one we will start with will be Oregon State versus the University of New Mexico. It should be a solid fight between both these teams. If you didn't know, there was 2 groups going into the regular season through the group stage. It had that kind of that round robin feel, and now we're seeing those groups being combined when it comes to the semifinal matchup. So Oregon State from Group A, UNM from Group B, and then on the other side of that bracket, seeing Oregon from Group B and Drexel from Group A, and now they're going to be going toe-to-toe to try and claim another victory.
Yeah, and this is where it comes all down to the mainstream. Everyone's watching. I mean, this is the bright lights, and this is where the programs separate themselves from just another collegiate esports program to the top tier of Rocket League, and it's going to be very fun to see today. I gotta ask, do you have any favorites going into today's matchups?
I mean, I am a little bit biased, Jacob. I am at Oregon State University, and I've seen this team compete. I know what they can do. I gotta say that they're gonna come home victorious.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon State they're looking good this year. They've got a great team full of returnees looking to make their mark in their last seasons here potentially. And yeah, let's take a look at what they have to show.
Hi everybody, my name is Parker Walters. I go by Waltz in game. I am the varsity Valorant captain here at OSU.
I cannot, no TP.
And I've been playing the game since beta now. I had a semi-professional career back when I was in high school. I used to play with Boostio as the big name piece. I also played with Ethos back in the day. I still obviously have to put priority on schoolwork. It's kind of our big thing overall is schoolwork #1. But I've been able to sustain this last term, trying to stay 3 to 5 days ahead on all assignments. Ultimately, you can always find the time. Many 5 to 6 hours sleep's nice, but you know, you manage, you get by, you make up for it on the weekends. There's a few that I have to pick between. The time whenever I got announced on second win, which would have been when I was playing with Boostio way back in the day. I came from being a no-name in Counter-Strike to playing on that roster. That was a really cool opportunity to teach me about the game and what professional esports could truly look like. Whenever our Valorant team qualified for CVAL West was pretty big as well. Up until that point, we've been really inconsistent. I'd spent so many hours over that winter break changing our strategy and our approach to the game, and it completely worked out where we went on a tear and made it to that Boise land and CVAL top 8. Nice! The last one might be whenever we were playing against Phoenix 1 way back in the day. I was on a different team, and there's a lot of screaming back then, but it was a really cool clutch clip I got.
Don't run trap, but I run up the check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Let's go! Woo! Let's go!
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to get set, but it is interesting as always to see how these programs are able to balance being able to, you know, not only have school but also being able to represent. And for Oregon State, know their 3 players well: Profile, Mitch, and Private Boy, the trio representing the Beavers here today. They've been doing really well, undefeated through the round robin stage, so we'll see if they're going to be able to pick up another big win.
Yeah, I mean, 3 dogs on the court is how I describe this team at all times. I mean, they're experienced, they've played together, and they just know how to win in all circumstances, and they're looking to keep on going undefeated through the rest of this bracket.
Yeah, I've, being a student at OSU, been able to get to know these guys well, get to know their ability on and off the field, all great guys and also great players on the pitch. So they're going to be looking to have themselves a blast. Now they're going to be having fun here on stage and in front of several OSU fans here today, just coming in on a Friday to watch this event. And they're going to be looking to perform. I definitely think they're one of the favorites to win this event. They're looking to get the job done.
Yeah, but, it's the semifinals. It's not any easy road to get to the finals here, as University of New Mexico is looking to make probably a bit of an upset here if they want to win this round. And let's check out what they have to say.
Hello, I am Fernando Loya. I am a coordinator here at UNM Esports. I coordinate the Splatoon 3 team. I also play in the team, and I participate in the Mario Kart team and the Smash team. So we participate in the CCA, the Collegiate Softball Pod Association. So I have to make sure I'm caught up with all the rules, make sure to schedule matches for my team, making sure we're signed up for tournaments, that kind of stuff. How I train the Splatoon team and myself is having weekly practices, making sure everyone's in the same room so we can work on the things that we need to work on. For Smash Bros, there's still always more to learn. I train for my competitions by just practicing with my peers and working on communication with my team. To my knowledge, the biggest esports achievement we have was fall 2023, the Splatoon 3 team. We got put in Division 5 and we won the whole thing.
UNM last in control of the tower. UNM are the Division 5 champions for our inaugural season.
For Splatoon 3, right now we are in the CCA qualifiers. It'd be really amazing if we can win the whole thing for Division 2. For Smash Bros, our goal right now is to make it to a LAN event and hopefully winning there.
Nice preview of the esports team over at the University of New Mexico, but we'll see how their roster fares on the pitch day going against Oregon State. Have to get through them to try and make a grand finals appearance.
Yeah, their roster is looking good. Going into it, they got Fossilized, Achilles, and Light Streaks. 3 players who have been doing their thing for a while as well, looking to make a big impact in one of their last few years at the university.
Yeah, I've been able to see this team for, about 6 months now, and they've looked really good. Fossil being a great leader for that team, being that captain. Like Streaks has had some clutch plays. Achilles, solid backbone to that trio, so they should be able to compete quite well. They do have their work cut out for them with this semifinal matchup. It is win and go home at this stage, so you need to come home with a victory, and we'll see what they're able to do on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about how there's a congealed unit of 3, and you couldn't be more correct. I mean, they play so well together, and I think that power of friendship might be what can take them through Oregon State today.
They do have a lot of clutch plays when it comes down to it. I've seen it in the past. They're able to ice up when they really need to, so we'll see if they're going to be able to do that in a tough match. Again, I do think the Beavers are the favorites going into this one, so we'll have to see what UNM can do to compete. Again, seeing this team, seeing the potential for both sides, really, I know it should be a good series altogether.
Yeah. Now, I wonder, the question I have is I wonder how much momentum is going to go into this. I mean, Oregon State hasn't lost a series yet, and I wonder how much that's going to help them. And I wonder if they're maybe even feeling a little overconfident as we're going into game 1 here.
I would say that is always a bit of a factor. You have that undefeated team, you kind of have that juggernaut on top, and it always proves to be difficult, but we are getting started with game number 1. Oregon State in blue, New Mexico in the orange. Beavers versus Lobos. We're underway in this best of 5 semifinal.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting on the Oregon State side a little bit as they're trying to make a little bit of a clear. Zane playing, doing his thing. Profile, keeping the ball on the side of the Lobos. Mitch trying to clear it.
Another good 50 coming through. Private Boy on it, trying to keep this ball close. Are seeing Oregon State having a lot of that early possession. Profile up to the ceiling, into the backboard. Fossil plays it back into the corner safely, just trying to buy a little bit of time. Oregon State has been seeming to lead the field so far, but the Lobos not letting anything through inside the first minute.
Yeah, and we're going to see this a lot all game. We're going to see this. The constant attack from Oregon State, they're going to be constantly clearing that ball into the midfield and trying to make a play off of it. It's going to be up to New Mexico to try to make a counterplay from that situation here. As Profile goes for a shot, not able to connect. Mitch trying to keep the ball on the side of New Mexico.
Profile, one of the players for Oregon State that you need to be watching when it comes to time on the ball. If he's able to get a lot of possession with time, he's able to create a lot of plays, whether it's a goal or whether it be an assist in play. But Zane off the post, he puts it away, and UNM draw first blood.
Zane Old just out of nowhere, no one was around, able to get a sneaky little play, gets a nice fortunate bounce and able to score the first goal, and that's exactly what they needed. The cowboy animation at the end. Love it.
Oregon State just looks like they overextended a little bit, got a little bit too far forward. You dive in for a risky challenge, and sometimes that can mean conceding one. So Oregon State trailing after the first minute 40, trying to respond without letting too much time go by. Ooh. Profile and Achilles clash in midair. It will fall to Mitch. Challenged well by Zane, but Mitch gets through cleanly. No follow-up touch. Fossil trying to work his way out through the corner. Profile out middle again. Challenged well by UNM, doing well, trying to minimize these chances off the backboard. It will be turned away by Profile, but approaching halftime, UNM still holding on to this lead.
Yeah, UNM playing really well. They're taking their aggression really constrained, and they're able to sort of make these concentrated attacks on the ball and playing all together, and this is exactly what we talked about pre-show. Profile looking to try to make something happen here, but Fossilized gets the clear and trying to make a counterplay off this as well.
Will fall to Achilles, back through the corner, trying to find that angle, not quite able to connect. Has been a great early start here in game one for the Lobos, providing a lot of pressure, being able to hold on to this lead. That's all they got to be thinking about at this point. Maybe try and get that second goal, get some sort of cushion. Private Boy puts it middle, turned away, follow-up is good from Profile. OSU on the board.
Profile with the nasty little setup, but don't forget about Private Boy doing some stuff on the backboard. Rebounded and bounded all over the place, and that's going to be a tie-up for Oregon State.
Yeah, it was a nice bit of work around the corner from Private Boy. A little bit of panic on that near post side from Fossil, and Profile being able to capitalize now, making the clear out of the sidewall. Will have a double straight through the midfield line. In control is Achilles. Private Boy in pursuit. Mitch, big challenge, falling middle. Profile looking to take it upon himself, just placing it high, trying to work around the defense of UNM, probably just trying to force one of those mistakes. Private Boy going for a bump. Mitch fires off the crossbar, played out by Achilles. Hanging on to it now. The Lobos setting up a counter.
Yeah, and look at that. You can see all of the Lobos are just playing smooth and controlled all around their post area. But Private Boy goes for a shot. It's not able to connect. Profile going for the setup again here. Oh, and no one's there to follow up. And that's just unlucky. That boost management's coming into play here as Private Boy tries to get something going here. But Fossilized contested nicely. Profile trying to do something.
UNM being locked in their own half a little bit here. Have a chance to break through Achilles. Low boost, fakes out Private Boy. Profile steers it clear for the Beavers, trying to pick up the pace on offense. It'll fall to Mitch. Good first touch, trying to stay on it. Maybe reset. He gets it, fires, just misses off the crossbar. No follow-up just yet. UNM able to hang on.
Some crazy air dribbling all over the place, but not able to score that. Oh, as the Lobos go for his cheeky little shot there, trying to take advantage. Oh, a little bit too high, going off the crossbar. Fossilized trying to keep this on the Oregon State side as desperately as they can, but that's going to get cleared back to the mid side. Zaynolk doing his best. The demo.
A good send forward. Oregon State trying to get one more before regulation. UNM trying to do the exact same. Fossil corner read on target. Profile backflip save, toes the line. Achilles trying to keep up the offensive pursuit. Zaynolk fires into the backboard, no close second. Fossil will just head back on the retreat. Now a good 50 all the way back upfield into that corner. Private Boy just looking to kill this one. Send it to OT. Is it there? Final shot on the ground. Not enough time. We have a game 1 OT.
Yeah, game 1 OT, getting right into it here. And that demo right away for Profile and Zaynolk, just exactly what they want. Trying to play quick, trying to play aggressive here. They want to just put this one away. First goal wins it, and everyone knows that. But I gotta say, Profile's bounding and astounding on the saving is just absolutely fantastic. Achilles trying to get something going here.
Good 50 from Zaynolk. Will fall to Private Boy. Has a flick. Fires. Does he do it?
And
yes, he does. Private Boy solos it downfield, and Oregon State take game 1 after just 30 seconds of overtime.
Yeah. It looked like Oregon State was a completely different team in that OT period. They locked in, they knew exactly what their goal was, and they were able to quickly and easily take that in overtime.
A very competitive game 1, though. I mean, seeing overtime to start a series a lot of that time can just maybe send an omen about how this series might go. We saw New Mexico strike first, and a quick answer from Profile, and eventually in that overtime, it was Private Boy in the 1v2 to take advantage. But it's gonna be a competitive battle. We'll see if either of these teams able to take a little bit more control, but a very good game 1.
I feel like we saw a little bit of what the tone is going to look like for the rest of this matchup here. It's going to be close. I mean, New Mexico, they were clearly in that the entire time. They even got the goal. They had the lead for so long. They just weren't able to deal with that constant offense of Oregon State, just constantly running at that ball. And Private Boy with some big plays at the both ends of the court. Or the pitch, I should say. They were able to get some stuff done there.
Yeah, Private Boy is one of those defensive forces. I mean, you look at Oregon State, you look at the 1, 2, 3, who's going to be upfield, who's going to be backfield. It's usually Profile at the 1, and that's why you can see as just 7 seconds in, already opening up game 2.
Mitch with a crazy little bounce. Private Boy, all 3 players going for that quick attack, and they're able to get that quick goal right to start away, and they take the lead. This is just their game now. They got to just play defense.
I'm assuming they're going to want to try and add on here. I don't think they're going to be...
Of course.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too happy with just 1 goal. You are right, though. All they need to do is protect that 1. But knowing this team, they're going to be hunting for as many more as they can get, at least to try and send a statement to the Lobos at UNM. Achilles,
but they have that comfort.
They do indeed. Now Zainul firing, blocked early again. 30 seconds gone. UNM might have a look. Fossil sends it down to the corner, will be turned away.
Yeah, Profile doing some good job playing in that corner off the backboard. Mitch going for a little bit of a setup here. Oh, there's the clear to the middle. Oh, Zainul with the nice little maneuver there, as well as the demo. The Lobos looking to try to set something up, and they're not going to be able to get there. Just a quick defensive maneuver by Oregon State. All of them swarming the ball all at once. Makes it so hard for the Lobos to find something to do. Profile clears it up the middle here.
Good follow-up. UNM still trying to bite back and get that goal. Private Boy flip reset on target, sends it through. Private Boy makes it 2-0 for OSU.
Soaring through the air. I didn't know planes were in this game. Easily gets that goal with a nice little aerial dribble situation. And that's going to be 2 for the Beavs.
And I think the threatening thing here is if you're UNM, like I said, Jacob, I know this team. Private Boy's not the most mechanical player, but Fossil doesn't need any flash or mechanics, just a good play shot.
Yeah, look at that. Zainul with the setup, Fossilized with a nice dink off the side of the car. And just like that, the Lobos are back into this game. It's only a 1-score game now.
Similar to last game, both teams keeping it close. UNM showing that they can fight back even when being scored on first. Private Boy dunked here from Fossil, trying to find something. Middle Achilles there lurking now. Might have a look at a shot. Once that left post side, no pass over to Zainul. Pops it on target. Mitch deals right back to the corner. Private Boy looking for a clear cutoff again. The Lobos seem to be hunting for this second goal, getting closer and closer, but the defense from OSU hanging on.
Yeah, and look at this. UNM playing really aggressive here. All 3 out. Fossilized finally backs up to play some defense as OSU goes for an attack. But Profile gets the big aerial maneuver. Oh, and that should just go in. Wow, Profile with an opportune time and an opportune strike, and that's going to be 3 for the Beavers.
It was a very dangerous challenge from Zainul, and Profile got all of it here in game number 2. Re-extends that 2-goal deficit 3-1. Just under 3 minutes left to go. Oregon State, I mean, their offense is seeming to click a little bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the Beavers own the skies right now. I mean, all the aerial stuff they're doing has been phenomenal.
Yeah,
they're just going to keep on doing that.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of great early aerial plays from them. UNM might just need to look to start speeding up, might just need to be even more careful around that end of the field. But on the ground, Fossil continues to dominate, again threading the needle to find the second goal.
Fossilized there, stays low to the ground, gets a really nice shot off the side of the car again. Nice little angle, and finds that goal to keep it competitive. 2 minutes and 30 left. Let's see if the Lobos can come back here.
I mean, it's still lots of time for either of these teams to really take control. UNM, of course, just trying to tie it up. Might get a little help from Mitch. Clear shut down by Zainul, hunting it down again. Will be forced to leave. Profile trades his life for a touch out. Fossil on it now, back into the corner. Mitch trying to find a way out. It will be Profile off the respawn, takes out to midfield, challenge well, but Private Boy finds the beat. Fossil collects through the corner, another good clear. The Lobos just trying to find a way back onto offense, and it looks like OSU just trying to play a little bit of keep away.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the ball away from New Mexico here, and it seems to be working pretty well as Zainul finally gets a nice little clear, but right away Profile gets the drop shot, but the save from Achilles saves disaster from commencing, but Mitch going for some more moves here. Everyone all out offense, and it just seems to work. Profile gets that score.
I mean, this type of offense can just be so overwhelming. A 50 up high, Private Boy off the back wall, Profile slots it top left. They just don't seem to stop coming here in game number 2. And now the lead out to 2 goals once again. 90 seconds on the clock. The Lobos need to start hitting that higher gear in offense.
And honestly, Fossilize seems to be the key to the offense for the Lobos right now, and I gotta see him get some more touches here if they want to score. But Private Boy goes for the shot, it's gonna make it! Private Boy with the opportune strike again. Mitch with some amazing setups this game. Profile as well, all three members getting some touches. And that's gonna be a 3-score lead for the Beavers.
I mean, almost the same sequence as that last shot, just in a different spot. Mitch gets a great 50 up high, then instead of Private Boy on the ball, it is Profile, sends it off the corner. Now ceiling pinch into a double from Profile, can't get it to fall. Nothing there, minute left to go. UNM need 3, and that's a start.
Oh, Fossilized again. I feel like Fossilized this game has just been threading the needle on so many strikes, and it's just been able to get these crazy angles. And somehow they're still in this game with Oregon State playing phenomenal.
I mean, that was a great pass middle from Zane. Fossil took that little bit of extra second, waited for that bounce, and then he pounced on that shot. He's got a hat trick here in game 2.
Yeah, the hat trick is apparent as Zano gets the double demo. They have a time, a little bit of opportunity here. Zano with the save. Mitch looking to get something going here.
Will fall to Private Boy, sends it middle, boomed upfield. Profile. Sidewall challenge again by Mitch, puts it middle. Private Boy falls back even though the miss comes through. Oregon State know all they need to do now is just hold for 25 more seconds. They're still pressuring downfield, still looking for a 6-goal. Profile ceiling shot, it's good. 6-3 goes OSU.
Profile diving and conniving from the top lane. Going for a nice little dink shot into the corner. And that 3-league goal is sending a message to the entire state of New Mexico.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, being up 2 goals with 25 seconds and still pressuring down your opponents for a third really just says all you need to say, and then getting it with a ceiling shot in impeccable form just seems to be the way. Now Private Boy maybe looking for a 7th. Profile following him off the sidewall. It will eventually drop. Mitch gonna keep it up for a couple extra seconds, but Oregon State take game number 2. Fossil gonna get one for the road. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme, but you know what? Give him a 4th. Why not?
Give him a 4th. Why not? Take the doggy bag home with you. 4 goals. Fortunately, not enough to do it as Oregon State takes the 2-game lead in the series. And pretty great game. I mean, everyone on this team has just been playing so well in terms of going back and forth with each other, setting each other up, constantly sharing those goals around, and it just seems like Oregon State's got a great identity on the offensive side, and it's just working out for them.
I mean, we really saw all players getting involved on offense. Profile, Mitch, Private Boy, all playing so well in tandem. Profile, again, being that main scorer. Seeing some great support from Private Boy, though. And, you know, now up 2-0 in the series, looking for one more game to complete the semifinal sweep and advance into that grand final spot.
Yeah. I mean, let's not forget about Fossilize, though. I mean, Fossilize had a phenomenal game, and I feel like that, I mean, that only can be more motivation for him going into this game 3. And with their tournament lives on the line here, you got to be thinking about how are they going to get the ball to Fossilize to cook, pretty much.
Yeah, I think they're going to be trying to feed him a couple more times, but we will indeed have to see Game 3, Oregon State versus New Mexico. Private Boy looking for an early start. It falls to Mitch, and he will connect. Another early start for the Beavers.
I think it might have been the exact same time on the clock when they scored that goal last game as well. But Oregon State taking the early lead. They love doing this. They love these early setup plays. And it just worked out completely well for them.
Yeah, now the pressure really is on for the University of New Mexico. Not only do they need 3 games in a row, they also have to do it starting with a comeback in this one. We've again seen they can fight back after being scored on first, but they got to be able to link more goals together than they have, because Oregon State, they just seem to like adding on here. Jacob and Profile up high, one flip reset, turning it into an air dribble. Can he send it home? No, not quite. Achilles rips it away from the goal line.
Achilles has been playing some low-key phenomenal defense here, getting some crazy saves, but a great shot by Profile, just not able to score that. And Oregon State trying to get some defensive stuff going here as the Lobos, I apologize, are going for a big play. Off the top, not going to make anything happen here. Zainal trying to get a setup, but all of the Beavers are all over it. Ooh, nice little clear to the mid.
I mean, they just seem to be working so well in transition here. Once they're able to get a little bit of moment of breathing room on defense, they immediately turn it into an offensive stand, and Private Boy extends the lead to 2-0 here in game number 3. The Lobos, they're struggling defensively to match up with this offense.
Yeah, and I love the style of how they're playing it, where they just have the two setup guys just go straight at the ball and the other guy just go for the goal. It needs a lot of trust with your teammates to make that work, and it just shows the experience of Oregon State here.
It really does. I mean, this is a well-played team. Have been playing together for a little bit for a bit of a while now. We've seen some roster changes a couple times, but we have seen a lot of Private Boy, a lot of Mitch. Of course, Profile is a newcomer now in his sophomore year, double flip reset. But he's showing that even though he's the young guy on the team, he's still got the most mechanics.
Yeah, he's a young star in the making, that's for sure. He's looking fantastic here in this tournament. Profile goes for the setup. Ooh, nice little shot from Mitch, but Private Boy tries to finish it. Everyone's trying to get this goal here, and it's just this constant offense, and it's just seeming a little bit too much for the Lobos right now.
We are seeing some great stands defensively from UNM Esports, but struggling to match on offense. A big ceiling pinch comes through off target. Fossil tries to set it middle. Achilles flies it up high off the backboard. Profile first to deal, doubles off that sidewall, just trying to keep this ball close into a dribble. Fossil, good challenge. Private Boy is back and ready to deal. Achilles, one touch up high, can't really follow Mitch. Looking for Private Boy in the midfield again. Challenge, well, UNM now seem to be holding a bit better, seeing some early challenges as well from the Lobos, just trying to make Oregon State uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, the Lobos are doing a great job of just keeping this ball on Oregon State's half and just trying to get some shot attempts, but they just haven't found anything accurate enough to go in yet, and it's just also a sign to show how phenomenal Oregon State's defense has been. As they're going for a setup here, Private Boy not able to go. Profile tries to save the situation. Tries to get it himself, actually, to go. But Mitch with the setup.
Good challenge from Private Boy. Almost just flew straight in from the corner. Profile off the corner. One reset, two resets. Use it. Does he have the double? No, not quite again. When he gets time and space, he can be very, very dangerous. And got a little bit there. Private Boy will swoop in and pick up a third for Oregon State. This one starting to get a little out of hand, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, Private Boy is flying, diving, going all over the air, becoming an aerial threat as well as a ground threat, and is able to get a sneaky little goal there, and it's going to be 3 to the Beavs with 1 minute and 30 left. The Lobos need a miracle, to say the least, right now.
Yeah, they really do have their work cut out for him. Mitch, a big 50 to add
And
on
that's
a
not
point.
going to be it.
And that is just mean. I mean, playing this kind of physical game, air dribble over one, and Zainal shut down. Straight into the back of the net it goes. 1:19 left, and a comeback almost seems impossible.
And that was just unfortunate. Mitch with some crazy momentum, feeling the power of the crowd probably around him. I'm sure the event's popping over there in Corvallis.
I would say so.
But yeah, I'm excited to hear that. But Oregon State looking to close out the semifinal match, trying to etch their ticket to the grand finals and win this thing.
Yeah, they are either going to meet, U of O, the Oregon Ducks, or the Drexel Dragons in the grand finals. They were able to beat Drexel in the group stage, and they have had some success in the past against that Oregon team. That's a big save from Achilles as it's flown back forward for UNM, but as time gets closer and closer to 0, Oregon State just holding out this clock. Private Boy looking for a double, will be boomed away by the Lobos, but again, there just doesn't seem to be enough time for 4 goals.
Fossilized gets 1 to go. I mean, Fossilized been really the primary option on offense here. not able to score until this point now. Might be a little too late, but gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. And the Lobos have played fantastic this tournament. I mean, don't forget this. They've been playing fantastic. Oregon State is just on that upper echelon right now.
Yeah, I mean,
20 seconds to go.
It was a 9-team tournament, and UNM were able to get at least a 4th place here. You're going to be sharing a 4th place spot, you know, with that other team who drops out of the next semifinal, but time will tick down. It will be a 3-0 sweep for Oregon State, and they have done it in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, and as the ball drops, oh, that is just disrespectful. Mitch with the stamp on the series.
Yeah, just getting one more, you know, just why not? Again, just one more to end things out. But again, 3-0 is the final score of this series. Oregon State started a little bit slow in game 1, kept it pretty close, but it feels like as the series went on, they only got better.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like maybe the Lobos would have a chance here at the start of game 1, but it just seemed like Oregon State had that momentum and just kept on running with it as they're moving on to the grand finals of Run It Back Rocket League.
Yeah, we'll have to see their opponent in the next series. I mean, that should be another fun one, seeing it, you know, the Oregon Ducks versus Drexel. Drexel is a very dangerous team. They were in the same group as Oregon State, and the Beavers did come out on top in that matchup. It was a 3-1 victory on that side of things. So if they do head to the grand finals, it could be another win for Oregon State if history proves itself, or we'll see the Ducks being able to find that victory, and then we'll see an Oregon versus Oregon State grand final.
Hey, I would love to see that. I mean, you know, we'll talk about the Ducks here in a second here. But just going back to Oregon State, some final thoughts. I mean, they played phenomenal. I mean, they really did. Everyone had this like clear mind of what they wanted to do on offense, and they were just able to execute it perfectly. And as much of a counterattack as Fossilized was able to do in certain times, they just weren't able to compete, it seems.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like they could quickly match up to Oregon State. I mean, again, we saw the potential. We saw the game 1 overtime, knew that it could be a longer series, but I think after that bit of a close one, the Beavers decided, you know what, we should probably step it up a little bit, and their offense really did come to life in that second game, and then stayed on in that third game. So they will get themselves a nice 3-0 sweep in the semifinal match. Unfortunately, that does mean the end of UNM's tournament run. Still had a good run at that, but we'll see who joins Oregon State in the grand finals. We'll see what Oregon and Drexel bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, just some final thoughts on that matchup. It just seemed like both teams, you know, they had the clear intentions in mind of what they wanted to do, but it just seemed that they could just not compete with the talent of Oregon State. And as we're going to go to break here, it was phenomenal as we're going to break here.
Welcome to the University of Oregon Esports. Besides being a school known for traditional sports, here at UO Esports we also strive to be one of the best esports programs in the world. We offer students a chance to compete in national level tournaments in different titles such as Valorant, Overwatch 2, Counter-Strike 2, League of Legends, and Rocket League. We also provide casual gamers a space to play their favorite games with our top-of-the-line gaming PCs provided by Alienware, and a lineup of consoles from PS5s, Xboxes, and Nintendo Switches. Overall, our main goal is to be an all-inclusive space for people to create friendships and foster a healthy, competitive environment to really tap into the growing sphere of esports. We hope to see you soon in our esports lounge.
Shout out Private Boy and shout out Fossil putting up big goals in that last game. Fortunately, only EA OSU will be going to those grand finals. Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3. Making sure that we've got our audio issues settled. Once again, I was saying shout out to Private Boy, shout out to Fossil putting up big goals in that last game. Unfortunately, only EA OSU will be going to the grand finals to face whoever is in the next semifinal. Shout out as well to Localhost, our venue that we are playing in today, and as well, we do have some players here today. And of course, the final shout out is Xfinity. They've got their ultra fast internet powering the next generation, so you can connect more to what you love from Xfinity. So thanks to them for their fast and reliable internet. Just after the break, I mentioned our semifinal. We actually have Drexel here in Localhost. You can see some of these players warming up, getting ready. Like I said, that will be after this break. We'll see you then.
Love to game? With Xfinity, you can upgrade your speed to keep slaying zombies like it's your day job.
It is my day job.
Upgrade your internet speed for the ultimate gaming experience. Bring on the good stuff.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you hop out 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you hop out 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow. Do I stick it out now? Is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you hop out 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time.
Welcome back, everyone, to Xfinity Run It Back. So glad to be back here. I'm joined by Danger Taco. So happy to see him here. Geroda's will be back for the finals. Excited to see some fun Rocket League. UO, totally not biased, as you can see here, versus Drexel. It just should be a fun matchup.
I can see that. My mother's alma mater is actually Drexel, so I probably should have had merch of some kind. But no, I did. You made a whole wardrobe change. I didn't even realize that we had separate wardrobes every single time. You went back. The whole crew was like, okay, here you go. Handed you a whole new outfit. You had to go in a changing room. Insane preparation. But other than that, I would say the same thing about really just looking at our bracket after the update here. I mean, we're looking at a semifinal, but looking like a pretty standard group stage type of game with Oregon State really just taking them to task here. UNM doing well, but at a certain point, the Beavers just overwhelmingly powerful in that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like the Beavers just were like constantly on that all-out offense, and it was just hard for UNM to really make a stand there. But I mean, going into this next matchup, UO Green versus Drexel, they've actually this is close. I mean, UO barely did qualify for the playoffs. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they qualified because of like a round or a game win in their like last final match. So they're really happy to be here, and they're looking to make a big maneuver against Drexel here.
Yeah, and being able to then get into this next one, to be able to see who's going to get into that final. We do have, obviously, UO Green, the Ducks going up against Drexel. I believe the Dragons on this one. So nice kind of combination. I don't know if those mascots in a fight really match up super well, but you know what? It's kind of like one of those things, just one dragon versus like a whole army of ducks win. I'm not entirely sure, but at the very least, we can look at the roster for Oregon Green, as they've definitely had a change up. I mean, you are the Oregon student. You know this better than most.
Yeah. So we've got a bit of a new roster this year, coming in with Spicy, J-Way, and Samara coming in today. I mean, these guys, they haven't played too much together, but they all are very talented individuals on their own. And I think that as time goes on, and as this tournament has gone on, they've only been playing better and better. And they're looking to make a big win here, a big stand against Drexel.
And going up against Drexel, it's going to be tough, and we have a little bit more to learn about them. So let's actually go to a little bit of a break just to be able to hear more about Drexel.
Hello, my name is Furlow. My role on my team is the IGL plus the mostly controller role.
One thing you can learn by me, ain't nobody putting word like me. Can't drip, can't sauce like me. Dripping it up, I'm a major key. I am the one at the two or the three. Get on my level if you wanna be better than ever. I got what I need. Pushing the limit, that's how it's gonna be.
I've been playing Valorant since beta. I really got into it competitively at the start of my college career, about like 4 years ago, and I've been trying to take it seriously ever since. We have really, really dedicated students who are in their like senior year and stuff, managing everything we're doing. We may have like 1 or 2 administrative people within Drexel itself helping us out, but we're basically a student-run organization. We're very much connected to the higher-ups within our esports organization, and they're very much connected to us, and they always make sure we have the best we can have with the resources provided. And it's been a very good and positive growing environment for me as a player. We train as best we can with our schedule. Drexel has a very interesting schedule. We have 10 weeks to do a whole semester. Specifically for me, I'm a part of the RGC program here, and I don't have a lot of free time. However, we all come together, we all talk about it, we try to set times for each other. We have our own manager that is very graciously helps us with scheduling. We're getting a lot of value as a team just playing matches with each other, because team chem, I think, is a super important aspect as being a team, and just understanding how you and your other players play. We want to figure that out sooner rather than later, and then maybe once we go more into more complicated plays, we could be more tight-knit to be able to succeed within that aspect of gameplay.
Oh, God. Thank you so much, Drexel, for that. Going into the roster here, we got Baron, Kevin, and Zerf. These guys, I mean, they're like a pack of hyenas. They play together, they play for the ball. They can play both sides of the ball, offense and defense, and they're just an absolute unit.
Yeah, sifted into the same group in day one of looking at Oregon State. It can be a little bit difficult because that is the only team they lost against. Other than that, they had a close call against UW, but mostly New Mexico, they were able to get their wins back, get that differential up, and then end up finishing second in that Group A, which is to be expected. Drexel and OSU, really the two teams, I would say they're making the deepest runs in other formal collegiate competitions like the Collegiate Rocket League Opens that have been running the past couple weekends. So I would expect to see Drexel be a favorite in this one, but the thing is, you do see that pushback. Even in last series, you look at the series score, it looks pretty disparate, but UNM put up a decent fight. I'd expect the same out of you, Oregon.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I've been talking to the guys this week, and they're ready for this match. I mean, they've been prepping hard. They got something to prove. You know, they feel like they should be here in this semifinals match, and they really want to show it. And I know Drexel's talented. I know that they've got a very good roster. I mean, they went toe-to-toe with OSU, but I got a feel in the Ducks. I got the Ducks here. I got the Ducks here.
Shocker. Unbelievable support. But that's
crazy.
If you're not playing on faith, you got nothing else. And you really do have to have that exact mentality, especially in games like this where you look against Drexel and you say, this is a highly accomplished roster. Kevin is one of the highest ranked 2v2 players consistently season to season for a while now. So a lot of mechanics on the field. As you said, they really get after it. We'll have to see if the same mentality holds true here in semifinals. Trying to see, after a good best of 5, who's going to be going to that grand.
Yeah, and here we go. Going into game 1 here, best of 5. Morris trying to make something happen here to go start off the ball. And a nice little save from Jayway.
And see, the instant save is nice, but the couple whiffs in the beginning are going to be a little bit nerve-wracking. I think that's also an aspect of land play that a lot of players are not usually comfortable with, is just understand they have to play at a different setup. They have a lot of pressure. There's people around them, almost watching, observing you. It's a little bit disconcerting, and a lot of players that are not really familiar with that. You can have thousands of hours in the game, and that still be a unique experience for you, and it's interesting to see how players really do differ from going from online to in-person.
Yeah, I will say the UO Green roster, they normally do not play together in person. They are playing together in person today. I wonder if that communication is going to affect anything as Baron scores the first goal of the series.
Really do like that.
Straight up the middle.
Throwing that one as low as possible to make sure that save is difficult. As soon as a player goes up on that backboard, it is a nice thing to be able to police on defense, but if you go a little too high, you leave everything else a little bit more susceptible to the immediate counterattack. Good job by Drexel again, but this is the squad that you had mentioned are really a handful to deal with, and I think that's the #1 priority right now for the Ducks, as they're still kind of fumbling a bit on the backboard. Luckily, Spicy there to cover everything.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a tale of how this is going to go. I mean, they're going to play so combined together. I mean, you can see Drexel all playing together as they go for the shot, not able to hit it. Zerf trying to get something going there, is not able to score. As Jayway gets another save, playing great defense right now.
But right now, the biggest issue is not necessarily the defense, it seems like, from Ducks. It's the transition into offense. This is the first time the ball has, in a bit, actually gone over the midway line. Issue is they have to find a way to get it on back and maybe get a shot off. Doesn't seem like Zerf and Baron have that in mind. Double tap, they're going to miss that one. Weak flick, and a little bit disconcerting as Jayway was going for that one, but ultimately, clear goes out. Maybe for Spicy on near post, into the middle for Jayway. And that's what we're talking about.
Jayway playing that two-way role, going from this great save on defense into the scoring on offense there as UO ties it up. The Ducks looking to make a bit of a statement here to go into this next kickoff. But I will say Drexel has been doing some great job of just keeping the ball on the side of UO. It feels like primarily this entire game has been on the side of the Ducks as it finally goes back over.
Yeah, it can be a little difficult to be able to actually ramp up your play style here. I think Rocket League almost feels improvisational most of the time. Yeah, there's some strategy, you're calling out comms, but there's a lot of moments where you don't really have the ability to lay out a plan and then kind of like slowly institute it. Sometimes you really just come in thinking, okay, this is going to work, and then suddenly you realize it throw that whole plan out the window. Against Drexel, it kind of seems like a lot of teams deal with that. Ooh. Much like this last defensive stand, all three players trying to get it, but ultimately Baron, the one to get the goal.
Yeah, Baron played in that backfield that entire time, able to boost out, get that quick score when all of the UO players were not suspecting it, and that's going to be a quick series change, lead change for Drexel. 2 minutes 30 left. Trying to see what they can do here.
Right now, I think Drexel, if you're trying to be able to institute some form of dominant gameplay, then I think they're doing pretty well with that. Obviously, the one goal from Oregon shows they can't let their defenses down, especially not letting wide open aerials like that. If Spicy had more in the tank, maybe something more lethal, but how about that deflection? Spicy's turning around, he doesn't even have boots, he just realizes that was a golden opportunity, but the resource is going to get you in the end. A shot over the top, that's going to be off the post as nearly Zerf just caught sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, that almost goes in there. Wow! Armis goes in, shoots right at the Drexel player, says, I don't care. Hope the bounce is good. Bounce is good. Goes in. Tied up.
Yeah, it's a tough situation when you have two goalies. It's almost like the person in the back expects the first to react to it. So when the ball just kind of nicks right by the outside, doesn't have any deflection on the back bumper, then it really beats everyone with one flick. You see kind of like the jump scare that comes in, and nothing more of a jump scare than Drexel feeling like they have a lot of offensive pressure. And then it almost seems like Oregon, their conversion rate based on their opportunities is incredible right now. If they can keep this up, I just don't know how sustainable it is, but if they can, then certainly Drexel has a lot to be thinking about as we get into the back half of the game, especially with dunks like that. Ooh.
Wow. J-Way playing all sorts of moves in the air right now as another goal goes in for Armis, and the Ducks take the lead. And honestly, Taco, it seems like the confidence boost for the Ducks has been a huge thing here, and they're just playing so much more confident around the ball, especially in the air as well. They take the lead with a minute 30 left.
They're shooting 2 for 2 on the day, so it doesn't need a lot of a look at the goal. Just be able to get a little peek and be able to make an inch into a mile. Same with Kevin, though, with that reset. Thing is, gonna need a little bit more accuracy along with that height off the ceiling. Back post gonna be met by that first defender as all Drexel backing up here. Thing is, they don't really have a lot of time to do with that. With a minute remaining, they might get 1 or 2 more looks at goal, but you need defense to turn into offense. Zerf providing it the last possible second.
Zerf coming in clutch when it's needed, but Armis again coming from the skies, dropping down, getting some nice backboard dribbles, gets the lead. 4-2, a minute left, and the Ducks are just playing with so much confidence right now. It's gonna be hard for Drexel to come back into this, but we know that they're more than capable.
This is, frankly, an absurd start to a series. Typically, game one is where everyone's a little clunky, you know? You're trying to get used to the land setups, you're trying to warm up a little bit because it's different when you're in free play, but it's also really nothing doing for Oregon. They are not struggling at all. The Ducks, they're just quacking along, having a good time, hopefully on defense as well. That's going to be a miss by the first man. Luckily, the second has that one. Set back in the middle, back post. Kevin trying to find Barron. And now we have another twist to the tail of game one.
Yeah, game one going back and forth here. Barron with a nice opportune shot again, coming in exactly what he needs to, filling in that role, exactly what you want. Gets that score, but don't forget about the work from the other players on Drexel. They're doing a great job here on the post. Going in, 1-score game, 30 seconds remaining. Couldn't ask for a more exciting game one here.
Well, the only thing I'll ask for is maybe one more. I like OT personally. I don't know. I'm not really voting against the Ducks. I really just like to be able to see games get extended, especially in high-pressure situations and also low-boost situations. Zerf's trying to just evade a defender, but the defender stealing everything from him. Kevin trying to rescue the play with a 50 down. Both players miss a long clear, and now it's got to go coast to coast for the Dragons, and I simply don't think they can manage that right now. A double commit on near post, another deflection. Maybe a last-second reach from Barron, but I suppose that was asking a bit too much. And right now, Ducks are way too much for Drexel.
Yeah, the Ducks overwhelmed Drexel. The Ducks overwhelmed the Dragons here in game one. And it seemed like right away Drexel had that confidence going into this. They know they feel like they were the better team. But J-Way with some nice opportune plays to start up the game on both sides of the floor turned into a Ducks match through and through.
I would say it was a tale of two halves, but to be honest, the equalizer came with past halftime. It was really just the beginning, Drexel feeling like they had all the pressure, and then Oregon was just saying, okay, all we need is one. And then once they got that, it felt like they settled in and were just taking high percentage shots. I like teams who don't mess around on offense. They're just trying to make sure you get solid contact, a lot of venom behind your hits, and it forces the defense to make saves. And after a while, it didn't seem like Drexel was organized enough. I think at the very least, this minute in between games, they're really gonna have to talk about fixing up the comms. A lot of wide open shots, and you simply just can't have that at this level.
And I really wanted to point out how both sides, but specifically the Ducks here, were able to sort of convert that defense to offense. We saw so many times they were hitting that post, their back post, and then going into a shot setup. Going into game 2 here, hopefully we can see some more of that.
So as we head over to DFH, we'll see whether or not anything has been learned. These are student athletes after a while, so being able to see if they can implement something from their own study plan. But either way, it's not going to be made easy, especially with the near instant combination from the Ducks off the rip. However, no real any chance coming to fruition, so we'll have to see whether or not anyone has something new. I'm expecting a pretty frantic beginning of this game as both teams desperate to be able to get the foot up.
Yeah, they definitely want that early lead here. Both teams trying desperately to try to get a score. J-Way goes for a setup. Nice able to avoid the defender going into the air here. But looks like Drexel's going to meet him up there as well. Zerf trying to clear the ball. Ooh, Armis with a nice boom back.
Yeah, definitely Armis, definitely the player I'm looking forward to seeing how they develop in this one. Honestly, set the bar pretty high for themselves. I believe it was a perfect shooting performance out of them, maybe a singular miss at the end of that one. But at the end of the day, a shooting performance like that can definitely pave the way. Another way they can pave it is just bumping him out of the way. Kevin got one, and that might be able to open up everything else, but quick challenge by Oregon, again, being able to clear their lines, and that's half of their success right there. Just forcing Drexel to be really the most precise they can possibly be, and they haven't really reached that pinnacle yet.
Yeah, the defense, honestly, around the goal from J-Way has been something that I've been focusing on. He's been playing phenomenal defense around the goal and is able to quickly clear the ball if it gets into a situation where they're able to hit it quickly. But Aaron trying to get something on the ground going here, only with 25 boost. Kevin, though, in the air! And that's going to be the lead that Drexel is looking for desperately.
Really do love this approach by Baron. Sometimes the offense really is just taking it one player at a time. Cuts lightly around the defender, understanding that they have to challenge quick. They didn't see it coming, and a lot of players could just go for the flick, but Baron knows it's unselfish. Both players on the ground. Potentially doesn't have a lot of boost. Flick that high, trust that your teammate has that follow through, and Kevin really star player, typically for a Drexel player that has a lot of eyes on him. Never going to disappoint with an open net. Lead yet again, second straight game in which Oregon has been able to open up the scoring, but whether or not they keep it, as we know, an entirely different story.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Drexel take the early lead in both games so far, but we've seen the Ducks able to counter-plan pretty well. It seems like they're going to have to do that same thing here as Armis gets the demo on Zerf, but Kevin taking the ball up court, trying to make something happen here. Spicy with the clear.
Ooh, and then some, all the way across the midfield. Going to be chased down, but ultimately, I don't think the position is too bad, especially with these instant challenges. J-Way, you're still on that. It's almost what Baron was thinking in the internal monologue. He's backing up, just trying to avoid not losing that 50. Will get away with it, but now it's dealing with deflections on the far side.
Oh, here
Kevin,
it comes.
Big pass one, flick past a second, and who else? Aramis, again, going to be right in the thick of things.
Yeah, Aramis, like a spider on the walls, just waiting for that perfect opportunity, just comes down, gets that save, and turns that into another offensive opportunity for Spicy here. Not able to contest in the air. Zerf trying to get something to go. Spicy just going to keep on playing in the air, trying to get some of these big aerial hits. Zerf doing the same thing.
A little bit of a mid-air bonk, as we say in the business, with Zerf, as he's able to still persist with no boost. Still has a target. Kevin bails out of that quickly. Realized he was not getting on this one. Now it's up to Baron in the backfield, dealing with that from Spicy. Pretty solid contact. Maybe if it wasn't from the parking lot outside the stadium, we might have had a chance there. But you always do have to test the defense. I do like Oregon's willingness to keep throwing it right down the middle, rotating wide, trying to block those exit routes, and forces Drexel to be a lot more cerebral with their defense than I think they would prefer.
Yeah, I mean, a minute 30 left here, and Oregon has been playing pretty solid on the offensive side, but have not been able to get anything to go yet as Baron gets the nice little half clear, gets it out of the midfield, turns it into an offensive possession. J-Way with the save, and here it comes. Nice little collision. Spicy gets the hit. Oh, and that was almost an opportune corner shot, but UO trying to get something to convert here as Kevin takes the ball down the mid lane. Not the mid lane, I'm not playing League of Legends. But the middle of the field.
It does feel like a jungle, at least in this game, so I can understand maybe a little bit of the confusion, but either way, we do have at least some more build-up here from Drexel as they're trying to just get some insurance, a little bit of a security blanket of a goal, and it doesn't seem like Oregon wants them to be content whatsoever. Still chasing down these reads. Issue is the follow-up. I don't quite see it yet. 30 seconds They're still looking for something. Kevin, he's trying to take away all hope past middle. Zerf gonna be denied at the last possible second. Back pass from Baron. It's a foot race for J-Way. Trying to lob it, maybe going for the bump. Indeed, he is, and it's gonna work out.
J-Way, 1v1, says, I don't care, put any of your best players on me, I'll cook them. And does that against Kevin right there. Gets a nice little backwards bump situation, ties up the game with 20 seconds left. And now Drexel is even more desperate for that extra score, and we could be seeing our first OT game of the set.
Yeah, poor Kevin. One of the borderline most unsavable situations you can find yourself in Rocket League, in a straight line between player and ball, and you have to avoid the bump and get the save. Very well timed by J-Way, and honestly could not have timed it much better considering we're in our final seconds, and that could be the thing that brings us into OT, but I don't want to speak too soon. Drexel has at least one more opportunity. That's a decent tap out by Zerf. However,
but J-Way
reads it, but has the pass forward, last second save, mercifully into the turf on the Drexel side, OT.
Yeah, and that was just a great little setup there, but it's not going to convert for both sides. We're going to OT here. Spicy trying to get that quick offense started. Something that we haven't seen too much of UO doing, as Armis tries to get a save going here. The Baron setting up for Zerf.
Nice little tap by Zerf on the near post. The follow-ups a little lagging, I have to say, by the Dragons. A couple times now we've seen them have a touch across, and then it's kind of like everyone's staring at it, wondering if they can go for it. They're just a little bit too far back, a little too wide on the play, and I don't really see the accuracy that I need. And right now Oregon is holding on, but eventually those fingers gonna slip from the edge. They are tumbled down to the canyon. It looks like Drexel does have the response, and we're all level in our semifinal.
The Dragons are saying, ain't no way this is going to be a quick series for the Ducks. We're going to come back here with a win of ourselves and a nice little overtime win. Kevin finishing up that game there, exactly what he's supposed to do. And that's going to be the series all tied up. And I gotta wonder if UO offense needs to sort of kick off into a little bit of a quicker gear here. Because they've just been playing some pretty solid defense, but they've not been able to really pull off anything. The offensive side.
Difficult. Yeah, it can be difficult for a lot of teams to be able to lock on in. And I think especially in a tournament focus, you see game ones tend to be a little bit more of a feeler game, but also it tends to be also the lack of consequences type of game where you're like, it's fine, let's steal it.
It's game one, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. And then once you start getting in, the stakes start ramping up, especially in OT, where you know the moment you miss an aerial or you feels flip a little bit and you're like, oh, I didn't mean to do that, then everything goes out the window and you don't want that loss to be your fault. So it's almost like everyone tries to lock in and be a little bit too careful. I think we actually saw that right before the end of regulation. Oregon looking like they're dead in the water. This is going to be a goal, and then it's temporary clear. Actually there might be a counter, and they almost find each other on the downfield find. That's quickly how Rocket League can just completely tip from one side to the other. Pendulum swings violently to another team's favor. So I definitely think that's something Drexel was fully aware of, and you can almost see them just trying to make sure if we're going to go for these reads, especially in OT, we need to make sure it is 100% something we can win.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think going to Game 3 here, UO desperately needs to find some of that offensive pressure early as they do take the ball onto the other side, but going to come back with Kevin going for a quick aerial shot. Not going to get anything done. Armis with the save. Baron trying to get some work done as well. Spicy clears it up the middle. Armis is doing a great job of just being there. Like, he's just there. He's there. You know what I'm saying?
I hope he's getting credit because this is a work study. He is putting in work for University of Oregon, and right now he could actually be able to also watch his teammates get stuff done. J-Way first look at the goal and the first one in.
This is like in the group project when everyone does their like a specific assignment. It's like, oh, it feels so great. And J-Way there with another opportune defense to offense situation gets the lead early into Game 3.
It's a situation with Drexel where sometimes you trust everybody too much on your team and you're not spaced out, you're not giving a healthy amount of doubt into those plays, and one touch that goes through expecting a deflection doesn't come in, and suddenly just kind of an innocent rolling ball straight down the middle is going to turn into the goal for J-Way. Still a lot of focus to be able to get that hook shot and whip that past that near post even with a defender ready for it. Speaking of, Spicy, you got to be ready for Kevin as this air dribble goes all the way back down over top of everybody, and we got a quick equalizer.
Kevin flew from his side to the other, entirely in the air, playing with the ball. Gets a nice little shot. Spicy wasn't ready for it, and that's going to be a quick tie-up. And I think this is going to be a shootout. I think it's going to be an absolute shootout for both sides here.
It's one of those beautiful things about air dribble. Sometimes you think about it as the ball is just kind of glued to the hood of your car and you're just carrying past everybody. And other times it's actually just a light tap into the immediate follow through from Baron. The kickoff rears its ugly head.
Yeah, the kickoff, you can't forget about the preparation that teams do for this, and it seemed like it was just a nice opportune time. One of the Drexel players were in the air, one of them hits it up, easy little kick here. And they take the lead with a nice setup very quickly into game 3.
And Oregon really has to be careful with these kickoffs. Nearly a second one coming on in. And as I say that, if not for Baron, that could have been an open net. But this is the one thing that I think a lot of teams always forget about. You get that one goal and then just how quickly momentum can be able to go to the other side's favor. As when you're able to cheat up fast enough, it just completely blitzes you. Everybody too wide, can't really handle it. And it's a rare kind of misstep for the Ducks defense for the most part. They've been handling things really well, especially throughout most of game 2, despite the loss.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about the Ducks right now is that they're able to get some setups off, but they're not really able to convert them. And most of the goals that we've scored came from that sort of quick, we just cleared it, let's make a play on the ball type situation. As I say that, Armis gets the save, and let's see if they can convert something here. Going off the ceiling with it, but it's going to be saved by Zerf.
It's a higher lob again for Zerf. He's off ceiling. Look for a dunk on Spicy. He makes really solid contact. I can't say the same about Oregon. I think they're playing a shot. It didn't come in on time. Baron with the late challenge for 3.
Baron sneaky beaky, like I would say, just chilling over there. Comes out of nowhere, gets that clean little shot off, and they're going to take that 2-point lead here with 3 minutes exactly on the clock. And UO desperately going to try to figure out something they can figure out on offense. Because the Drexel defense is playing phenomenal right now.
I think the big thing to realize for Oregon as well is that, yes, it's a 2-goal deficit, but there's also not really something I think you need to be able to be super sweaty about. You don't need to be freaking out in the comms. You have a lot of time to be able to build up an offense. So a team that has been so clinical, really, when they've gotten most of their open looks and been able to be patient, needs to also exercise that when they really do desperately need those goals. The time ticks down. But right now, I think Drexel, on the other hand, they know that they don't necessarily have to rush, but they do need to burn this clock down as much as it is important to be able to grow this lead nearly a third.
Yeah, Spicy with the phenomenal save there, just comes in between both the Dragons, sneaks in between, spreads out his wings, gets the block, and Kevin and Drexel just trying to get more and more shot opportunities here. They're just trying to make a statement, trying to get this lead a little bit further, but UO desperately looking for a score here as they set it up. J-Way gets off the backboard, or off the crossbar, I assume. They're in.
Whoa. And that's a tough one. Just beaten out, and that's why policing the backboard is so important. Baron testing out, hey, how quickly can you recover to that one? Spicy thinks he can get it, but I suppose think again as Drexel's going to extend this lead. And this is where really the first game, I feel like it's truly gotten out of hand for one of these teams. Oregon necessarily doesn't have to beat themselves up about it. They have one more life if this does turn out to be a loss, but it's definitely something that it's a leak in the boat you can't leave unpatched.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very much a statement victory for Drexel here in this series. I mean, they do have, like you mentioned, another game here if they do lose this one. But it doesn't feel great to lose that advantage when you had that, game advantage initially. And Baron just taking it up the middle. Spicy gets the save.
Ooh, and the deflections are flawlessly placed. I don't know how well communicated that was, but just one of those happy accidents that sometimes favors your team. Kevin just getting right in the way. It might as well just be a wall on the side wall. Right now, Oregon, I think at a certain point you got to roll your eyes and just say, all right, well, let's just focus up for the next one.
And when you have a player like Kevin on Drexel who can play that setup role or that primary striker role so well, it's really hard to sort of plan around that if you are Oregon here, because you can't really let him, be over in the backboard because he's going to get a great setup, but you can't, just let him be by himself either. You have to constantly have the attention around him. And that's just a lot of stuff to deal with for the Ducks right now.
There's certainly a lot of situations in which games really do get out of hand, but it doesn't really mean much. The cool thing about Rocket League is that you're not just stuck in a lobby for about 40 minutes and you're just taking the brunt of another team's forcefulness across all of this as a 6 goal will go in. It is a reset opportunity, and I think it's one of the strengths of the esport, and also one of the things that is a relief for a lot of these teams. As at a certain point, I think you kind of just phase out the goal. You're saying, all right, Obviously, Utopia Dust just did not go our way, and this is something that you kind of rebuild from. Next 40 seconds, I would love for Oregon just being able to focus on having one consistent counterplay or maybe a goal. Just be able to boost the mood, get the morale back in chat, because it's so easy to start going quiet.
Yeah, especially, I mean, they're playing IRL right now. I do wonder what the comms are looking like. Probably not too much being said right now, but they really got to bring that momentum back here as Baron scores another goal. That one just feels a little disrespectful. No, I'm kidding. But I totally get it. But Baron there just tries to just keep on improving this lead, trying not to let UO think they have a chance of winning the series.
That's exactly what I like to see in teams, is when you get a lead. If you have a chance to be able to really extend it, then you really should. But if you're J-Way, you really should also get a couple, as I said, just to be able to put a smile on your faces. That's a good follow-up, just to be able to show, okay, when we do get a pass middle, seems like we still can get those. So maybe something to implement in the future. And also, hey, a revenge kickoff goal. So both teams at least benefiting somewhat from the restart.
Exactly. You know, J-Way does get the goal there to patch the hole in the sinking ship of this game, but I do think that that momentum that Drexel has is going to be really tough for UO to beat right now. I mean, they're just playing phenomenal. I mean, all of their players are playing so well at their established role and outside of their established role. It's going to be tough for the Ducks to win this series. They got to win 2 in a row here as the ball hits the ground. We're going to Game 4.
Match point for Drexel as a team that has gotten into the routine of being able to take command of these games and be able to at least keep them fairly competitive even in that loss. I think this is definitely something for Oregon to think about. And also, this is where I talk about in the beginning of the series, oh, it's different when you're playing in person, but also any player knows on tournament day, that little uneasiness you get in the pit of your stomach where you understand that if you do not perform, might be the last series you're going to be able to play in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about this. Like, a lot of these players are actual seniors as well. You know, like, this is like their last time being able to play in this tournament series potentially, and they really want to leave a lasting impact on their programs, or all of their respective programs. This is a big game for all of these guys.
Well, at the very least, it definitely seems like Drexel is leaving an imprint in the back of the net, that they had no problem scoring throughout that game, and something that you really just see a snowball effect where you start them seeing ordinary passes, just quick follow-ups off the backboard, getting more standard goals. And after a while, it's just like, hey, let's start getting crazy team plays, and they were able to pull that off. That confidence, not something you want to see. As I mentioned when we were introducing these teams, this Drexel squad has gotten fairly far within the Collegiate Rocket League official qualifiers and a bunch of other collegiate tournaments, trying to make their name heard as kind of a tier 2 team within Collegiate Rocket League. So definitely something for Oregon to be able to keep in mind, as it's one thing to let them score, but you need to be able to stamp that one down. Whether or not they're able to do that, I suppose really comes down to them here on DFH Day. Seemingly a start from Aramis might be actually exactly what they need. They had the reset, but teammate did not want to go for that pass.
Yep. Serious point here for Drexel, trying to stamp their ticket into the grand finals against Oregon State, but the Ducks aren't just going to let that happen, as Kevin tries to keep the ball in the air. Zerf looking to do some maneuvering. It's just that nice clear. J-Way hits it off the top, but some nice saves from Drexel are going to just keep this game pretty even right now.
Really do like that touch from Oregon off the side. It goes spicy to be able to keep things alive, and that's going to be the best possible bounce for them, as all of Kevin and all of Drexel really going to be needed to be able to get those saves. Another one to the back post for J-Way to kind of track on down. Deflection middle. Now a shot on that near post. Going to be a little wide. Combination pinch. No shot. Baron's already up for it.
Oh.
Coast to coast. How do you even calculate that?
That was phenomenal, I cannot lie. Baron with some crazy plays, bounces, gets ready, boom, hits it off the top of the car, just in and there, slicing and dicing his way through UO, making some duckle orange out here.
And that is just psychotic that actually works out. The double commit on defense, perfectly timed. One of those things you have to laugh about even attempting, but it's something that I don't think it'll make anyone in Oregon be able to laugh through. Maybe if they can get something back, they can have a smile return to the faces right now. But again, this is Drexel in a position you do not want to see them. Another lead, and they do not give those up freely.
Yeah, I mean, Drexel likes having this lead early, but we have seen in Game 1 that UO was able to switch that momentum, and they have to do that again if they want to win this series. They're going to have that confidence boost we saw in Game 1. Looks like they're going to try their best to get a nice little clear. Spicy goes for the shot, but Baron's there.
Oregon doing really well, just lurking downfield for a lot of those deflections. I do really like the looks that they've gotten and being able to find those pockets of space, kind of like this one. Aramis stepping up. That is a bullet on a deflection middle.
Yeah, the sniper for the Ducks, Aramis here with a nice little setup from the teammates, but also a nice shot off the corner of the car. Catches the defender, not ready. That's going to be a tied-up game. 3 minutes left here. Drexel, they got to keep this momentum up. They got to keep on trying to snuff these Ducks out.
It can't be easy either, especially when it comes to just tiny things like that. It looked like everything was covered, ball across the back line, and not able to actually be finished off by the defense. They got the first couple of deflections and not the others. Now, I would say a similar situation for Oregon if that went middle. Instead, it's going to be a catch and dribble, immediately taken away from Spicy. Luckily, Baron able to bully them off that read.
Yeah, Baron and Spicy have been playing some great middle-range Rocket League. They've been playing great in the middle of the field as Zerf tries to get the shot, but they've been playing just great. Like they've been clearing the ball well, they've been stealing the ball, they've been doing some great stuff just in terms of trying to control the game for their teams. As Zerf goes for a huge shot down. It actually was Kevin who scored that one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Kevin just launching this one. And a classic situation as a defender where you both have to read the deflection down as well as jump as soon as possible because you don't want to be late to the read. And unfortunately, I think as I saw them fly by in their little boost circle, nothing in the tank. So it's one of those just desperation reads where you have to have it perfect. And oftentimes, players will not be able to calculate that one out. 1 goal, death timer started for Oregon. They need at least 1 to extend the series.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on their tournament life potentially if they can't get another goal here. As Yo desperately trying to make something happen on the offensive end. J-Way gets a nice little boom here. Tries to get the setup going, but all of the Drexel Dragons are all over the place around this ball. They're going to convert this into another offensive position, but Spicy gets the nice little big clear.
Nice little skip over the top by Drexel, still looking for a bow on this game and series, but they're not going to find it, especially if they're all clumped up like that. I suppose the 50s do work as trying to move on forward, press their advantage, and this might be it. Baron coming in, blindside shot, and yet still saved away by the Ducks. Do they have more in store for us? Apparently, yes. Baron trying to sneak that one alongside the wall, and will find no such luck.
Yeah, Spicy trying to get something going as well here. They have a little bit of a numbers advantage. As the Armas boom does come out again, they're trying to get something going here, but Kevin with the long-range shot, not going to be able to do anything as Armas gets the clear back over to the other side. As things going for the setup as well. It's the kind of weirdly. Aaron is there when you need him most. That save. 1 minute left. Ducks need a goal frantically. That's all-out offense for them.
They're certainly trying. I mean, you see all of these different reads. They're trying to chase it all across. And the issue is if you're not getting boost steals, so at the very least even grabbing pads, it's going to be nigh impossible to be able to get some offense. Much like that one, seemingly mission impossible to get that save. Kevin's got to be shaking his head, especially if it turns right into the counter. Spicy trying to get on top of it. Deflection sealing Baron, just going to scoot that one by for Zerf to chase down.
Wow, and Drexel, they seem to be, they just were all over the ball. You know, even though they're not birds, I would say, they were birds of a feather right there. Just playing all together, turning that into a quick offensive position. Now with a 2-goal lead with 20 seconds left, they're looking to make their stamp at the grand finals here.
And it's one of those moments you got to lean into the offense and really send the house at a certain point. And now, if it's not really that, you're going to have to take out a second mortgage or something. You're going to have to be able to take this all the way downfield. Maybe an open shot as Spicy had the look, but didn't realize that he did have the avenue right down the middle. This has to go in before zero. Baron and Kevin both just staring down this read as it goes from left to right, and with that clear, it's going to be the Dragons toasting off the Ducks here. They're into the grand finals, and we will say goodbye to Oregon for now.
Yeah, Oregon, unfortunately, not able to win that one, but Drexel with a great, super dominant victory there. That game 4, I believe, or game 3 just got out of hand. They were able to just dominate that one, and they just kept that momentum coming as Drexel is going to make it to the grand finals, and they will meet Oregon State there. Two fantastic teams, possibly the two best teams in the tournament, matching up in the grand finals. You couldn't ask for anything better.
No, and that's really one thing that we look at as we look at the series replays. I mean, clearly a lot of goals going on, and then after a while, it's almost like they stopped going on sale. They were coming at a premium for a lot of teams. It was really having to carve out a lot of goals down the stretch, with maybe one exception, as we did see over, I believe, 9 goals scored in one of them. But other than that, mostly a little bit more back and forth, a little bit more of a chess match.
Yeah, I mean, I know the Ducks planned well. They had a counter plan in mind. I believe Drexel did too, and they just were, it was a battle of execution, and Drexel they had that star level potential, and they were able to just do what they wanted to do in a lot of areas. They were able to take the win here.
Be able to just see Drexel, I think, really just try and reinforce the idea that, hey, the best type of offense is the one that is overwhelming, just be annoying on top of the ball. Oregon had elements of that, but I think it was just a little too infrequent, partially because they were never really able to get a lot of boost control. It felt like certain initial shots would be dangerous, but the follow-ups are really only sustainable if you're able to take good 50s, be able to trap a team in their half, and my goodness, look at this one, the crossfield pin into the goal. I mean, something to just crush your ego like that.
Yeah, that was just absolutely crazy. I mean, Barron honestly was the MVP of that game for me. I mean, he was playing great two-way play. The saves were phenomenal. The setups were phenomenal. He was able to do everything he wanted from the most part. And while I think J-Way had some incredible saves down the line, this wasn't enough to deal with the Dragons.
It can be so tough to be able to get into these situations and then also know all these nerves that get in. So it can be really difficult, especially when you do have seniors. We don't really know if they're able, how many more tournaments they're able to play into this. So I really do wish them a lot of luck in the future, but also more importantly in the future for the winning teams, because we do have our grand finals all set and ready. It's going to be Oregon State. It's going to be Drexel starting in the same group, and they're going all the way together. So we'll be seeing that one after this break.
Hi, I'm Kevin Pond. I'm the Cal Esports Program Manager, and welcome to the Cal Esports Community Center. We're going to start the tour off with our small group area where students can come and play together, form small social groups where they can play, any kinds of games they want. Over here on my left, we have our 1v1 areas where students who want to get a little bit more competitive with one another can sit down and really get into that competitive mode. This whole facility is totally open to all students and faculty on campus. So, whether you're just a freshman starting out or if you're a competitive player on one of our Cal Esports teams, you can really just find your home in this unique area. This is Tiffany and Daniel. They are the leaders of the 2 largest gaming clubs on campus.
Gaming at Berkeley is a registered student organization on campus at Berkeley. We focus mostly on building community and friendships between the students here, and we serve roughly around 6,000 members.
Cal Esports is the official esports program recognized by university, and we have 80 different players and 8 different teams. And all of this will bring together the gaming community here at UC Berkeley. And for that, we're extremely grateful to NVIDIA.
So to my right here, we have our open play area where students are able to sit down at any of the PCs you see and immediately log into any of their personal gaming accounts. Now, all the stats, achievements, and gameplay that they have here is immediately transferable to their home setups or to any of their other personal accounts that they have. Coming back here, we actually have our dedicated competitive area. This whole competitive area you see here is for our official Cal Esports teams. Now, all of our Cal Esports teams are with the Department of Recreational Sports. They're recognized by the university as student athletes. Now, any player that you see that is playing at these PCs, you can be sure that they're working their butt off to make sure that they're going to win the next national championship. Now behind me here is our Student Broadcast Center. Now the Broadcast Center is kind of echoey because we're still putting in our sound absorption foam on the walls right now. We're gonna have this whole setup dedicated just to students who want to stream, broadcast, shoutcast, any esport title that they want so they can build that experience and take it with them after they leave Cal. So these PCs have the capability to beam anything going on in this room to the TVs you see out on the main floor. So if we have students in here who are streaming for the first time, they're able to broadcast live to the center and share their experiences with everyone here. And NVIDIA has set us up with some monstrous PC gaming rigs. All of these PCs can output 240 frames per second,
for all of our esports titles. I absolutely can't wait to see what students' reactions are going to be when they walk in through those doors. Go Bears!
Thinking and I close my eyes, everything is black and white. I can't tell if we're getting closer. Running up against the tide, I could go my whole life playing this thing just over and over. And won't you come put it to rest now, baby? Can't you feel the ground when your arm is shaking? Tell me how do you have it now? Your home is with your I'll help you find your peace of mind. You don't always have to climb. We can just stay under covers. Leave the old world behind when everybody's going blind. Baby, you don't have to suffer. And won't you come put it to rest now, baby? Can't you feel the ground when your arm is shaking? Tell me how do you have it now? Your home is with your lean into me when your worries they weigh. We will watch as they all fade away. Lean into me when there's nothing to say, 'cause you don't have to go out every day with your good up, your good up, with your good up, your good up.
We just finished up with the semifinal of Drexel beating OU Green 3-1, and I have the opportunity to get a live interview with Baron, one of the winners, who will go be playing EA OSU. Now, I'll start it off. How has your experience been in Run It Back so far?
It's been pretty good overall. We've been kind of getting used to it. I think on LAN in particular is the biggest thing, getting used to playing on different setups. Everyone else isn't on the on-LAN setup, so I think it's definitely an adjustment, but I think we're used to it, so.
Yeah, and the second one was obviously the first game probably didn't go how you wanted, and it seemed like OU put a lot of pressure on you guys. How did you alleviate that going forward?
To be honest, we were red barring 80 ping in the first game, and we kind of came back and locked in a little bit, but I think realistically we made a lot of dumb touches. We didn't really change much. We kind of just did our thing, locked in. We have good mentals, so it wasn't really much of an issue.
So do you think that was really the main thing holding you back, and everything from map 2 above was a real good example of what the opportunity you guys can bring?
Yeah, I think we're a really high-pressure team. I think that when we're not lagging, it's pretty easy for us to maneuver around the map, but I think we got some star-studded sophomores now. They were freshmen last year, so I'm lucky as a teammate, but they bring a lot of mechanics and good vibes, so.
Good vibes, nice to have. Last question. When you were in the pool stage, EA OSU was the only team you guys could not beat. You're going to play them in the grand finals. Do you have any expectations? Do you have any changes going into that match?
I think it's going to be tough. I think they're a good team. We were trolling a little bit, I can't lie, when we were doing the group stages. We had 4 Rocket League matches back to back to back, so a little bit tired, but I think they're a good team. But I think realistically, if we play and calm well, then we should beat them. So
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for this interview, and good luck in that grand final. Of course. All right. So do you want to let you guys know that as a venue, we are having giveaways as well. I mentioned before that everybody who comes in can get a free t-shirt, as well as sign up for a lot of swag, including this HyperX headset. It's one of from our partners who are help making Run It Back succeed as well. Just got to let that one go. And then, of course, the company that makes this happen, Xfinity on campus. So if you go to any of these colleges, including Drexel, New Mexico State, Oregon State, Temple, UC Berkeley, or UC Davis, you can get free access to Xfinity included in your housing. So make sure you take advantage of that on the Xfinity Stream app or visit xfinity.com, xfinityoncampus.com to start streaming. We've got those grand finals with Baron, with Drexel and EA OSU right around the corner, and we'll see you then.
Our new Xfinity gateways can support hundreds of devices.
Up your internet game. Am I right?
I'm over here.
Am I close?
Get a strong connection to power hundreds of devices with ultra-low lag.
Marco?
Bring on the good stuff.
either sink or swim. Can't hold back your light and expect to win. Gotta go harder. Oh, you've gotta learn. Don't suppress your fire, baby, let it burn. Be who you are. Nobody can take that away from you. Oh, straight from the heart. No playing games. You gotta be true, true, true. You gotta be. 'Cause you're human. Sometimes it's gonna hurt, baby. Just let your tears fall down. No need to worry about tomorrow, baby. 'Cause you got time to figure it out. It's only water. It's either sink or swim. Can't hold back your light and expect to win. Gotta go harder. Oh, you've gotta learn. Don't suppress your fire, baby, let it burn. Nobody can take that away from you. Oh, straight from the heart. No playing games. You gotta be true, true, true. You gotta be. Sometimes it's gonna hurt, baby. Just let your tears fall down. No need to worry about tomorrow, baby. 'Cause you got time to figure it out. Sometimes it's gonna hurt, baby. 'Cause
Welcome back, everyone, to the Run It Back Esports Series presented by Xfinity. My name is Jonas. Alongside me is the Danger Taco. We are getting set for the Rocket League Grand Final between Oregon State and Drexel.
And this is going to be a big one as well, because not only is this a matchup of, I would say, two the more, celebrated, more accolade-burdened teams, really just trying to get weighed down by those medals. It's also a rematch earlier on. They started in the same group, starting in first and second, then at the end of it means they're going to get put on the opposite sides of the bracket. We always had a rematch in the tail of things, but this time it is a best of 7. Oregon State able to win the last one, and you'd have to think Drexel not going to be super happy about that.
Yeah, it was a 3-1 victory for the Beavers when they faced off, and as you said, I'm expecting the Dragons of Drexel to come back with a bit of a vengeance in this one. I know that the guys over here at Oregon State, they are a little bit worried, obviously, you know, playing on a LAN setup, not being able to have that home comfortable setup that they got the win with, gonna make things a little bit difficult. But you know what? I still think they should be able to get the win if they're able to repeat that performance. But Drexel, they're gonna be hungry for this grand final victory.
Yeah, the biggest thing I think for a lot of teams is just being able to understand that, yeah, you came all this way. It doesn't really matter what happened beforehand. You have to have the memory of a goldfish. Just got to play your game well, play it smart, and most importantly, really just avoid the panic situation I feel like a lot of players do deal with, where you start getting a goal and you start getting, or get scored on rather, and you start going down that kind of dark path where you're wondering, oh gosh, this is where it goes again, especially now that Oregon State really has had the win before. They've looked insane. I mean, Profile, you even had a quote from him earlier on where he's apparently talking to the team that they're looking pretty good. I mean, he was hitting double flip resets like it was free play earlier on in that semifinal. So clearly the team is at least having a good time on those LAN setups.
Yeah, they're definitely having some fun, you know. But we will take a look at the Drexel roster, who did just get that 3-1 victory over the University of Oregon team. Again, that being led by Baron. Following him is Kevin, who is just a mastermind on the field, and then having Zerf as that third. I mean, this is a pretty stacked roster, Taco.
Yeah, this is a team that definitely has a lot of different iterations throughout the time. I mean, I remember back in the day, a lot of different other rosters coming through from Drexel, but this is the newest iteration, and I think they're definitely off to a solid part of their careers as being able to get really deep in tournaments. This one included potentially adding a first place medal onto that, different types of celebrations that they've been able to go through in pretty much their first semester together, which is pretty impressive considering usually it takes a long time to build up that chemistry.
Yeah, I know this Oregon State team, they've played together for a little while now. Know that Mitch and Private Boy are really veterans. You know, Profile is kind of that newcomer, the sophomore. He's going to be looking to make another impact, but again, showing that roster off, led by Captain Mitch. Private Boy had a great series going toe-to-toe with UNM, and of course Profile, that mechanical younger guy for the Beavers, looking to again get another victory.
Yeah, I think the big thing for them is just being able to understand that they do have, in my opinion, the speed advantage. These guys play together constantly. They're up in the air. It's almost pre-jumping each other. And I think it's something that Oregon State within former competitions, even at the highest level of collegiate play, I've talked to a lot of other teams, particularly back in, there's typically like the East-West team divide. A lot of the West teams are saying that team is really tricky to play against. They might not get all the wins in certain leagues, but they're always going to be competitive in series. They're always going to be able to be something that throws an element of their gameplay at you that they're not really sure if you're going to be able to handle. And I really do like that approach. It's a little bit of a wild card, and as long as that teamwork clicks together, then Drexel certainly has their, I would say, hands full, but Dragons, is it claws? I'm not entirely sure, like the different linguistic you should go with that.
I mean, it's certainly going to be a battle of the Titans in this matchup. I mean, seeing the matchup during the round robin stage and Oregon State being able to get that victory, I think that was pretty huge for them. I've seen a lot of Drexel in different leagues. They're a very solid roster, so we'll see if they're once again able to perform. Oregon State got the win last time. The Dragons, they're going to be trying to swoop in and take this grand finals chip, but it'll be a close one for sure. It'll be a solid battle. I think it's really going to come down to the offensive game. Who's going to be able to step up in those big moments?
Yeah, especially since there are these kind of awkward moments in, because when you do have a grand final on the line, obviously we talked about the nerves, but it's also the expectations. I think a lot of these teams come in, and I always disliked it when you talk to teams and say, all right, how you feeling? They're like, we're going to try our best. It's like, no. I want to see the confidence. I want to see you actually say, no, this is our series to win, and this is our series to be able to take advantage of all the weaknesses. We're definitely faster than, we're more mechanical, and I feel like both these teams have gotten fairly similarly far in most tournament brackets that they've been able to go into. They've been formidable teams, and even though Oregon State had the edge on one, I really do feel like this is the perfect run back. Not only do you get more space if you're Drexel, obviously, because of a best-of-7 expansion, but I really do feel like now that you've seen the preview, not necessarily you know what to expect, but I think you come in with the adjustment in your game plan that allows you to acclimate to the pressure a little bit better, or at least in their minds, probably hoping that that is indeed the case.
Yeah, I will be excited for the adaptations that we see from Drexel. I am expecting them to come out very explosive. Obviously, Oregon State, they had a little bit of a break between their semifinals match and the grand finals. Drexel, they're going to be a little bit more warm. They're going to be hunting for that revenge victory here in the grand finals, and there's not much of a better time to get that series back than a best-of-7 grand finals. I know they're going to be hungry for it. We'll see if they're going to be able to bring it to the table. It's going to be, I would expect this to be a very long series.
Yeah, I also would expect that to be the case. I mean, obviously, we saw a 3-1 in group stage, just as a reminder for everybody. So that's one thing, being able to see all these games come in, and that's great to be able to see from those players. Issue being is that whether or not you're able to actually replicate that ability and be able to get that dominant of a victory, I don't really know if that's in the cards. Definitely Oregon does not look like they are slouching. I would say, if anything, Drexel started a little bit slow up against the Ducks in the previous semifinal that series on stream. So maybe people can adapt to that and be a little bit different. But the beauty about Collegiate Rocket League, just like the highest level as well, every team matches up with everyone else differently. It's like different chemicals getting thrown in a concoction together. Whether or not you see an explosion or just fizzles out, I don't really know, but all I know is I think we're pretty much guaranteed for an exciting grand finals.
Yeah, I could very well see Drexel starting off this series hot, maybe Oregon State, coming in late, but we will have to see game one underway. Drexel in blue, Oregon State in their orange. We'll see how each of these teams is going to fare, and we'll see who comes out on top. Early strike saved away by Zerf.
And sometimes you're going to have those awkward moments where it seems like everything is going well, and then right off the rips, everything goes out the wayside. Speaking of a demo, not for profile, very well could have been in. So both teams dealing with a little bit of heart-stopping defense needed to be able to keep this one 0-0.
Yeah, the defense is going to have to hold from either side. I mean, we know the potential of both of these offenses. We know what they can bring to the table. A lot of team plays, a lot of potential solo plays from either side. And we'll see if the defense can stand tall, but it's going to be Oregon State on the board. First, Mitch drops it down, and Profile takes it away.
Really do like that from Mitch. He's not trying to play around with it. It's one thing to take a light touch. It's another to know Profile is the type of player you kind of just chuck it near him and say, hey, do your best with this one. And boy, does he. Top shelf, right over top the goalkeeper. And I think everybody on Drexel was waiting for something a bit more finesse from Mitch, but instead it's just a hard as possible pass into the mid.
Yeah, Oregon State, they're one of those teams where their offense, it's kind of just, getting it close to that midfield, getting a quick 50, beating one player at a time, and then trying to open it up for that final shooter. But Profile is a player who's going to be able to take down multiple by himself, as he did on that play. But Drexel are trying to respond. Good clear coming through. Kevin on it. For the far side, Private Boy in a great spot. Gets bumped by Profile. A little bit of some miscommunication there. Does tend to happen, but it's going to be a bit of a feeler here in game one.
And certainly on those little miscommunications, I think those are only natural, especially when there are these moments in Rocket League where you have to focus up so much on an air dribble or that first touch, but sometimes I feel like your brain just does not have the capacity to talk. You just are saying, let me just focus up on this one, and you have miscommunication. Didn't hurt him on that one, but Kevin might certainly provide some pain on double taps like that. Profile to be policing that goal line, and not only that, but might even get another one. That's over top of Zerf.
And that is a beauty from Profile. I mean, you saw the respect on the goal line, being able to shut down the double from Kevin. Knew that shot was going to be on, was ready for it immediately. Turned it down the other side of the field, bangs it from that sidewall, makes it 2-0 OSU.
Right now, kind of a slow start from the rest of Oregon State. Profile already over 400 points 2 minutes in, so clearly doing a lot of work both on offense and defense. More just a stat pattern, seems like, anything else from Oregon State, but they'll laugh it off. It's all doing well for them, and Right now, if you're Drexel, they would like to do well, just as well. And Kevin will be able to finally answer that call. Look at this top shelfer.
Yeah, Kevin opens up the scorebooks for Drexel. Off the corner, low boost, doesn't matter. Pinpoint precision. Profile did get a little bit of car on it, but it wasn't enough to keep it out.
It's one of those things that I expect to see from Kevin, really the high-profile player. Mentioned before, incredibly high-ranked 2v2 player, and that's very much a 2v2 type finish. Just light bounce off the corner or slash kind of the sidewall area, and he's able to just neck one perfectly into that top shelf. It's something that I don't know if Oregon State going to be allowing much more than that. You don't want to just dive in at every shot attempt, but if Kevin has an open shot, you need to be able to be ready to jump up and get in the way.
Kevin's always kind of that player that looks for so many of those chances for Drexel. Now trying to be a facilitator, carries it downfield. Zerf was there, couldn't make contact. It'll fall to Profile in the corner immediately off the ceiling is Baron. Not going to find any sort of contact, but just letting Profile know he's there.
We'll see them back pass it down into Kevin. Can only take an air dribble, 50 for right now, as Baron will extend over the top. Profile will have all the boost, but not necessarily any of the control. Baron circumvents the first one. Zerf looking for a bump on Mitch. He will be able to have some commotion happen right in front of him. Through the smoke cloud comes Kevin. Rebounded back in the middle for Zerf to maybe get in, but no! I took my eyes off of Kevin, and apparently, so did the defense.
Yeah, you can't for any single moment. Kevin sweeps it up, and a team bump there between Profile and Private Boy. Mitch couldn't reach it coming across the front side of the net, and Drexel tied up 2-2 with 2 minutes to go.
Something you really can't pull off in ranked. You only can do it in private matches with comms, being able to chase left and right on the rotation. Kevin just causing havoc, saying, hey, if they're just going to allow me to roam around with all this boost, then I'm going to try to make them pay for it. And at the end, uses every single drop of boost to be able to get that goal. He's now even trying to do it again. That's a lead demo. He's trying to keep the ball up, but there's just nothing remaining coming out of that boost canister to be able to propel it over. Oregon State wiping some sweat off the brow, I'm sure, as they get away with that one.
Yeah, Kevin already seeming to be such a tough force to stop for the Beavers. Of course, still tied up, 90 seconds left to go, still anyone's to take. Private Boy booms it downfield. Kevin on the defensive side, a redirect to the back wall, double cut off by Private Boy. Profile takes it upon himself, trying to speed up, but Kevin just seems to be everywhere. And Oregon State doesn't seem like they can find a consistent way through him.
Kevin set up with a decent start. Flip reset, going to be locked on in. Gets past a second player. Nice little pass in. Profile saw the danger. And that's the cut you need, especially now with Mitch upfield trying to join him on an attack. Kevin trying to do everything he can to prevent that one. Not only the catch, but the carry as well. Look for a bump on Mitch. Kevin nearly just kind of completely opening up the Beaver defense by himself, but not always something that you expect. And so we know lightning quick transitions from either team could be the difference here as we're entering our final minute, and there's another one from Private Boy turned to the side.
Lightning fast ceiling pinch pass attempt from Profile. Private Boy was ready for it. Now Baron strikes again for Drexel, and they have stormed their way all the way back up into this match.
Yeah, he got all of this one. Poor Mitch. That's not even a bad touch. Zero boost. Baron is coming from the sideline. He has to wrap around it to get it middle, and boy, does he. Poor Oregon State not able to adjust in time, and now they got some thinking to do. How do they want to approach this one, especially off kickoff? Apparently not as well as Zerf, because he's immediately off the ceiling. He tries to catch Profile sleeping, but from a distance, it's going to be hard to get it past that man.
Less than 30 seconds to go. Oregon State need one now. They need two. Kevin's got a hat trick here in game number one.
I love plays like this. They're so cheeky. Fakes high, goes underneath the first player, and realizes, Mitch, if you're not on the goal line, if I roll that across, you have to play the gambit. Are you going to be able to side flip or diagonal flip in time to save that one off the post, or are you going to be your own worst enemy? Not the own goal, anything but the own goal. Unfortunately, that's really going to have to be the thing that Oregon State is dealing with mentally right now. I don't know if they're going to get a charity one. It seems like Drexel not willing to even let them pass the midfield.
No, they're just going to kind of keep the foot on the gas here, I think, for these final 10 seconds. But a 4-0 run here in game number one for the Dragons of Drexel. It was an incredible turnaround. Oregon State were leading comfortably, maybe one for the road. Mitch will shut it down. This one being kept alive, but game one will go the way of Drexel. They got to be feeling very good about it.
And the one thing I think we definitely need to highlight is Kevin is going to be flicking all the way down at 0 seconds. You have your big-time players, and they're showing up big. Profile with 2 goals on 3 shots. Kevin getting 4 to the good for the Dragons.
I mean, we knew he was going to be that player to watch, Taco, but man, is he letting all of the crowd know it. 4 goals just to start. That's just game one, folks.
It's the danger of a lot of players. Obviously, it's a 3v3 arena. You need a team to be able to succeed in these types of lobbies, but it's always helpful when a player is just kind of someone you can just chuck the ball near, make a play, and they always do deliver. Oregon State doing well in the beginning, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, unanswered goals after a while. Once Drexel found a little bit of a window that they could dive through, they did not hesitate.
I mean, yeah, Profile got too early, but then once Drexel kind of took control of the midfield, started to move a little bit quicker, Oregon State may have gotten a little bit too comfortable, couldn't really keep up with it, and the Dragons came storming in, and they take game 1, 5-2. Now going to move on to game number 2, trying to get closer and closer to that grand finals victory.
And that's something that is definitely a tone setter for sure. As we mentioned, Oregon State being able to get the first win in group stage, but that means nothing because that is just what got us to here for the seedings. We are all the way in the grand finals, and Drexel is saying, hey, okay, you guys had the leg up, but how do you want to counter this one? Maybe with a goal in the first seconds of game 2, but Zerf, other options of this one, no Profile double tap in his future. Maybe off deflection though, look at that, right into his path.
I mean, you know what? Sometimes just being right place, right time, and Profile is one of those elite players that's going to be able to read this play off the 50 with Private Boy. No boost, doesn't matter. Slots it bottom right. And I will say, Taco, when these two teams did face in group stage, or in league play in that round robin set, it was a 3-1, and that first game did go the way of Drexel, and then it was 3 in a row for OSU.
Something to consider for sure for all the Drexel fans. Some apprehensive support toward their side, or excitement. Obviously, you do not want to count your chickens before they hatch, but at the very least, definitely getting a goal like that. Wanted to rewind to Profile. You mentioned just has like a nose for goal, but I love positioning like that, trusting in your teammates to get a 50. He had 0 boost in the corner. It's so easy to just flip on out, get your boost, but instead he lingers in that attacking third, knowing it might just deflect out to him. And that's exactly what makes him such a good striker.
Evan looking to show off his striking ability. Wall pinch back to it. Backward Zerf is there. Shut down by Private Boy. Drexel trying to get a little bit creative back on the offensive end. Another shot is wide. Profile trying to keep it safely in the corner. Running low on boost. Kevin is just trying to play bully ball. Looking around for a bump. So will eventually be cleared out of the half for OSU. Trying to pick up a second goal. Maybe even more, as that 2-goal lead wasn't enough to lead them to a victory in game 1.
Zerf had to reach over their back shoulder to be able to get that first deflection over to the top. Oregon State had a decent number of looks, but that's really all they were, just observational plays going forward, not really able to get that final touch that matters past Drexel. Meanwhile, Drexel, they're trying to go backwards at times, get the back pass off the backboard. Kevin, he's got a reset locked in. It's still too high, going the fancy way to equalize this game.
I mean, if you need to break through some way, why not, get that extra step, be a little bit creative, try and work your way past the defense, get that highlight reel play. And saw some physicality attempt there. Mitch is beat ball from Zerf, shut down by Profile. Oregon State holding on just in time, but Drexel not backing down on offense.
Admirable restraint, I will say, from Drexel. A couple times now I've seen them be able to dive on in, and they have the opportunity to send everybody. Instead, they fake challenge, understand Oregon State is low on boost, low on momentum, more importantly, so they can't get the clears, and that's why this ball has stayed on this half for the past 45 seconds. It feels like Zerf off the corner, and at that time, a bit of a mistimed play as Barron went all the way back.
Kevin lurking upfield. He just sat in place, was waiting for the pass from Barron. A little bit off profile, picks up a save, looking for the clear as well. Back in the orange we go. Private Boy, good first touch, needs a dunk here. Kevin takes flight, has some boost, has some space, gets the reset over one. Profile shuts it down on the goal line.
Ooh, and Zerf, well timed to be able to get to this one. His Profile seemingly handled everything, but he learns too late that you need to play that angle quicker. Going from the outside, Zerf could not ask for a better angle.
Not to mention, Private Boy did have boost in that situation, might have been able to reach that save, but that shot was just so unpredictable. A rip from that sidewall is always going to catch a defender off guard. Now Kevin, big dunk, no boost, can't reach it before Profile, but still just trying to bear down on the defense of Oregon State. Profile, no boost, mind game, plays it through the corner, has a man mid, has two. Private Boy is there, but it's going to be boomed away by Kevin. Mid trying to cut it off, drops it right back down into Kevin's lap. Will eventually be played out into the corner, but the pace really starting to pick up now.
Especially now that Private Boy has an uncontested air dribble. Kevin trying to get up for it. Private Boy actually goes for his head. He's not able to decapitate the other guy with that demo or bump, but either way, Like to see the experimentation come in from Oregon State. They're going for all these kind of infield plays, but sometimes better than to go it around, you just go through the opposition. Pretty clean game overall. Not a lot of demos to really speak of from either side.
I feel like that has been a change a little bit from Drexel as that attempt shut down by Private Boy. Have seen a lot of up and demo plays in the past from the Dragons, but haven't really seemed to wreak as much havoc here in game number 2. Playing a little bit more contained again, just kind of poking and prodding at the Oregon State defense, trying to force that little mistake that they're able to pounce on. Baron, a flick past one, Private Boy turns it off the sidewall, has another 50. Mitch did go in support. It will end up being boomed forward by Zerf out of the hands of any teammates. Mitch misses again. Profile being hunted down by Kevin, but will drain his boost tank out. So it's Private Boy on another uncontested air dribble.
And now trying to get a bump again, Zerf. He's oily though. He's a limey one as he's trying to get around all of these reads and get the pass middle to Kevin. That is still asking for quite a lot, so Baron will try to rescue to no such avail. Profile, a quick flick. Again, it's going to be wide open for Oregon State player. Mitch can't make it count as the reset really was begging for more power, was not able to wrap around it.
Kevin gets a reset of his own. Profile spots the opening, clears it away for a moment. Baron lifts it high. Mitch low on boost. That's the only touch he can get. Zerf speeding up through the corner. Final 10 here in regulation. Zerf off the sitting Profile. Another clear. Oregon State low on boost, low on chances. Baron knows that he's looking forward. Mitch waiting patiently, just trying to kill this one and get us to OT. That he will. Game 2 overtime.
Something that I would expect to see eventually, the tightening of everything. Drexel really running away with things in game number 1, but this is a lot more even keel. Both teams had really solid looks, and now it's just down to whoever gets the last solid look, it seems like, as both teams also trying to maybe tighten things up just with their build-up as well. You saw Drexel have the open clear, but instead try to possess it as much as possible, not just throw the ball downfield.
They're really trying to keep hold of this possession a bit more. Zerf, no boost. It will just fall to Kevin. One touch forward. Now Baron next in line. Fires off the back wall. Poked away immediately by Oregon State. Private Boy gets one. No one on the ball for a quick moment there. It will be Mitch sending it to the backboard. But we're seeing Drexel have such clean transitions on defense. Maybe a look here for Kevin. Will be collected by Profile. But the possession gone for a moment. Mitch just getting back in time.
I don't know how you'd be able to engineer that, but I suppose keeping some boost in the tank and be able to always just be within arm's reach of a read always does help out. Zerf, speaking of, will be able to get that first read, not necessarily the follow through. He will be actually able to catch back up to it, so maybe something Oregon State have to dig their way out of, but seems like Kevin on the fake challenge. He's waiting for Profile to touch it. Maybe Baron was as well. Another dunk to the back post. Private Boy able to handle that one with time.
Sends it away, Zerf. Looking on the far side for Kevin, ripped forward into the corner. Boomed back upfield by Baron. Kevin there, looking for the redirect, and so was Zerf. Neither player able to connect with that skim, and it will be taken away by the Beavers. Trying to get back on offense. Haven't seen a lot of their offense here in OT. Profile. That's a great demo, but no one was close to second.
Yeah, it's tough to be able to fully estimate out where the ball is going to go, especially with all these 50s. You sometimes have to kind of just play back and hope that your teammate can win the angle they're going for. Half the time, it's really just going to be, hey, I'm going to go for the challenge. You wait for the next one. So I don't really blame him for being right next to it, but have to be able to activate a little of that killer instinct. Otherwise, you're just going to be kind of sitting at midfield waiting for the perfect bounce that never will come. Profile instead trying to deliver a perfect pass on a platter for Private Boy. He's not able to get back to it before Drexel shuts that one down. They need to shut down Kevin off the backboard. Zerf is going to be able to hop on this one. And Drexel taking game number 2.
The defense finally comes crumbling down. A miss from Profile, and then the pop into the back wall. Zerf punishing up top, and Drexel now up by 2 games. Just a couple mistakes on defense. That's all it takes.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is that from Drexel, you could argue that, yes, this is an offense that forced a mistake, but really, I think it's just solid follow-ups. You can make any offensive forward play actually into a goal if you're able to just get on top of the read quickly. There's a lot of teams even that will just dive in on a play, even if it's a low percentage shot, just because they know they have a decent number of opportunities to be able to get on the ball. And if they just play their 50s right, or at the very least force the defense to freak out, use that boost, jump early, eventually some are going to go in. And I don't blame a couple for going in that 2 go in across a massive amount of shots from Drexel. 13 on the board for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon State, they had 10 saves as a team, but it just was not enough to shut down the offense of Drexel. I mean, if you're able to have that amount of pressure, you keep putting shots on, have those quick follow-ups, eventually something's going to break, and that it did. Now, Oregon State going into Game 3 down by 2, and they need to try and keep it from a 3-0 and having to reverse sweep.
Yeah, when you have to reverse sweep, I think it's one thing in a best of 5 because you're saying, you know, you can win 3 straight games, but it's really difficult, particularly because the other team, I mean, they're already feeling it. They're already hyped up. They're just nearly jumping out of their chairs, but it's playing at a standing position if you're getting a little too hyped. So I don't really know if that's really what you want to bank on, especially when it's so close. In my opinion, it's much more frustrating to lose a series like this and start to shed games when they're within a singular goal. It really just comes down to just one moment where things don't go your way. So we know how capable this Oregon State team is, but for right now, they have yet to prove it in this grand final, and that in itself has to be frustrating.
I mean, I did see at the end of that game, I mean, the Oregon State players from me about 10 feet away did see some very frustrated looks after that overtime goal, and it's, you know, it's bound to happen. It's bound to be frustrating dropping these close games, but you got to use that as motivation. You got to learn from your mistakes and keep things going. This series is far from over.
Private, I like that touch. Problem is he's not going to get a second one on target. A little bit over the top for Mitch to be able to, again, send into the blender. We're needing a third. Profile a little bit late to it. He's going for the double. Kevin plays his straight line flawlessly. Gets the 50 to set up Zerf to then go low. Back post. Mitch got to handle this one. He just gets there in time. And a fake means a potential counter.
Profile taking lead blocker, and he's not going to miss. Private Boy ice in his veins on the goal line, lets one go by, and then it's a 3v1 on Zerf, and he just had nowhere to go.
Like this one from Private Boy. A lot of players get that first fake and then immediately flip into it. Let's get it out of the half and thinking about the short term. Just get this clear, get this back into midfield. But instead he realizes, hey, with 2 players out of this one, hey, so can someone chase in front? Profile immediately knew his role and takes him out so cleanly. I don't really blame Drexel. One of the harder positions to stop when you have 2 players bearing down on your goal.
Mitch forced to make another quick save here. Lifted up by Barron. Kevin already up to it. Trying to, again, just catch out Oregon State. They need to be poised for every single potential shot while they're on defense. This one ripped all the way across the field by Barron. A miss from Kevin. Mitch has a dribble. Flicks early. It's on target, but Barron can't keep it out. Oregon State extend the lead to 2.
And this looks like a flat-out mistake, but I know that he knew Profile was right behind him in the blind spot. He's trying to get back to it, but not able to really get the angle he wants. He needs to get as high as possible, and sometimes when you do that, you forget you still have to deal with going left and right a little bit different on the depth of the field on the read. He's not able to calculate that one out. And this is where Oregon State might just come alive, especially if they keep rampaging down the side of the field. That one got me scared. Profile was right on top of that deflection.
I think the biggest thing now for the Beavers, they can't slow down here, Taco. I mean, you're up 2-0. I don't think that's going to be a big enough of a gap to hold on against Drexel for too long. You got to keep pressuring, try and score a third, a fourth. Just keep on pushing the envelope on the offensive side because the Dragons aren't going to back down.
A particularly very popular calm in high-level Rocket League is calm down, you know, everyone reset, basically just play it like it's 0-0 because we watched game 1 where Oregon State launched out to a big lead and then suddenly you just saw evaporate. Just Drexel started to activate on offense, everything going their way, but I can't really say the same here on Utopia. This one looking like everything's handled, but instead Profile just simply faster.
Yeah, a little bit awkward coming out of net, but it was an all-in overcommit for Drexel. Zerf, only player who had a chance, but no boost. Could not reach a Profile, just a roller from midfield. Oregon State extend to 3-0 as we're approaching the halfway point in game 3. They're looking confident.
And this is where things are really nice to be able to watch for Oregon State. You're down by 2, you need the recovery game, and not only is this a regain, but this is one-sided as all people could expect out of this team. They're shooting 75% right now from the field, the Beavers, and right now Drexel is trying to get something on the board. Even with a demo, Private Boy still able to get something on it, but not enough, and there's their first way to be able to try and plant a flag here.
And we'll see if that opens up the floodgates. I mean, demo in net from Kevin. Private Boy tried his very best to get something behind that, but with only a little bit of boost in the tank, not much you can do from that sort of angle, so Will fall in for Drexel. They get 1. We'll see if they can get 2 more.
Profile with a reset. Going to be met by Barron. Should be wide open for Mitch to try to pound, but maybe overthinks that one. Got over the read, so Now his teammates will take over from here. Look at that clean handoff. His Profile trying to drift one into the middle. Kevin relatively quiet, but I could say that really about all of Drexel outside of that Baron goal. Haven't really seen much going forward. Honestly, half the times when they do get forward, they just don't have the profile type finishing to be able to get all the way through, or at the very least, Oregon State's defense playing a lot better to shut down these chances before they can really develop.
They are indeed. I mean, it's been incredible kind of to see the respect between Profile and Kevin. I think probably the two most mechanical players on the pitch on opposite sides, and whenever one is on offense, whenever one is on defense, you can see them expecting those highlight reel kind of plays, trying to read the doubles, trying to read the flip resets, playing that net safely, and it has provided a good bit of chances for really either side. Another demo in net. Profile keeps it out for a moment. Kevin, middle over to Zerf, pops it right back up to him. The give and go downfield, pass just a little bit off target.
Zerf able to take that one, but then Private Boy picks his pocket right in the corner as another one will be sent all the way downfield, or at least attempted to by Mitch. Baron, last second adjustment on the wall, will be able to send that one back into the mixer, but only going to get so many more looks is Drexel. We're entering our final 60 seconds of this last game, looking for match point, but Drexel really trying to search extra hard for being able to just get some goals, to be able to make that one a reality. Seems like Oregon State has had enough of this Drexel dominance and said we want to sample some of our own.
And it's going to be a big win here if they're able to hold on to it for the next 30. Never say never. You never know. Might see a couple late goals come in. Profile looking for a fourth. Got the flick. Got the finish. I think that's going to be the nail in the coffin for Game 3.
I think Profile's offended you even brought that possibility up right there. He says, no, of course not. I'm just going to solo play this one, get on the catch, be able to get that open net finish, and it is just so clean from the Oregon State frontman.
I did just meet his gaze, and he just gave me this big old grin as he put that one away. So I think he's going to be feeling very happy with himself, very happy with this win in Game 3. Just getting one on the tally, showing an answer here to Drexel, showing that they're not going to be pushed around, and now Profile just going for more.
I mean, he's getting an insane number of goals for his squad, and sometimes you might just say, well, I mean, how important is that? It's already was 3-4-1, and now at 5-1. I mean, yeah, it's a good goal, but everything is already done. I really like approaches like this. When you have an advantage, I want teams to press it. I want them to just completely demoralize the other side. It's really the best way, I think, to be able to kind of mentally reset everything. Maybe not the best when you give Kevin an open look, but even then, it's just not on his side. Neither with Zerf as this one trickles to the sidewall, but we knew the result for quite some time here. We don't need to see what happens in the final seconds because the opening minutes of this game were all Oregon State.
Yeah, they really did just kind of really flip that switch going into this game. Profile gets a hat trick with that final goal, but it was a great turnaround for the Beavers. Drexel had been looking good in those first two games, finally able to see the offense come alive from Oregon State a little bit more, seeing that defense finally able to hold off Drexel just a little bit. Only got one goal out of them that game. I'm expecting Drexel to try and make adjustments going into game number 4, but it's looking to be an even more competitive series now.
And as you're looking at these replays, just notice how often a lot of these plays are not just leading through demos into open nets, but also how many of these games coming through just bumps and forced errors and kind of just awkwardness. When you start to enforce your role within the offense and really just have this presence, this kind of like specter of the physical play, you can see Drexel start to freak out and they rush a lot of touches they might not need to. And eventually you start looking around the field and realize, okay, well, you push up so aggressively because you're desperate to get out of your half that suddenly you're just giving away free goals. And of course, Oregon State's going to feast on those.
Yeah, they are indeed. I mean, that they did in this game. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep up that pressure, keep up that momentum, or if Drexel are going to be able to answer back, immediately send themselves to match point, or we're going to have another tied up series. Oregon State already being pushed back into their half to open things up. It does seem like Drexel are coming out of the gate very quick here in game 4.
Private going to get slapped down for right now, but that's fine because Kevin will be able to follow through up until Mitch circumvents that first read. Profile causing havoc in the corner, just trying to interfere with Zerf and Baron, who I'll say do limited success. Everyone kind of resets as Zerf finds Baron. Now another pass down. He's going to do the fake dish. Kevin calls him off, and that's a nice opener.
And that is some of the great things about this type of communication. Baron lifts it up, Zerf, no boost off the back wall. You can see Profile was sitting there waiting for it, and Kevin swoops in, takes it for himself. Oregon State trail by 1, and Drexel, a great answer after last game.
It's one of my favorite ways to be able to make a play happen in comms. When it doesn't seem like you really have an angle, just go for the ball and then immediately tell your teammate, hey, I'm just going to leave this for you. Just follow through and trust. And you can see the effect on the defense. Everyone just kind of standing still in Oregon State. They were not ready for this one. I can say the same about Barron. He took the scenic route up to offense. Even with that, tries to perfectly place it. Maybe a bit too pixel perfect. Hitting the post where it meets the crossbar. And Oregon State going to get away with yet another one.
Trying to get the offense going, but no boost to speak of. Barron takes flight, ends up faking out Private Boy by going low profile in a 1v2, somehow 50s both Kevin and Barron. Flick up top, Zerf puts it away. No, Private Boy gets a piece. Drexel not letting this possession go, trying to power their way through the Oregon State defense, but Beavers holding for now. Profile far side, Zerf already there lurking, sends it middle. Barron goes up, puts it down. Mitch, another save. Oregon State defending the goal line well, but they're having to do it a lot.
The Beavers trying to build a dam in front of their goal, trying to make sure it's only just a singular goal that's going to be able to escape through. But right now, the issue is what we just witnessed. They get forward, and really all the boost is used just to be able to get those initial aerials. So if they do get this 100, kind of like this one from Mitch, they got to be careful with it. He almost gave up the ball for that boost and nearly opened up into an immediate shot. But right now, I think Drexel understands their advantage and they're pressing it, but they're not overcommitting. I think that's the lesson they learned last map on Utopia.
Yeah, they're playing very, very controlled again, seeing the passing plays work, but now Profile doesn't need a pass. He'll just do it himself on the counter.
See, I would say that they're playing controlled and it seems like they're not taking these risks, but unfortunately Zerf on the back post is getting a little too eager, grabbing some pads, staying upfield, and that's exactly why recovery is so important. He was able to turn that back on that ball cam and realize that went from an Oregon State kind of fumble in the corner to now suddenly a sidewall read directly into the open net. Maybe an immediate answer back, but Barron will only meet the bar.
Barron, that's 2 shots in a row from him that have had some great promise, but the crossbar being that 4th defender for Oregon State, being able to keep him out so far. It was a good attempt. Kevin was looking for the bump on that last play. Now Profile meets him on the ceiling for a big dunk back into the blue side. Barron still boost to work with, trying to work his way out with an air dribble challenge well by Private Boy, trying to suppress Drexel into that corner. Profile trying to speed things up, maybe look for some physicality. Mitch beat here, but it falls to Private Boy. Oregon State now trying to grapple for midfield control.
Profile read that pass so well, and not only that, but he's going to try and read Kevin. Kevin trying to get away from it by tapping in the middle. Kind of a dangerous gambit he's playing with, but I suppose it does work. Looks like everybody on Drexel somewhat resetting over Barron using all his boost to beat out Mitch, and that's not going to work. Into the ceiling, Kevin and Profile would say it's a foot race, but Profile going to trust his teammates to get the clear and the pass, but not the finish.
Good demo on Profile, opened up a lot of space, but problem is now he's back. Immediately trying to get on offense. Kevin lobs it up. Barron and Zerf both there. Zerf back wall, no double follow from Kevin, taken away by Profile. Counter attack. Mitch plays the low 50. Private Boy back to him, but Mitch has got none. He'll just roll it forward into the back wall. Do you think we need to see Oregon State try and control the ball, keep it a little bit closer? Because Drexel, they're going to be able to steal possession away whenever they want.
Yeah, I don't really mind that one from Mitch. If you're going to give it away, you have to be able to have a trade, kind of like in chess when you trade a piece for another. He gave the ball away, but he got that boost. It did elongate the attack, but it didn't last. This one from Drexel also will not. Promising shot, but again, they're just trying to place it so well that sometimes you just got to put it between the sticks, force a save. You don't want to put it too close to the side wall because, or rather the side netting, because otherwise you might just miss it entirely and defense can kind of just play off the rebound.
30 seconds left to go here in regulation. Overtime looming. Private Boy trying to get it done here. Shot top left, shut down by Barron. Profile flip reset, looking to get back to it. Plays the 50 with Zerf. Far side Zerf right back up to it. Pinch off the sidewall. Falling to Private Boy. He's trying to stay and forward. I think we saw the same thing there, Taco. A little bit of delay. Good 50 from Profile on the net. Barron stands tall for Drexel.
My goodness, I know we're getting near Halloween. That was spooky right on that near post. You're thinking Drexel has it all covered a couple different times, and it just kept on elongating the play. Oregon State, they just kept looking at different options for themselves. Kevin, he's trying to create only one, going over one and past or through the second. Oregon State will be able to hold, so no quick resolution to this overtime. We're going to have to buckle on in.
Yeah, this one could be a long one. Drexel in a favorable position here. Kevin trying to work his way through. Zerf there in support. Still more physicality looks. Dangerous touch from Baron. Mitch has it. No boost. Flick on target. Shut down by Kevin. Another big save. Private Boy, no boost. The offense struggling a little bit to contain it. Profile back wall. Double not on target. Mitch looking for some sort of angle. Lobs it up, but Private Boy well back. Sends it to the ceiling. Might have another look. He's up to it. He puts it bottom right. Private Boy finds the finisher for OSU.
And now it's the dominoes falling. Double commit coming in from Zerf and then from Kevin. Leaves Baron all by his lonesome. Balls into the ceiling. It's a difficult read, but somebody's got to make it. Turns out it's going to be Private Boy. He's putting it away. Another win here for Oregon State, and more importantly for them, something that resets the series back to neutral.
Absolutely. It was a tough first 2 games, but some clutch work gets it back 2-2. It's the best of 3 from here on out. And again, Private Boy, a great overtime finish to help tie it back up for Oregon State. I mean, he had a great series against UNM, and it seems like that play is keeping up here in the grand finals.
Much like our series score, probably the most balanced, almost even across shots and saves for both sides. And also mostly going to be solo plays. Of the 3 goals, 2 of them mostly just unassisted, just going through the midfield, getting good reads, being able to take your shots well. And I think that's the one thing from both teams that I'm a little bit more anxious about. I'm still seeing a lot of counterattack goals, a little bit open nets you're just not really ready for. And I think that's the delicate balance you have to strike with Rocket League. It's so easy to be able to just rotate aggressively, steal boost to keep it going. But all it takes is just one player saying, do I have this read? I guess I don't, to immediately just deflect into the worst possible position. It's a tough way to fall for Drexel, but they can't be thinking, here we go again. They always knew this is going to be a close series. I think everybody who watched these players earlier and we saw this matchup come to fruition, we knew it was going to be like this. Now we're going to have to see who breaks this tie and gets the advantage, goes on to match point.
Yeah, when I did talk to Profile before the series started, I asked him what he thought about this matchup. I asked him where he thought it was going to go. He did say it was going to go all the way to Game 7. Didn't tell me the result of the fact, but he said it was going to go the distance, and, you know, we're on pace for it right now.
I think for everybody in the chat, they would love that, but for the supporters, probably want a briefer game than that, preferably also in their team's favor, but who really knows how this one's going to go, because honestly, it has been all over the place, and I mean that in the best possible way. It has been unpredictable. It has been a little zany at times, and certainly very mechanical as well. Nice catch by Kevin, scoring that one over to Baron.
Profile looking to reclaim control for Oregon State. Gets it past Kevin. Flip reset still on it. Did he get the double? Didn't quite look like it. Mitch dives in. Zerf take the mid boost. Has possession here. Is anyone up to meet him early? Profile trying to reach it off the back wall. Will find the clear and the demo. Shut down again. Baron reclaiming control for Drexel. They're trying to get first blood early again here, but Oregon State holding them off.
Nice little backflip into Zerf, and he understood his advantage. I love it. Looking for the demo instead. No hesitation, and that's the killer instinct they need.
And that is beautiful. Kevin, that backflip touch over Private Boy. Zerf immediately left the ball, saw Profile on net, and took him out. Just about a minute gone. Drexel score first. Now looking to keep up that pressure. They're not going to be happy about dropping 2 games in a row. They're going to want match point right here, right now.
It's something that can be so devastating to be able to give up that open net, more or less, when you do get that air dribble stopped, and then it comes into the middle and only see 2v1 Baron down on you. So something that Oregon State will not be super upset about. The one thing I really have to applaud both these two teams for is their ability to show resilience in the long term. They've taken a lot of lumps from the other squad and always been able to find a way to bounce on back. I have to think the scenario remains unchanged.
Yeah, Kevin looking for a double, no angle, but a big clear from Profile. Just trying to test Drexel there, see if they'll overextend again. Baron back to it now. Just chaos in front of net here, Taco, and it just falls through for Drexel.
Okay, we didn't say they'd all be pretty, but at the end of the day, if you put a body near the ball, it's going to force some awkward touches. Baron actually getting the credit for that one. He's getting the one singular pixel on that read.
There were 4 players up, and somehow Baron just found the lightest of touches to get that second goal for Drexel, but a second goal. It is up 2-0 here inside the first 2 minutes. Oregon State, they look good in the last 2 games, but Drexel looking to get back on top. Zerf redirect just off the mark, was aiming for that upper 90. Mid soft touch, Kevin on it again, seeing the midfield turns from Drexel, looking to be so lethal. A little bit of miscommunication there between Kevin and Zerf. Save is made by Private Boy, but Baron turns again. Profile rips it away, but Kevin back with full boost, booms it upfield.
Ooh, speaking of, look at the read off the ceiling, double tap, and that's the danger. He saw that fake challenge coming from his teammate, and he knew he had all the space to be able to make this one work.
Yeah, Mitch tried to read it, even saw Private Boy start to push up, didn't have faith, but Kevin full faith in himself to make that read work. 3 goals to nothing here in game number 5. Drexel, they have caught fire again, and they're right back in it.
And this is where Profile and company really need to be able to look at themselves and say, okay, it's fine if we lose some games. We always knew, as you said, that this might go to game 7. The difficulty is when these games start to really get out of hand. That's where things really start to make you a little bit worried, wondering, are you getting figured out a bit, or more or less, are you going to be able to actually figure out what to do here in the rest of this match? Because right now it seems like they're getting pushed back, they're getting the initial taps away, but they're not getting the ultimate clears and saves off a lot of these attacks. You can see Drexel almost waiting for a lot of these clears, and it's working really well for them right now.
I mean, I think that is just showing the mid-series growth from Drexel. They just seem to get a better and better read of Oregon State, being able to understand that strategy, being able to take away so many of these chances, so many chances to just even escape from their own side. Baron fires, weak shot sent away by Mitch. Profile, one touch, gets a second, but it's blocked by Zerf again. Just having that full confidence in that read. Mitch rips the possession away for a moment, leaves it for Profile, soft touch, trying to keep this ball close, turns middle, Baron, another early challenge. Now Kevin gets in the way a little bit, looking for a psycho touch out, into the ceiling goes Private Boy, blocks it, trying to keep Oregon State on the offensive end.
I always like those changes of pace where everyone's kind of just going, okay, I'm going to get a slight lob, gonna get a slight air dribble, and oh my god, I panicked, oh my god, I got to cycle this, oh god, everyone panics, and then it's fine, and then everything resets, where there's just those slight moments where it reminds you, yes, it might look a little casual at times for both these teams trying to go through, but you're always just one little mistouch away from a disaster, but I feel like it's gonna take 3 disasters at this point for Oregon State to be able to get past. Drexel has shown up, only having to make 1 save here. I think that's the biggest symbol of a great defense. You don't have to make really any saves, because really your offense is just, in midfield play is really just that solid.
Yeah, a lot of the times, you know, that save category just really showcases the goal line saves. But when you're able to make saves upfield, stopping those initial passing plays, shutting down shots before they even happen, that is sometimes the, you know, the mark of a great defense. And Drexel are doing it right here, right now. And coming up on that final 30 seconds of regulation, Oregon State have not been able to find anything. Private Boy has a look and shut down by Kevin again. Just that early block after early block.
That's a 2's influence coming in from Kevin. Really hard to get off the ball. Profile, very hard to get on the ball. When he does, he's going to get an assist. Private Boy giving some light at the end of the tunnel, but this next kickoff is really going to depend on a lot of factors going their way.
Just a slight misread from Zerf off the backboard. Didn't expect that touch to be so heavy, and it allowed Private Boy to put a shot down low. He threaded the needle to get 1 for Oregon State. Mitch ripping this one downfield, looking for some late game heroics. Doesn't look like there's going to be any here in game number 5. Baron taking that lead demo duty again. 50 comes through from Baron, staying on it. Time will tick down, and that'll mark the end of this game. We go into game 6. Drexel now on match point.
And this is the thing where the Drexel, they can taste it. You're so close. And honestly, the hardest thing, at least in my experience of playing in Collegiate or playing in different tournaments, is when you're right on the cusp against a team like this, and even if when you get a decent victory, that in itself can be a little nerve-wracking. Sometimes you think you'd be encouraged by it and you get hyped up, but other times you just realize, okay, the last thing I want to do is trip on the finish line, right? The last thing that happens, and they have to avoid that as much as possible. I think if they bring this game plan again, it's going to be hard to counter. They looked so lethal every time they move forward.
And you know what? Some people in Rocket League Taco say that the hardest thing, the hardest mechanic, is an open net. And sometimes it's just that thing. The easy things to do on paper are sometimes the hardest. You're facing down that win, you're facing down that look, and sometimes you just choke. And now Drexel, they're going to be looking to finish this one out in 6. Don't want to let it go to 7. Don't want to let Oregon State have that extra life. They want to get this one done now.
And I don't really blame them for that one. Oregon State being able to extend it one more time, I think obviously is the goal and something that they know they're capable of. But time and time again, they just realize that sometimes you can't just rely on Profile to get these counterattacks. But once that has been taken out of the equation, I think they're in this weird situation where, okay, we need to get back to really the earlier games of the series where they're looking for a lot of combination passes. They're looking for a lot of mix-ups and variety. And I think at the end of the day, it has to start in the back. If you can police the offense that's coming in from Drexel, be able to shut them down and at least give yourselves a little bit of time to breathe, then maybe you can use that oxygen in your lungs, be able to think up a nice plan because you're certainly going to need it. Dragons, again, on match point, you know that they do not want to let this one go easily.
Yeah, they're going to try and stay hot, stay explosive. We saw a really electric start in that last game. I think they're going to be looking to repeat that very same thing, but Oregon State something to say about a Profile downfield. 50 in the corner, Private Boy in a miss spot. Mitch all by his lonesome will slow it down. A great touch there, getting it around Zerf. Now staying on it, gets around Baron as well, but Kevin flies in. Drexel doing everything they can to keep this ball in the offensive end.
Putting a ceiling pinch to be able to propel that one forward. Thing is, it's only going to reach as far as Mitch, and now Profile going to get demoed. Now from the scrap heap, he's going to have to watch Private Boy try to hold things up as Mitch will tap it right back to his other teammate. Nice little possession play. I do like this. Problem is, if you keep it around the midfield for too long, it doesn't really do anything for your offense. All Drexel waiting back and finally gets there clear.
Profile carrying it to the far side for OSU, trying to keep hold of this possession. Met midfield by Kevin. What a read. Mitch will boom this one forward. Zerf ready for it, sends it over to Baron in the midfield. Kevin already looking for demos up. Baron has it, plays the 50 off the reset, saved by Private Boy. Baron misses that mid boost. Zerf has him in support. The shot shut down off the backboard. Seeing Drexel once again starting a lot with an early and awake offense. Shot from Zerf kept alive. Follow up is good. No, Mitch backflips, keeps it out.
Oh, that's a rough one. You're not going to get those often. And you even mentioned it earlier on, Dronis, that open net sometimes. You're coming in, you want to put all the power there, but you realize, what if I miss? Let's just make sure it's on target. And then the moment it leaves your car, you realize, I really should have done better with that one. No harm, no foul, at least for right now. Might not get them the lead, but it is still anyone's game within this one. And the way things are going, still feel like Drexel leaning in favor of being able to take the lead. But that's up until Profile decides to set up a nice pass. That one, best opportunity so far.
Yeah, I do agree with you. It does feel like Drexel are still in the driver's seat in this one, but Oregon State having a couple more chances now. You did mention that want to see a little bit more of a unit play, seeing some more of those passing plays, looking to work together, and right now haven't seen a lot of it offensively. The defense, I feel like, has been working pretty well in tandem, but you got to have your offense to show out for you as well.
Zerf, should that have that extension over Baron? He can't catch up to this one, but now can Mitch. Awkward read off the corner. He will delay it. Kevin, half challenge, will be able to turn that one upfield off a pinch. Private Boy has this one and then some. How about a 50 on this one? Baron, he's getting bared down on by Oregon State, but I think Mitch's shot actually might have caught the bumper of his own teammate.
It did. Private Boy, he was having trouble recovering there. Didn't have a lot of boost after that air dribble attempt. Ended up just standing in the way. Profile looking for an opening. Double commit on the side of Drexel. That's a great touch from Profile. Mitch wasn't in close. Didn't want to overextend. Good decision in the end, it looks like, as Drexel still battling defensively. Mitch has a chance. Sends it far side pink. He was looking for Private Boy. Got a little bit too much behind. Immediate transition from Drexel is boomed forward by Kevin. Just seeing, looks like a little bit of ping pong here, Taco, as both teams just kind of booming it downfield to each other.
Well, they're just looking for that quick little ping to the other side, and then it, yes, does get ponged right back. So the issue is with the long ball, it's supposed to reset the defense a little bit. It's supposed to be ideally a read that goes high above everyone else and forces them to either give it away immediately or not be able to handle the pace. But the issue is if everyone's spaced out like this one, it really just comes down to whoever's picking up their boost. And right now, everybody keeps migrating over to the corners, into that side boost, looking for those hundreds. It's really going to be the first team that really wastes it a little bit too early. That one was a goal for the taking, but unfortunately both players on either side, I think, playing each other's touch.
Yeah, Zerf, they tried to play high, tried to play for the 50, and then Mitch just thought he was getting beaten there, but a massive ceiling pinch crossbar down and away. What a start it would have been.
One of those moments where you're thinking, what could he possibly be doing with this setup? And Mitch shows him that's why you need to pay attention to every single movement from these elite players at this level. Private Boy, open shot, but certainly not the angle he was looking for.
Yeah, Kevin looking to get to that sidewall cleanly. He does. Mitch slows him down for a moment. Kevin, flip reset, looking middle as he tried to play it himself. Tried to fake it down low. It is boomed away by Private Boy. Baron out to Zerf, to the backboard, off the left side post, played away again. Oregon State just narrowly holding on Baron. Trying to get on offense again. Mitch reads it. Profile lurking in the far corner. Redirect is sent away by Drexel. Final seconds of regulation. Another overtime looming. Zerf trying to end it here. Misses wide. Mitch misses again. Baron will be forced to let that one go, and we have another overtime.
One goal to extend the series, one to end this entire bracket. Drexel, they're right on the precipice. They do not want to slip now. And Oregon State, you know, this is a squad that has been through so much. We even got the prediction from Profile, de facto captain more or less, saying this would go the distance. I don't know if he's going to be able to live up to this prediction if things keep going this way, especially with passes like this. Zerf, backboard, Profile, more than capable.
Low boost on the side of Oregon State, looking to play this ball as well as they can. Kevin reads the flick, takes it up to the sidewall, now will be forced to leave it. Baron upfield, big double commit there for Oregon State. Profile not able to read that sidewall bounce. It will go back to Private Boy. He shoots, and Baron forced to make the goal line save. Oregon State getting a little bit closer there. Drexel in transition, blocked by Mitch. He's looking for a good 50, played away well by Zerf. Profile forced to take this one all the way back, needs to be wary of that demo that he is, keeping the pace up, looking for a big double out of his own half. He finds it.
Nice little wall dash as well. Problem is it actually takes him too far beyond the ball, is not able to get that touch, but now it's up to Drexel into the ceiling. Zerf maybe looking for some support. Kevin doesn't want to risk it. I can't really blame him for that one. 30 boost is not necessarily the situation that you're going to be commanding the offense from, but at the very least, they can wait and take their time. Oregon State does not like that strategy. Mitch is going to aggress immediately, then whip around the midfield, maybe get a bump. It's up to Private Boy. He's got an open shot, but it's from a distance. Handled well by the Dragons.
Two big saves from Baron here in this OT to keep it going. Profile, sidewall, Kevin trying to reach it, finds a 50. Profile still wins it forward into the corner. Private Boy there, shut down by Zerf. He's bumped, but he's actually bumped into the corner. He gets the steal, lines up for another challenge. Profile fires top left, just too high.
Mitch gonna take a 50 in the middle for Kevin. High lob, so is Baron, straight down to Kevin! What a play by Drexel! Not only to win the game, but the run it back series.
Kevin forward, Baron on it, drops it right back to him. What a give and go for the Dragons. Just almost 2 minutes of overtime, and the Drexel Dragons get it done. They will come home with the gold in the Run It Back Esports Series.
And that looks so beautiful to be able to end that one. And you have to say, it's a bummer to not go the distance. Oregon State put up such a great fight, but that is something you can frame, be able to put right into the digital frames of your esports arena for Drexel. They are your Run It Back Esports Series winners, of course, presented by Xfinity, giving us this high level of entertainment throughout the day and throughout the weekend. These teams really just giving it their all.
I mean, it was extremely exciting to see. I mean, I helped cast this event last year, and it was only 4 teams last year. Now, expanding all the way out to 9, adding a top-level team like Drexel, giving some extra competition, and it was one heck of a battle. Game 6 victory for the Dragons in the grand finals, but it was very, very well fought.
And the one thing I really do like from both these teams is the back and forth nature was authentically very much so just play, counterplay, adjustment, kind of sitting to each other in the comms, trying to feed off of the excitement of the moment, but also the apprehension of what is to come. And I really do love players that really feed off that energy, and it seems like Drexel were able to do so. Again, as you mentioned, Oregon State able to get the win a little bit earlier on in the tournament, but Drexel, when it matters most, they stepped up and really made it count.
Yeah, they did get their revenge for that 1-3 loss. That was going a little bit south, as you know, they got the first 2 games. Oregon State battled back, got the next 2, but you know, when it came down to the wire, game 6 overtime, Drexel step up big time, a huge give and go passing play. That's got to be added to the highlight reel.
Again, as we're looking through all these series highlights, the one thing I want to highlight especially is we mentioned earlier on, Kevin, great player, getting a lot of goals, kind of like this one off the ceiling for the double read. Good way to give that emotional momentum to your squad. But throughout that, you don't win a series because of one player. You win it because of a team. That pass down, Kevin might have gotten the goal, but cannot happen without Baron and Zerf also really carrying their weight, being able to make sure every single facet of this Drexel team is turned to 11.
Yeah, when it comes to looking at this team on paper, obviously Kevin does stand out, being that high-level twos player, having his name out there, having a ton of experience. But Zerf and Baron, I mean, helping out intensely. That final passing play really just shows that he couldn't have done it alone. But it was an incredible day. Rocket League, I mean, 2 semifinals and a grand final. Drexel win it all in that grands. I've been Jonas alongside me, Danger Taco. We're going to cut to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be some Run It Back Valorant.
My name is Gabe, but I go as Frosty or Gabe is Frosty. I currently play for our Valorant team as main IGL.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what it came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em a shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game.
I played high school, so I played Rocket League and League of Legends. And then I switched over to Valorant, I think like a year ago now, and that's my main game since. I feel like we do a really good job at being community-based. Like we have over like 1,000 different members. We want to build this program for the people that enjoy games in general, not just want to play competitively. So our school's biggest esports achievement is actually having a nationally top 8 Call of Duty team over all these like D1 schools like Maryville, like Concord, all these high-end schools. We were still top 8 nationally. For me, during my career, I think my proudest moment, because I've been playing since high school, last year for League of Legends that we had actually won against our rival UNM. That was really nice to be in person with my team and beat a rival that we were really close with, because you could just really feel that energy. It was just a great moment to have.
Takedowns ends up going down Queen, one of the last survivors, and that will be it.
For me, the next big goal is to win something. Like I want to be able to win one of these competitions, be able to bring a trophy back for our organization and show like, hey, we're a threat to deal with. We're not just here to have fun and play the game. Like we're here to compete against you guys. I think that's for me is my biggest goal.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now, it's all up to pride. Cut my breath, struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow.
We're back once again with an interview with Baron after the grand final win. A very exciting, very close overtime finish. Now, my first question, I gotta ask about the mental. In the first couple games, OSU led with a couple goals, and of course you had that 2-2. Would you say the team's mental is decently strong?
I would say it's very strong. At no point in time did we feel like we were losing. I feel like at any point we feel like we can come back, and I think that's the key to our team. We never feel like we're out, and we're always ready to win. So,
Would it kind of say the same when you were at 2-2? You went up 2 games, immediately lost 2 games. Did anything change, or was just kind of the tempo the same?
I looked over to Kevin. I said, "Kevin, pop off game 5," and he dropped 700 points. So that's all I needed to do. So.
You guys definitely absolutely obliterated in that game 5. It was pretty crazy. And then my last question is, a lot of times when you just looked at the team, it seemed like there was a lot of synergy. Like you could almost read each other's minds. Is the synergy there even though you had a little bit of some newer members?
Yeah, I mean, we've been a team together for like a year now. I think over time we've gotten to know each other, gone to many lands together, traveled together, hang out together on the weekends. So at this point now, we kind of know what we want to do. So
once again, congratulations on your victory. You did beat OSU as you wanted to, as you mentioned to me. So I let you get back to your teammates.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Congratulations. All right. Well, we did see the hometown team succeed overall. So congratulations to them. We want to shout out Peacock. You got to face your fears this Halloween. You've got classic thrills, new spooky movies, and the Blumhouse collection, which is on Peacock. Now, that's coming for me. Watch the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Blumhouse's most successful movie. You will not regret it. And as well, with education being expensive, I don't know if you can hear that. I hope not. It's pretty loud. Your entertainment should not have to be, even though your education is expensive. Eligible students can actually get Peacock for just $2 for 12 months. Make sure you visit peacock.tv.com/student for more deals. Now we have the panel just around the break where Mishi, who I interviewed earlier, went with some content creators and some others to talk about content creation, growth, everything. We'll get to that now. We have Valorant right after that, so stay tuned.
He waited for this night. I waited for him. It's not the house that's haunted.
Dalton!
It's your son.
He's done awful things to people.
He's not.
He's going to kill me.
At the siren, all crime, including murder, will be legal.
Technically, he should be dead.
Show your face! Who are you?
Hello everybody, we are back and are going to jump right into the panel portion of the broadcast. With us I have 3 incredible panelists, Chuck, Fariha, and Junebug, and we're going to be talking all about content creation. All of them come from different backgrounds, specialize in different skills, so why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself. We're going to start with Chuck.
Yeah. Hey everybody, Chuck Aoki. I'm a 4-time Paralympian in the sport of wheelchair rugby, so I usually spend my time crashing and charging into people on court, but I'm very, very much less of a pro gamer than what you've been seeing, but I still love gaming. It's how kind of I unwind after a day of smashing. So excited to talk to everybody today.
We'll throw it to you next, Fariha.
Hey everyone, I'm Fariha, and you may have seen me in the cosplay and the gaming and the music and the TTRPG world. I basically have a closet of hobby skeletons. But the thing that's the through line through it all is just good stories and learning and laughing and, yeah, just growing and meeting people where they're at.
Well, we're excited to hear about those hobbies. And speaking of different gaming skills, we're going to go over to Junebug next.
Hey, yeah. I guess there is similarity between me and Chuck in that I am also a Smasher, but a competitive Super Smash Brothers player and platform fighter player for 16 years now. And I've been doing coaching, content, commentary, and competing. And on the commentary side, I tend to focus a lot on the analysis of this very, very niche competitive fighting game, which I've played, for 16 plus years. So, yeah.
So, going off of that analysis portion of what you just mentioned with Smash Bros. And with content, content is something where you explore a different field, you can use it, kind of analyze yourself, analyze the craft, and then go in and learn new skills or to grow. So, going off of that, what are some kind of unexpected ways that the three of you have learned about like the skill or just found yourself growing through content creation, through telling your story, or just sharing what you have with the world?
Me or
Yeah, I'll start with you, Junebug.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think when I started making content myself, besides just like the competing stuff, it was around a time where I really wanted to tell stories that I would think would be interesting. Like if I saw the title or I clicked on it, I'm like, oh, that's a cool thing. And so I started with a bunch of video essays comparing characters. And one of these video essays actually helped me in like this past year because I went to play the character Donkey Kong as research for one of my video essays about him. And turns out after 23 years of Melee being released, Super Smash Bros. Melee, they hadn't discovered that Donkey Kong was actually a very viable character. So it took, in part because of me and many other players, we were able to take this formerly mid-tier, low-tier character and push him to a point where he's now considered potentially the best mid-tier, potentially a high-tier character. And I wouldn't have experimented with him if I wasn't so busy learning him for this video essay where I was sort of detailing his strengths and weaknesses. So, because of content creation, I ended up having a resurgence in my competitive tournament career, which I never thought would happen at my age. Yeah.
It was definitely a meta-breaking moment. I think people, like you said, didn't really think too much about Donkey Kong, and then all of a sudden it kind of became Donkey Kong mania. Everybody was obsessed with, I want to say new character, but it's not a new character, and the meta characters come and go, but yeah, it was really cool to see the rise. And also it's one of those things where you have to get down the dirt to kind of discover the gold within the ground, right? So I think that that's just one of many examples that content creation gives where you discover something new, essentially. And I mean, is there anything else with Donkey Kong that you've seen with since those videos have come out? Have you seen more Donkey Kong players enter the zeitgeist? Or
so there's actually been like a Donkey Kong mania in terms of the Smash content creation sphere. There's been documentaries made, shout outs to Wustoons and Turn Down for Walt, and I think Awesome Sauce also made a just long form video essay talking about Donkey Kong. So like as soon as it came up that this character was very, very popular and very discussed in the ecosystem, sort of other content creators were like, okay, let's take a look at this Donkey Kong guy. Let's actually examine why he's so interesting. And it's been cool to see everybody kind of unite around this like new niche thing that popped up.
It's definitely really cool. I mean, we love it when, like I said, the meta changes. We love it when there's a refresh in the competitive scene. And speaking of competitive games too, not that Smash isn't one, it definitely is super competitive. I wanted to transition to talk over a little bit about Overwatch competitive and ranked, which Fariha, you were starting out, at least when I knew you, from the Overwatch scene, and now, like you said, you've expanded into music and TTRPG. How did that journey start, and did you expect to grow from Overwatch to more variety, to cosplay, or where did that all begin?
Oh. So the thing that I wanted to touch on regarding growth that I didn't expect was actually nothing to do with Overwatch. Overwatch was kind of the grounds on which it happened, but most people won't believe me if I tell them this now. I used to have a horrible stutter, and I used to be so insecure about my voice. I was bullied about it so relentlessly that I basically stopped talking to people. At certain points in high school, I would carry around this little notepad, and I would communicate to people through that. There would be classmates who thought I was mute, even though I wasn't, and so it was definitely something, my voice, that I was ashamed of constantly and would just not use out of fear and anxiety. And the thing is, starting Twitch was actually because I hated my voice. And I hated hearing it back in script so much. I hated spending 10 hours to record a 3-minute script on YouTube. So I was like, you know what would be really good? If I went on Twitch, because there's no take-backsies, and anytime a VOD is out there, you speak a word into the ether, and it's just, you can't pull it back. And so that's actually how that began. And surprisingly, people still met me where I was at, and they still showed up for me. And over the course of many, many years, the past 6 or 7 years, just speaking and getting to practice communicating with people more and more and more online, I found myself coming into my own in that regard and finding so much more confidence in being able to articulate my thoughts and being able to be comfortable with my voice again. And so that's a huge, huge thing that I didn't expect coming into streaming at all.
That's a really inspiring story because, like you said, there's no takebacks. You just put it out there, and it's in the ether, and whoever is interested hops on the train. Whoever sticks by you and lifts you up, and is there for the long haul. Now I'm betting is still a part of your community, and it's
Somehow,
also
yeah.
really it's really cool to hear. And your voice is amazing now too, from your music
thank you.
streams, right? So it's really great. And I guess in terms of the music too, because in addition to the stutter, performing music is also something that's very intimidating at first, especially for an audience. And so have you found that it's helped with your musical skills as well? And where did that tie into the story as well?
Oh, 1,000%. So before, anytime I would have to perform, it would be so couched in anxiety because I came from the classical music world where you had to be pitch perfect. You had to play it to the exact notation, to the exact instrumentation and like specification of the composer. And so it's the super, super rigid world where there's a lot of money riding on everything. There's a ton of expectation. And so my hands would freeze up and they would turn purple, and it would be so difficult to even move my fingers and my hands through the motions. But through Twitch and just getting that time of, hey, you know what, I'm not perfect yet, and I'm gonna make mistakes, and we're just gonna keep doing it and keep exposing ourselves to this discomfort, and through the discomfort, we're going to figure our way out to a new level of confidence that wasn't there before. So nowadays, so much easier. Yeah.
Yeah, I could totally imagine. Like you said, classical music world, there are so many expectations. I came also from, I sang choir for 10 years.
Oh boy.
And you also really noticed when you have that trained ear, right? You're going to get called aside either after practice, or maybe you're just thinking about it afterwards, about the mistakes that you made. So it's a tough skill to learn. And I think that, it seems like Twitch as a medium to get those reps in is super powerful. So
Absolutely.
yeah. Chuck, I wanted to ask you in terms of content growth. I know that you were on the Team USA content team. How was it like being in an environment where there's so many things happening? You're worrying about your event that's coming up, and at the same time, you're expected to make that content represent your sport, your country. What was that experience like?
Yeah, I think it was ultimately is a very rewarding experience. I think all of us find content creation is rewarding, fun, it's exciting, it's enjoyable. But it's also, it's such a unique opportunity that I think we have today, in 2024, that isn't something we had even 10 years ago, quite frankly, to tell our stories in quite the way we're able to, especially on the sports side, and especially, as someone visibly disabled. And so I think, what Furia was just talking about, kind of, I think about a lot when I do my content creation. There's people out there, who have physical disabilities of some kind and are either ashamed of it or awkward or feel nervous or have been bullied by it. And I see myself as someone who's, has at least a certain level of responsibility. I certainly don't think I have all the responsibility, but to help tell the stories of all these other incredible athletes, all these other incredible people who are, achieving these outstanding goals in different sports, whether it be sitting volleyball, wheelchair rugby, wheelchair basketball, powerlifting, the list goes on and on. But the role I see in there is to really to take those stories and tell them and amplify them. And I think in Paris it was exciting. It was the first time I'd ever been really on the ground, just nonstop content creation in addition to competing. So it was certainly a high sort of pressure packed environment, but I think I've always found content creation to be so fun. It's just such a cool opportunity to tell your own story, to put your own voice out there, to not have to worry about, are they going to interpret this the wrong way or that the wrong way? It's like, no, I get to do it. I get to sit down and write the script and edit it out and talk about these things and, lose my voice doing it. I think by the third day, I literally had no voice, which made it a little challenging doing every one of the sort of audio narratives, but I made my way through and, became this, it was almost a little brand at that point. There's just scratchy. So yeah, it was definitely a high intensity and experience, kind of create my own content, talk about the team, talk about the other sports, but it was ultimately really, really rewarding. And, I'm relatively new to the content creation game. I would say relative to other folks. I've probably only been doing it really at a high consistently for about 3 years, but it's something that I've seen so much growth and so much excitement behind, and it's the kind of thing I can see myself doing for a really long time because of that.
And speaking about the advocacy work, that kind of segments into the next question that I was hoping to talk about, which is about how do you use content to elevate and also represent your communities, because I use community in the broad sense here, but when I was taking a look at your Instagram, Chuck, something that I noticed was you talking about the actual equipment that adaptive athletes use. So could you speak a little bit more about the content that you create to raise awareness and just what you think the state of I guess wheelchair rugby is?
Yeah, for sure. I think, first of all, I try to use my platform to absolutely raise awareness. I think everyone has heard of the Olympic Games, right? You hear Olympic Games, everyone knows what that is. And then they say the Paralympic Games, people go, oh, yeah, that's right. I think I've heard of that. That's the thing. They don't really know what it is, right? So I see one of my main goals, is to talk about the Paralympic Games. I think this year, we saw the biggest viewership ever for us, which was like 15 million people, which was great, but it was still a fraction of what it was for the Olympic Games, right? So it's like, to me, it's like, okay, great, we did this, now we keep pushing to have bigger audiences. So, I think that a big part of my goal is just to talk about it. The reality is that people haven't heard of it. We haven't been covered by mainstream media in the way that we'd like to. So myself, and I think a lot of other athletes have said, you know what? We're just going to take our message directly to people. We're going to take it directly to Instagram, directly to TikTok, whatever platform it is. And it's worked. We've got people excited. We've got people paying attention to us. We've got people listening. And I think more and more people will continue to listen and tune in. And speaking to wheelchair rugby specifically, you know, I think we've got one of the most exciting full contact sports out there. It's literally the only full contact Paralympic sport. People sometimes think it's a little crazy that we literally use wheelchairs and crash into each other and try to knock each other over. But it's a lot of fun. It's certainly violent, but it's exciting, and you feel alive doing it. And I think the other aspect to my my advocacy and my content creation, I think this is true across the board, no matter what avenue here is, to me, sport is for everybody. Just like gaming is for everybody. All these things are for everybody. But particularly when it comes to sport and people with disabilities, they don't necessarily know it's something they can participate in. I meet people all the time who have no idea that there's still sports they can play. There's still all these things they can do. Obviously, you have to do it differently than the way it looked originally, but you can still compete in this. So I think that's a huge part of what I do is I talk about, look, yes, I have hand impairments. I use a wheelchair. I still game. I still play these sports. I still do all these incredible things. Does it look different than the average person? Yeah, I have to use my nose to hit the square button on the PS5 because my thumb doesn't reach that far. But you find ways to do these things. You find ways to adapt. And I think that's really, really cool. And it's something that, not every disabled person wants to talk about their challenge, and that's fine. But I'm willing to talk about it, and I'm willing to kind of explain to people, here's how I did it, here's maybe how you can do it. And so I've certainly tried to use my platform for that goal. And, it's worked a little bit so far, but there's so much more to go, and I'm hoping to continue to grow it more and more.
It's really cool that at the same time you're able to advocate for your own skills, right, as an Olympian. I mean, I don't know if you need to advocate that much considering that you're, in the Paralympics, but still the fact that, you have that knowledge to be able to share how to get into the sport, what kind of equipment to use, how people can get started essentially, and are, an authority on the subject that people can look to. And, transitioning a bit back to the gaming side and advocating for yourself, Fariha and Junebug, have you seen, your content lead to different opportunities within the gaming world? I know, Fariha, you were able to cosplay Alter with the Apex Legends team, which is really sweet.
That was super, super fun. Also, I just gotta say, Chuck, that's so goddamn cool. I gotta check out your stuff. Oh my gosh. I love fitness and I love sports. I also agree it's for everyone, and it just does so much good for us. And so I love that you're making it seem more accessible and just cool to people, right? That's so important. But yeah, like I got to cosplay as Alter. I was chosen to be the face character for her, and so that meant getting into costume that Dangerous Ladies made, and just getting to act crazy and getting to try to make children cry. That was super, super fun. But it's really cool how, starting from Overwatch, it kind of opens up these experiences throughout different games and through this content creation sphere of just creatives. I think I've been really, really fortunate in that regard. But as for things that I try to advocate for, is this something you want me to speak on? Sorry.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear. what you have to
Totally.
say on it.
Okay. So, as for things I try to really advocate for, I think that when you look at me, you kind of get the idea of like, oh yes, pronouns. And I think it's important to lean into that, right? Because I don't really get the opportunity to just ignore that. And looking the way I do and talking the way I talk, I feel like it's important for me to speak up about things like sexuality, things like sex ed, things like mental health. And all of these things are things that I try to roll into conversations on stream and elsewhere too, because I feel like the more people talk about these struggles and the more people take part in these conversations, the less taboo they seem and the less lonely people feel, which is really something that I try to focus on. If I had more proper guidance and more voices to guide me when I was younger, I could have avoided a lot of missteps, and I try to be that for other people.
I think that's really powerful because, as Chuck mentioned, not everybody is able to speak to those things, or they don't feel like they have the power to speak to those things, or maybe they don't have the level of visibility to be able to speak to those things to as large as an audience as a Twitch streamer, or an Olympian, or whoever essentially that has those eyes on them. And also it's something that's challenging, right? It's tough to be able to show up every day, and not everybody has the luxury to then not be able to, right, how you're saying about how when you show up you're not able to essentially hide, right, from whether it be sexism or really any type of exclusion, if that be like for whether you're LGBT or whatever identity you belong to. You know, I'm personally identify as queer. It's something where a lot of people see me and they think, you know, initially just man, right? Or initially just he, him pronouns. So I think that, you know, in both of your spheres, and especially what you're touching on, Fariha, it's something that resonates with me, and I think it's something that's very important. And yeah, I think that that's honestly what I wanted to speak to there in terms of you know, at least my personal identity. But Junebug, is there anything that you feel like you're able to speak to, whether it be, you know, the Smash community, your personal what you advocate for personally?
First off, I definitely want to thank Chuck and Fariha for talking about their experiences. I am also queer, so I think it is important to, you know, sort of represent a community that is important to you and that you are a part of. And I think that I've gotten, you know, the fair share of flack from the internet, because the internet is crazy sometimes for having pronouns in bio. But I think that is more important. It is more important to represent that sort of underrepresented community or niche community than to sort of like stray from that or stray from your truth, which I think is not as good. But yeah, no, I think making the niche community sort of more visible is a big theme that we've sort of discussed, whether it comes to the rugby that Chuck discussed, or even Super Smash Brothers. And I think advocating for this community, for me, just sort of looks like, hey, this is a community that would be fun to get involved in. And what does that look like? Making people feel safe, making people feel like the thing they're getting into is really cool. And that's just been a thing that I try to do when I make content. I try to make it accessible and also safe, you know, for people, because I think it's important for everybody to have a community that they can feel those things in. And I mean, if it happens to be the Smash community, I would gladly welcome them.
And something that some people talk about that you see a lot in games is that a lot of people like to yell about balance changes, right? Where, let's say this hero in this game is like too overpowered in this live service game, right? They should be tuned, etc. And enough people speak about that and they think maybe the developers will change it. And I think that same kind of ideation is what, or that same kind of idea applies here, which is where when enough people are talking about how gaming, sports, whatever community you're a part of are for everybody, and people see that there are other people who will support them in this thought and are welcoming, you know, whoever it be from whatever background or identity they have, then more of those people will be able to join a space, especially if they're of, you know, really any marginalized identity. So yeah, I think that it's really cool to see that in your own way, all of you are doing this work to welcome people into your respective communities. And speaking of that, also, I wanted to talk a little bit about your upcoming Twitch series that you're doing, Fariha, which is the Queer Eye inspired show. And, you know, I want to hear about that, and also a little bit about what you, Chuck, and Junebug would be interested, like what kind of content would you be interested in making in the future that you haven't been able to do yet?
So cool. Okay. So the Queer Eye show, it came to me because I was thinking of, okay, in the most like clinical term, what is going to be a huge commodity coming up in the landscape of content that we're in right now? And I'm thinking it has to be authenticity, right? Because we're stuck in this world where there is so much disconnection, there's so much fake shit everywhere with AI and all that garbage, and it is so important now more than ever to have real authenticity and real good connections with people. And so I thought, why not leverage the digital platform we're on and do a show inspired by Queer Eye, but instead of 5 guys who give this like fashion and lifestyle makeover to a selected contestant, what if it's just one lesbian and and we do it all online and in The Sims? And so the idea is just going to be to bring somebody on and to have them talk with me and chat about the things that they've been struggling with and want some perspective and maybe some advice on, and to give them a bit of a fashion and like outfit makeover in The Sims, and to also talk them through like, oh, here are some things that you can maybe do in your fitness routine, because I'm trying to get certified as a personal trainer soon, and here are some things that, you know, could be really good to roll into your diet, or yeah, and then talking through just really vulnerable and human things with them, and also doing a little makeover of their living space or their workspace. And all of this just contributes to this idea that things keep getting better, and that you should always yearn to grow and always yearn for, you know, that next big step.
Speaking of also like that whole, I feel like mixed, it's almost like mixed media, I feel like.
Yeah.
Because even though it's all digital, just having The Sims be one of the ways that you're providing that makeover, like how, I guess you're saying that they're doing a makeover in The Sims, but then it's also kind of translating to their outfits in real life, or
yeah, like
what-
inspiring them
yeah.
in ways of like, oh, here's something you could try, right? And getting to actually visualize it on themselves that we would build out.
And I feel like The Sims has so much DLC at this point
Oh, yeah.
that there's probably a lot of choices that you can do.
I
in
have an
terms of
embarrassing
outfits,
amount of it.
but- Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a really awesome tool, and it's super creative. I hadn't really thought about that. You know, I know a lot of people are playing Dress to Impress right now on Roblox, but yeah, I think that'll be a really cool way for people to also connect with your community while also playing off of, I guess, an established concept. And yeah, are signups still open for that? I think I saw something posted about that, or
Oh
when
yeah,
is that going to be going?
they're still open for the rest of the month. So we'll see.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll revisit that at the end. But so Chuck, also, I saw that you started a media collective called Cultured. So that has to do with, again, bringing that awareness. But would you be able to speak to that a little bit as well?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and first of all, I could desperately need a Sims makeover, so I may need to look into this. Yeah. But no, so with so Cultured is a media collective that myself and a few other Paralympians founded. That's really on the same kind of concept of what I think we've all been talking about, which is that we want to continue to tell stories, continue to amplify voices of disabled people, in this our particular case, Paralympic athletes. And so, you know, it's one of those things we've been talking back and forth. Should we do this? How should we do this? And finally, I think about a month ago, we said, let's just pick a launch date and let's go for it. You know, let's do it. You know, you spend too much time talking about things. You don't do it. We don't always spend enough time just doing things. So we launched. We're posting content as we speak. We're really kind of building out what that looks like in terms of how do we amplify more voices? How do we also put out our own content? Because, you know, a big thing, and this is true of Olympic and Paralympic sport, is that, you know, it's every 4 years, right? It happens. So people just don't even know about it. Like, what happens in between? It's like, well, oh, we just sit on our hands all the time. It's like, well, no, we're actually active the entire time. So kind of making sure people understand that this is an ongoing sort of process. It's always happening. And that's really, it's a real passion of mine to elevate Paralympic voices and other Paralympic sports. And so I'm really excited about it. I'm really excited about see where we can go with it and what sort of effort and energy I can put into that. And then just to quickly touch on my own personal sort of content that I'm interested in really talking about, I think one is, you know, I want to continue to talk about my sport, of course, and disability, but I actually think there's sort of an untapped aspect as well to what I do, which is really speaking about how I adapt things. I very cursorily mentioned it that I, you know, use my nose to press the square button on PS5 as my preferred platform, but I do all kinds of things to adapt all these different games. So I put all kinds of things. I think that's interesting. You know, I think it'd be interesting to talk about it, and again, just giving people the awareness that, hey, there's ways to do this, and you're not the only one out there who, you know, constantly gets slaughtered online because it's really hard, and that's okay, but it still can be fun, and let's talk about it. So I think talking more about my own personal sort of strategies of adapting, things like that. But yeah, Cultured is a platform I would please everybody go check it out. It's Cultured with an X in there. But it's a really exciting thing, and I think we're hoping to really break ground because, we've seen such incredible growth in both women's sports and esports, I think, in the last decade or so. And we really think Paralympic sport is probably about a decade behind, but now's the time to start launching it. And as folks probably know, we've got the home Paralympic Games coming in 2028 to Los Angeles. It's going to be really exciting, and so we're kind of building our path to that, hopefully. That's going to be really, really cool.
And I know that we're starting to reach the end of our window here, but I think you're right. It's hard to tell from that talking phase that you want to do something to be able to execute it. So that's one of the things with content creation is that you just have to do it. You have to put it out into the world. And so real quick, Junebug, I know we're reaching the end of our window, but what is next for you in terms of the content that you would like to create?
Oh man, so I've always been more of an ideas girl, where it's just like I have these ideas, and then the execution is always up in the air for me. So I've been live streaming more, which has been fun because I just get to be more of an ideas person. I have an idea for an event at the beginning of the stream. I do some minor prep for that, and then the stream is about that event. For example, I think I have some tier list content that I'm trying to do soon, and I have some other top players coming over, and we're just gonna analyze this new game, Rivals of Ether 2, and just show basically who has the best moves of certain categories, and it's gonna be a good time. But the pre-recorded content that I will tinker and ideate on for so long. And so it's nice to get the shift because I feel like it's making me better at the pre-recorded content because I'll send it. At a certain point, you got to stop tinkering. You just got to send. You just got to put the content out there, and then you iterate afterwards. I mean, you develop your flowchart over time with this type of stuff, right? So yeah, more live stream content, and hopefully a more consistent video essay schedule is what I'm looking forward to in the end of 2024 and 2025.
We'll be sure to look forward to it. So with that, I'm gonna leave real quick. Just if there's anything that you all would like to plug, I know that our Twitter or X handles, whatever you want to call it, are gonna be on the stream. But if there's anything you want to plug, we'll start with you, Chuck.
Just culture with an X. Check it out. Make sure Team USA. There's a billion Paralympians out there. I can't even list them all, so you have to come follow me, and then I'll tell you where to go.
Cool, Fariha.
I am Ask Fariha on pretty much every platform except on Twitch and YouTube, where it's just Fariha. But yeah, find me.
Sounds good. Yeah, and I guess that's where you can also sign up for the show as well.
That's right. It's pinned in the highlights on my Insta, and also if you scroll on Twitter through some thirst traps, it's there.
All right, and June.
AR Junebug or Junebug Smash. I think I am on YouTube. You should be able to find all my stuff and what I'm doing. But yeah, thank you so much, Mishi, for hosting.
Thank you all for being here. And I guess my plug is just my X. I don't really have anything else. It's Wigloff_GG. And that's a wrap. Thank you everybody for joining. We're going to go back to some Valorant action in a moment here. So be sure to stick around. And thanks for watching.
Welcome back, everyone. As you can see, it is popping here. There are a lot of people here, and we still have Valorant to go, which means I don't actually know if we have any. We're still giving away t-shirts. We're still giving away a bunch of swag, even somebody who got a mouse pad and a mice as well to go along with it. It's great to see. Like I said, we still have more Valorant right around the corner, so we'll head straight to those casters to get everything started.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the first match for semi-finals. Yeah. Vic, do you hear me? I don't think he hears me. Hi, Hi, everybody. We're just having a few audio issues at the moment, but we will be back for some Valorant here soon in a bit.
My name is Elijah. I play Flex, Initiator, and Raise Duelist on the UW Esports Valorant team. So what draws me to Raise is actually the movement. Oh my god.
Nice, Elijah.
My goal as Raise is just be unhittable as possible, and so I can create a lot of space not only for my team, but also gives me the ability to get an easy entry on somebody that's caught lacking or caught looking up at the sky. She's a lot of fun to play. For me, balancing between school and gaming has always been kind of a hard thing, I won't lie. I've always put way more effort into gaming. We have a time schedule, so we use a time tree, and everybody schedules when they're available and when they can't be there, and making sure that we have time available for not only school, but Valorant as well, so that way we have everything squared away, and we're able to do both at a reasonable pace. So for me, it's given me an immediate avenue to friends. I get to meet a whole bunch of people. Being from Indiana, I haven't had the ability to just immediately know people without esports. And so to be able to have this whole network of people that I can not only talk to, but who are friendly to me, makes it a lot more comfortable for me to go from, 2,000 miles away, I used to live, to here in a new area with no family, no friends, nobody I know. It gives me this opportunity to have a loving group of people around me that want to see not only me grow, but ourselves grow. So the next big goal for me and my team would just be to win Run It Back. We have all new players this year, and so we want to be able to not only live up to the legacy, but also, since we're going to be in front of the stage of a lot of people, our primary goal is to win the Run It Back tournament.
Welcome everybody back to Run It Back. We're here getting ready to kick off our Valorant. I'm going to be joined by the lovely Miss Ash Rocks. Ash, how are you today?
I'm doing great. It has been a while since I've casted Valorant, and I'm so happy to get back into it with you. So thank you for having me.
Awesome. We have some really awesome matchups coming up here soon. We got a semifinals match and then a grand finals up here shortly. If you take a look at the bracket, we can kind of see what's going on in terms of the matches that have already been played and kind of what we're going to expect here for the next best of 3 matchup. Some really good teams coming out from the West. This time around we have UW Esports versus EA UCD Gold. On the top side, on the bottom side, we have Cal Blue and Drexel Varsity. Some very stacked teams. I'm so excited to see how these matches are going to go ahead and play out.
Absolutely, especially with the new act, and we have some map changes to Sunset. We have Pearl in the comp queue now. I wonder what our map deciders are going to be. I'm excited for some Sunset. I want to see how they can play Sentinels with the Cypher Trip not being unbreakable anymore on B site. I want to see it. I want to see it. We can't be scared of Sunset, y'all. It could be a fun match. So hopefully we can see that for today.
Yeah, and I mean the new season, it always brings some good shakeups to the meta as well as some of the maps. We're so excited to see. Hopefully we get some Pearl in there. I miss Pearl, one of my favorite maps personally. But Sunset, going to be really awesome to see if that gets picked up. But I believe our first map's going to be Bind. I'm not sure if bans have just happened just yet. But
yeah. Absolutely. I wonder if we'll see some Vice here as well. We haven't seen her played much in the comp scene, but we might get tricked today. Might see a little bit of Deadlock, Vice. Those have been a lot of the Sentinel picks, especially with Cypher and KJ as per usual. But yeah, we're going to start off with Bind here. What do you expect to see for comps for this map so far?
Definitely. For Bind, I mean, I think it's one of those maps that is super controller and duelist focused, right? Making sure that you can go ahead and get through those really tight corridors, whether you're pushing onto the B site or if you're going more towards A, really having those flashes is going to be really impactful when it comes to actuating on all that pressure. Really excited to see what Vice has to bring with that kind of like trip version of their wall. One of the newest additions to, I guess, the more Sentinel-related gameplay, kind of in the mixture of the Sentinel and the Initiator, but very interested to see how they play in terms of the new metas moving forward with the season, BCT coming along, as well as all of these teams have been playing probably their regular seasons, their respective leagues. So everybody's learning just little bit by little, trying to perfect their gameplay.
Absolutely. I think the normal meta we see on Vine is double controller. You'll usually see a Viper with a Brim, Astra with a Viper. So I'm excited. And as a controller main myself, I'm always excited for the double controller comps. So yeah, I can't wait to see what our teams pick here. And again, we have UW with EAUCD battling out for a best of one currently. And we can see who's going to make it to the grand finals.
Definitely. And when it comes to those best of ones, the bans are really cutthroat. You want to make sure that you're really banding to the opponent's strong side, making sure that they don't get their map pick and just kind of playing something neutral. As you can see, we have UW ban out Icebox, Abyss, and Lotus. And on the other side, we have UCD ban Sunset, Haven, and Ascent, leaving us to Bind. What do you kind of think about Icebox and Sunset kind of being the first bans there? I know Abyss, even though it's the newest map,
Yeah, Abyss, I enjoy Abyss personally, but I respect the ban. You don't want to deal with falling off the map, no issues going on there. But Sunset, I respect it too. With the new changes, they're probably not ready for a comp yet to see how that would work. But Icebox, I'm always down for a ban. That map is questionable sometimes. So I'm excited for Vine. The decider is good. And yeah, with Bind, you can get creative with your comps. Like we said, with Initiator and Controller picks, it's super important to take that space on site and defending a site.
Definitely. And I think one thing we're going to really see hopefully highlighted this time around is the use of agents that have like some sort of molly, like Viper, Brimstone, KJ, stuff like that, where we can really deny while dealing damage. It's just going to be so difficult for a lot of these attacking rounds to get past that, and hopefully we can kind of see some innovation along with those new changes to the agents as well.
Absolutely. So right now we have our agent picks. I'm getting excited. So we have UW defending on Bind first. We have Sailor on Viper. We have the double controller meta, as I called out. We have the Cypher pick with Raze and Brim. Now we have to decide on an Initiator here on Benny.
Definitely, and we do see kind of like the Clove being one of the very prominent controllers that we're seeing on Attacker's start, just being that she's so fast when it comes to initiating, throwing those destabilizing orbs out as well. Raze, just a really good staple, same thing with Cypher. So I kind of like that we're seeing a little bit of variety here with the Fade Gecko compared to the Sky on the side of the defenders on this map. But overall, some pretty default picks, nothing too out of the ordinary. I'm very excited to see how the Sky and the Fade kind of match up against each other, but it'll be the battle of the Initiators this time around on Bind for sure.
Absolutely. The double Initiator pick, you can use that Gecko Thrash to really take sight and deny the Spike Defuse. And of course, the Fade and Raze combination is always the meta. I think with that Tether and the Raze nade, it's always going to deal a great amount of damage. Sometimes you can secure some kills too on a short. So, and with, you said that Sky and Brim and Viper are going to be together. So usually you could do default smokes with Brim when you're defending, and then you'll use that Sky Flash out of the smokes to get information. So I'm excited to see how they strategize on defense with this comp.
Definitely. The defense, I think, is one of the hardest things to do on Bind in general, just being that there is, those really stark contrasting angles from long if you're pushing over towards the A side, or B if you're trying to push through showers. I think I'm hopefully not mixing up those sites, but regardless, just trying to really make as much use of your space as possible with these Initiators, being that you do have some regenerative util on the side of Sky, as well as, I guess, sometimes you can pick up the Gecko Flash if you're able to get there in time, which I know they're changing up recently. So it's just going to kind of be like who can make the most out of their utility right off the rip and really get that information and try to hopefully suffocate one side of the map rather than giving it up so quickly.
Absolutely. Yeah, with UCD, they have that Gecko Flash, they have that Fade Eye that are rechargeable. Gecko can pick up the Flash, like you said. I think with UCD, when they're attacking this first half, we should see them going full throttle. They should just go fast. They should take that space immediately. With the Clove Decay, the Raise Satchels, they can take all that space on A quickly, especially with the Clove Smokes too. So I'm excited to see how they tack on to A site more so than B. B might be a little more difficult with the Viper Wall. So let's see how these Cypher setups are going to be as well. Hopefully they get creative to deny that site.
Definitely. It looks like I think we're getting into the game, maybe just having some tech issues or some ping issues, not too sure, but I'm very excited to see what this map has to offer for us. I'm expecting to be a lot of aggressive swings, a lot of very forceful pushes on all these sites, just because whoever makes it after, you know, a couple rounds, it's going to be the grand finalists. So I'm really expecting to see a really good show out of both these teams. One player I'd like to try to see kind of innovate in terms of what they're going to be doing here is the Clove on the side of UCD. I just really want to see how they're going to be using that controller on a pretty well-known map for player or agents like Viper and Brimstone and even Omen sometimes. So I'm very excited to see that kind of change up. On the side of UW, I do want to go ahead and see how the Sky is able to go ahead and use those flashes to really get their team in when it comes to the attacking side swap.
Yeah, for attacker, it might be a little more difficult since those Sky Flashes no longer regenerate. You only have those 2 for that round, so you really have to take advantage of the space you're taking and use those flashes wisely. So we will definitely see a lot of lurking from UW on their attack side. Definitely with Cypher, with Viper for sure. They're probably going to trade off their lurks through the rounds and try to play off of information as much as they can.
Awesome, yeah, for sure. I think when it comes to Bind, it's just one of those maps that it's really like a battle of attrition when it comes down to utilizing those teleports to kind of throw off your opponents. Like it's seen being used by the attackers rather than the defenders to try to rotate really quickly. I think that's kind of like an overplayed side of rotating when it comes to Bind specifically, just because it's the only one with teleporters that we see at least very often in terms of Valorant. What do you kind of think about, you know, the overall strategy behind using some of these teleporters and some of these like individual map kind of nuances in matchups?
Yeah, usually for attack side, when you're utilizing those teleporters, you want to have a lurker on the other side. So usually, most of the time, we see them lurking up B site to get information, see how many are on site. Then you'll do that quick teleport to A site through showers, and you usually have a teammate already taking up that space on A to secure that plant. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of that. We see a lot of that in VCT and in just normal ranked pub gameplay. So utilizing those teleports to do a fast rotate is important. And yeah, I'm excited. I love Bind, and I think the teleports are just one of the best features of the map. But we are going to take a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
See you guys later.
I wanna dash, I wanna run it, run it. Lean into me when there's nothing to say, 'cause you don't have to go out every day with your good up, your good up, with your good.
I'm Kevin Pond. I'm the Cal Esports Program Manager, and welcome to the Cal Esports Community Center. We're going to start the tour off with our small group area where students can come and play together, form small social groups where they can play, any kinds of games they want. Over here on my left, we have our 1v1 areas where students who want to get a little bit more competitive with one another can sit down and really get into that competitive mode. This whole facility is totally open to all students and faculty on campus. So, whether you're just a freshman starting out or if you're a competitive player on one of our Cal Esports teams, you can really just find your home in this unique area. This is Tiffany and Daniel. They are the leaders of the 2 largest gaming clubs on campus.
Gaming at Berkeley is a registered student organization on campus at Berkeley. We focus mostly on building community and friendships between the students here, and we serve roughly around 6,000 members.
Cal Esports is the official esports program recognized by university, and we have 80 different players and 8 different teams. And all of this will bring together the gaming community here at UC Berkeley. And for that, we're extremely grateful to NVIDIA.
So to my right here, we have our open play area where students are able to sit down at any of the PCs you see and immediately log into any of their personal gaming accounts. Now, all the stats, achievements, and gameplay that they have here is immediately transferable to their home setups or to any of their other personal accounts that they have. Coming back here, we actually have our dedicated competitive area. This whole competitive area you see here is for our official Cal Esports teams. Now, all of our Cal Esports teams are with the Department of Recreational Sports. They're recognized by the university as student athletes. Now, any player that you see that is playing at these PCs, you can be sure that they're working their butt off to make sure that they're going to win the next national championship. Now behind me here is our Student Broadcast Center. Now the Broadcast Center is kind of echoey because we're still putting in our sound absorption foam on the walls right now. We're going to have this whole setup dedicated just to students who want to stream, broadcast, shoutcast, any esport title that they want so they can build that experience and take it with them after they leave Cal. So these PCs have the capability to beam anything going on in this room to the TVs you see out on the main floor. So if we have students in here who are streaming for the first time, they're able to broadcast live to the center and share their experiences with everyone here. And NVIDIA has set us up with some monstrous PC gaming rigs. All of these PCs can output 240 frames per second for all of our esports titles. I absolutely can't wait to see what students' reactions are going to be when they walk in through those doors. Go Bears!
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with our semifinals matchup. We have WU Esports versus EAUCD, and we're finally getting into our one and only map of this series, best of one. And to bind now, Ash. The game's getting ready to go.
Here. We're
Finally.
getting ready. We see that Viper wall already placed for showers and hookah and garden control. So I'm excited to see how they take the space for UCD Gold. Seems like they're going a little bit slower here. Trying to see if they can get this hookah space.
Definitely feeling out the rest of this hookah, able to use that raise bot to go ahead and get something going. The smokes are going to be ready to be placed down. The two main spots are going to be the spawn and towards elbow, and that's going to be a free site as no contest coming out from the defense. Bolt orb will be going ahead and collected, and that second flash from Dizzy as well. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and try to get aggressive here towards elbow as the fight's going to go through as Benny will find Barry. And that first interaction, so he's going to go ahead and isolate this player towards Garden, and that's going to be Cypher taking down two great picks, and this is going to be a full retake now in 2v5 situation. As the half defuse not going to come in just in time, some missed headshots. Unfortunately, Suda and Berserker get one each. Now it's a 2v2. This could be perfect.
Nice try
for WU, and that's exactly what it is going to be. A little bit closer than expected, but they do go ahead and get that full take back of the site and that defuse for round number 1.
That was pure chaos, Vic. I gotta say, that was pure chaos. We saw bullets spraying everywhere. Both teams are panicking, trying to stick that defuse. But like we said, we initially thought that UCD would take that space immediately, and they did that. They got the plant down. They just couldn't, solidify that round. But all good. Now they have their save round. We're gonna see if they're gonna take that B site again. I would think they would take this a little bit slower, try to play for picks and get some guns down.
Definitely, and we actually see a bit of the opposite. They're going to get really aggressive towards showers. Will be the defenders there, and that's going to be UW just really locking down that A zone. While we see UCD just kind of playing it nice and quiet towards Hookah. Able to go ahead and get some upgraded pistols there. We see a shorty even coming through, but not a favorable gunfight, at least on the immediate exit outside of Hookah, as we're going to have WU have 2 people set up towards garden.
Absolutely. It seems like they're just playing for picks now. They're going to try to take that site space and play it safe.
Great pillar, great picks from Asa, I believe that's how you pronounce it. And that's going to be a third for Asa with that Ares. What a perfect play right there. Didn't let any of the spike go down. And that's going to be a phenomenal round.
Yeah, that round was quick and easy. Expectedly, we wanted the defenders to take that round. They do have weapons, and they used their Stinger and their Ares and solidified that round. So now we have a bye round for UCD. Now, seems like they're leaning a little bit towards A. Hopefully they can take the space fast and take out their guns, get that plant down, and hold down site so we can secure this round.
Definitely full rifles coming out from both sides. I think we maybe just have some bonuses coming in from UW, but a lot of aggression coming in towards showers, some sprays into smoke. Not going to really land as much hit points as they wanted. UCD just trying to contest all those microaggressions that we see coming out from UW, but just a slow and steady clear up towards short and showers on the end.
It's so important to get that sky flash past those brim smokes to get information, and that's exactly what we saw in showers. Seems like we're just kind of playing around the site at the moment, wasting those brim smokes. See if we can get a pick here. Might have to rotate, actually, to secure this round for UCD.
Definitely, we do see the Viper from UW go ahead and rotate over, leaving it to be a 1v1 Cypher versus Cypher onto B. But as soon as you say that, the Viper goes ahead and backs up our defending Cypher. It's still a 3v3 onto the A zone. I'm sorry, now a 3v4 with the addition of Clove. They're looking to go ahead and end here. Only 40 seconds left as Barry will find Kazuti. It's going to be a great pick onto the player towards the middle of site. It's going to be bombed down from Wingman. Some great utility usage there. As the battle for lamps now, one of the biggest things here for the defenders. They need to make sure that they're able to go ahead and stop that. Just some blank sprays right now. Being able to take through lamps. P1 taken down for Asea, but UCD able to clean it up. A little bit closer than expected. Now in 2v1. It's going to be perfect for UCD as they go ahead and win their first rifle round. That's round number 3.
I don't know about you, but that was a little terrifying to see the entire team in lamps just running out with their weapons.
Definitely.
But hey, it was a strat.
Crazy.
I appreciate it. Pure craziness. It was their bonus round, so they had their weapons from the previous round. So now we have a full buy round for both teams, and let's see what UCD can do now. It seemed like they played it a little bit slower. They got that information as they should, and they secured that round.
Yeah, and it's perfectly normal for some teams to go ahead and struggle a bit on those rifle rounds and those save rounds, round 1 and 2, and then to really kind of shine when they all have rifles in their hands, especially if they're able to save on some of those Uto buys. But now we're going to see a little bit more of a default round coming out from both sides, as the Clove's going to be stuck in the teleporter room trying to bait anybody from the opposing team to try to take one as well. But since it is the long rotate, it's not that much more utilized than the mid rotate in terms of the teleporters, but just kind of filling everybody out.
Yeah, currently we see Viper and Cypher just holding out B long, so they know that it's clear. They have that Cypher utility to check for Hookah as well, but we do see Suda here trying to get a pick, get some information for the team. I don't know what we can do here, but we do have 47 seconds on the clock.
And it's not looking good for the attackers here, as they're going to be going into the jaws of the giant that is UW here on the defense. It looks like they have all of Garden pretty much locked down, but it's going to be a 2v5 so long as they're able to
30
essentially
seconds
prevent
left.
any fast rotations from these A players. But let's see if they're able to cut their crosses here as Sailors do the first line of defense here. Taken out. Trades coming in from Cypher. And that's going to be a free sight now for UCD. There's only 15 seconds left. The plant will go down. And the post plant setup now solidified. Cypher ult's going to go ahead and come through from UCD to kind of further their positioning. Second scan in now. The nades from Ray is going to come through, and this is going to be all of UW stuck in towards elbow, trying to find a way out.
Yeah, we'll see if they can use the util to get these picks here. Now we have a 2v1 situation. We do have Thrash that could secure this round for UCD if played correctly.
Oh, an unfortunate timing there for Jamie's, and he will not be able to find that one player that did not get locked down. That's going to be UW getting their third. A great retake, even in a losing situation.
Oh, that was such a close round, Vic. So close. If only we could have got the pick on Raze there and solidified that round. Getting a pick on Brim too after that Thrash hit him would have been a perfect round for UCD. What do you think UCD can do now with their save round to secure another round?
You know, we do see some accelerated buys here. Even on a save, we see some stingers coming through as well as upgraded pistols and a shotgun. I think when it comes to these save rounds kind of more into the game, it's still relatively early, so even if you do take one on the chin here, I think it's nothing to really write home about, at least in terms of the offense. But we're going to see Elijah taking down Berserker through the smoke. A beautiful headshot with that Phantom all the way through towards Showers. That's going to be a great pick for the defense, but it did kind of space out the team just enough for them to not get too much information. But Elijah with a second and third. Gonna go ahead and stop the plant there. Oh, actually, the nade is not gonna be deep enough. Shotgun from Barry, able to get two, and that's Sailor and Elijah falling. Ray's ult gonna come through, gonna get a third. That's a great kill for Barry now. And it's a 2v2, all evened up now, but the rifle's in the hands of WU. It doesn't matter as Skyzoo, I'm sorry, takes down Benny. 1v1 now. And it's not going to matter. The Odin is just way too strong. Barry with such a great opportunity to kind of even out that round. Did some great work with that shotgun. You could see laying down a couple extra bullets just to let him know he got the kill.
Yeah, Barry getting a 3K there along with the showstopper getting that kill. And when we see this replay here, you got to be careful of those close smokes. You got to make sure they're covering every single angle of where you're smoking. So if you haven't learned anything, folks, make sure you are smoking correctly because it can cost you the entire round.
Definitely. Looking at the buys here, we're going to see kind of the same from WU. We're going to keep that Odin around, but an SMG on the side of Sailor, rifles on the side of UCD, and not a bad round in terms of an attack at all. That was a great bonus round, and a great save round for both teams. But let's see if they're able to go ahead and, once again, fight rifles on rifles. The battle for Showers still ever so prevalent, but Suda is going to be just kind of lurking towards Hookah. This is great in case they do need to call for the rotate, but it's going to be a 3v3 here, at least in terms of the A site. Suda's still inching his way straight through.
Yeah, currently, again, we're just playing for information. Going to try to get some of these rounds back. Both teams are doing great. And it seems like we are leaning a little bit towards A, but based on Suda's lurk here on B site, and to see if we can find some Cypher util, it might be a quick rotate to B, as far as we're seeing here.
Definitely, and I'm pretty sure the defenders do know exactly where Suda is set up. Yep, and it's going to be a perfect headshot from Asa with that Odin, just really strong in this current meta. I don't know why not enough people are using it. But that Cypher cage is going to be another thorn in the side of UCD.
30 seconds left.
Oh no. The scan will come through. That's going to be the ult. He's going to give all the information that UCD need to go ahead, or I'm sorry, that WU need to kind of close out this push. Barry does find Zudi. Ace able to get a third with that Odin. This is just not fun at all if you are UCD. You need to get out of there, but not enough time on the clock.
10 seconds left. 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 10 seconds l
Not enough time on the clock, but they could save their weapons here. And it's just really hard for UCD to get this control on B site with Cypher utility and Odin, Viper Wall. So UW, they are nailing the defense half currently. Making a little bit of a struggle for UCD, but I think they just have to play a little bit faster to kind of shake up the rounds a little bit for UW, make them freak out and secure those rounds maybe. We have to try something different here, for sure.
Definitely, and that's going to be a 4K for Asa with that Odin just absolutely showing him what to expect when you have an Odin on the defending half. You know, electing to go with a Phantom this time around, I believe. They're trying to go ahead and see what they can further aggress. The Flash is just going to be traded up towards Showers here on this next up round. And Benny's going to find Barry. That's going to be a great trade from Jamie's. But the Showstopper not going to find anything. Well, the Rays need to be able to clean up the mess. And it doesn't exactly, but Ray's still able to get out with 2.
Yeah, getting 2 there is huge. And like I did mention, UCD did take a little bit more of an aggressive take here this round, but it didn't work out necessarily. But it's still a round to be made. It's 4v3 currently. We do have the Clove res, so maybe we can kind of throw our Clove out there to get some information for us, pop that res, and see what we can do as a team for UCD.
Definitely, and in the pregame, that's kind of one of the things that I mentioned. I really wanted to see how this Clove was able to really step it up with kind of an unconventional pick when it comes to these super conventional maps, like Bind, you know, Ascent, stuff like that. But in terms of the util, it does seem that UW has pretty much burned as much as they could, while UCD is still kind of keeping some in the pocket. We're going to see that Brimstone, Firestorm go ahead and come through. Not going to find much, but just using it to delay. Elijah here playing a super aggressive position. Berserk will use that ultimate res here. Kazuti and Skyzo able to take 1 each. It's going to be a 2v1 now, and Kazuti closing it up with a beautiful 3K, using all the utility to its maximum potential.
Yeah, that Brim orbital strike was huge to delay that plant, and it secured the round, honestly, because they could have just took that space immediately, got the spike plant earlier. So I think that was well played by UW. Once again, they are utilizing all their delay util to stop that plant spike. So that's where UCD has to figure out, how can we get past this util? How can we fake the util, maybe rotate, or just take the site fast?
Definitely. We're going to see a lighter buy coming in from UCD. We're just going to see some upgraded pistols, a Guardian, and a Sight SMG. Benny will find Barry just through the smoke. That's a great opening pick. I believe Barry was just trying to over-aggress with that blast pack, but unfortunate to lose somebody so early on into the round. Really need to work together and try to at least make the most out of those Gecko flashes to try to at least secure 1. But as soon as I say that, Jamie is able to take down Elijah. Great pick there. Benny finding 1. Instant trades coming straight through from short. A great wallbang coming from Benny as he's looking for his 4th on the round.
Oh, Suda here with 10 HP. Possibly could take 1 or 2 more with him if that crosshair placement is ready for the pick. Unfortunately, the shots don't connect, but that's another round for UW. And that was UCD's save round, so they did take some picks with them, so that's good. But now we have the Rash, and we have Cypher ult with the Fade ult as well. So we would expect for this round to go to UCD. If they take that site with Thrash, get that space, they can secure it.
Definitely, and we're going to see Asa once again getting that Odin ready for a defensive hold onto the B zone. I'm pretty sure UCD know exactly that this is going to be coming up now that it's a full rifle round from both sides. I'm interested to see how the Fade ult will go ahead and come through. Sometimes I feel like Fade ults are just a little bit underutilized, so we'll see what happens. We are going to see Thrash go ahead and get popped relatively early. He's going to get slowed down by that Cypher trip. Quite unfortunate there. Not going to find as much usage from that, but that Fade ult is also going to come in through for the side of UCD. Sailor will go ahead and find Jamie. That's going to be the Gecko down. That's Benny trying to get into the mix. Just everybody trying to get out of this elbow from the side of UW. This has been great for UCD though. They've been pretty much able to get the bomb down and push away these Odin and SMGs.
Absolutely, yeah. Utilizing both of those ults to secure that spike plant was very smart on UCD's half. Now we're getting that Cypher ult coming in. Barry coming in with a 3K clean Phantom shots. Oh my goodness. What did you think of that round, Vic? Oh my gosh.
That was just absolute chaos from the side of UCD, able to just keep UW back as much as possible. The wallbang's not coming through as much for Asa as they wanted to, but Barry able to get 3 to close out the round. Just phenomenal work with that Phantom, and it's going to be pretty detrimental onto the economy of UW. As you can see, we're not going to be seeing full rifles. Going to be kind of a pain in the side for them as they're going to be on just some light buys here.
Yeah, we're on round 10 now. Seems like we're going to use that Sky Flash. Wow.
A great flash coming in. And he's going to come through, but Benny is just ultra aggressive, able to secure 2. The trade's going to come right back to him, though. And this is going to be... Oh, I thought it was going to be the plant, but it's not going to happen just yet as Kazudi finds his own. Now in a 1v2 is the Gecko. And, I'm sorry, not the Gecko. It's going to be the Cypher. And Brazzera able to go ahead and clean up that last round for UCD and actually able to secure them that 10th round.
Yeah, that was a fast round. They just took that aggression in hookah, secured, and they won their gunfights. So that was definitely a plus for UCD. 2 more rounds to close out this half. I'm thinking we can do something really good with the showstopper here for UCD and take that A site. Because A site is usually great for showstopper for lamps, back site area. Let's see what they can do this time.
Definitely. I think it's just going to be the battle of whoever is able to win out in showers. But Elijah just super close off in an unconventional angle as Brazzera does fall with those early wall bangs out towards showers. Not what you want to see. Showstopper's going to come through on the opposite side of the site, but Elijah's going to find Skyzoo. And I believe, yep, it's going to be Barry able to take down Elijah. Not an even trade, but it is going to be 3v3.
I know exactly where.
Bomb down now. Also going to see that Cypher Neuralink come through as well and expose all these defenders as they rotate over to the site. This is great for UCD as long as they're able to go ahead and keep that pressure on. Barry trying to make the most of these early picks, but Barry will get traded out by Asa. The stun from Suda will be successful. Now 2v1 for Asa. UCD have a great opportunity here. 1v1 now. The tap coming through. It's going to be a full dedicated hold. But Asa able to full 180 onto Jamie's. Oh no! Not what you want to see in that situation. Just a little bit too long of a hold, and it actually pays off for Asa, as that's going to be round number 8 for UW.
5 HP on Asa, doing a full 180 to secure that round. We are just seeing Asa go absolutely bonkers with the Odin, and it's inspiring me to use the Odin more in my rankings.
This is no problem.
Unfortunate there. I think we saw the crouch from Asa off that letting go of the spike that really just kind of threw the spray from UCD off, but it's going to be some full rifle round once again for the last round of the half. But we won't see full shields from all the players on UCD. They're just trying to force as much as possible into this matchup.
I must wait a moment.
Asa trying to get as much info down long. Not going to happen though, as that camera does fall. Brazzera does get scouted out by the Sky from super far away. It seems like defenders have pretty much all of the A zone. As we'll see James try to get something going, but the flash is not going to connect. And this is just a really good aggressive round from UW to just kind of push them out these comfort zones like showers and short. This is going to be interesting. Sky's able to take down Asa. That's going to be our top frag for UW. Sky just in a 1v1 now. But guess what? The showstopper from Elijah able to take down Brazzera, and Sailor able to take down Barry from the opposite side of the site. That orbital strike
Pure
is
chaos
absolutely
at this point.
Crazy. Wow.
4v1 shut down. UW taking a 9-3 half. Wow, that half was incredible. I enjoyed both teams, you know, going at it. They used their Yuto incredibly, and we just saw a lot of gunfights. It was basically gunfights all at that point. Yuto was not the issue at all.
We did see some panic ults come through, I believe, from the defenders there, just trying to stop the plants as much as possible. Were able to successfully do so, but didn't even matter at the end of the day. They were able to out-aim and outclass UCD, at least on that round. We're going to see how they fare when it comes to now this defending half. Or, I'm sorry, this attacking half for UW, if they're able to close it out in as many rounds as it takes them.
UTD is getting a little aggressive here on short, and I'm interested to see how they use their util. Of course, we're going to see the fade and the raise. Ooh, Skyzo taking one already.
Skyzo wants his revenge from the last half, being super aggressive. A perfect headshot there, and that's going to call for the full rotate over towards B zone. Suda going to be all by himself with this lovely little Cypher setup. But the teleporting actually going to be coming in clutch, as Skyzo able to take down Elijah as well. This is going to put a halt to this UW push, but guess what? There's another teleporter right there where they want it. Brazzera with this Clove, calling for reinforcements, presumably. Great read onto Kazudi through that wall, but not going to connect on any more wall bangs. But actually, Barry able to go ahead and help them out there.
Wow, the
Now
shot's
a 5v2.
connected. Now Spike is stuck in showers. How are they going to recover from this?
And this Gecko here is just kind of playing for information, trying to allow the rest of the defenders to set up. And maybe, is it Bind that's just the defender-sided map? We'll have to find out. UCD trying their best to absolutely bonus as many of these pistols as they can as possible. And they're just going to walk it up.
They're just going to walk up. Now we have a 4v1 situation. And they secured the round for UCD just like that. They played together as a team. You did not see one person from UCD that was alone. They had each other's back there that entirety of the round. So that was amazing to see. So we can see some rounds come back for UCD. Now it's going to be their buy round. So I am curious as they're going to use their util for B side. It seems like we're leaning towards for UCD on defense.
Definitely, yeah. We're still seeing that strong Cypher setup over towards Hookah and Garden/Long. I mean, I think that's just very, very default at this point. We're going to see Barry go ahead and elect this Outlaw, one of the newer guns added to Valorant. Super effective on these sort of save rounds, at least coming from a defensive to attacker sided, as he's able to take down Elijah over towards Long. The double swing coming out for Berserk. He's got his hands full now, only with a Guardian. Not going to connect on any of those kills there. Sailor did get brought down to about 35 HP. But that's going to be a Guardian in the hands of somebody you really don't want it in. And that's going to be the full rotate now from UW over towards the A zone. Slow and Steady wins the race, and they're hoping to at least mismatch this team over onto the A zone. But I think enough time has passed. The rotate's now coming through. The orb now collected, and that's going to be the sound cue for what looks like a round ending on A.
And hopefully they are conscious of short here, because we have the fade sitting there waiting for a pick, trying to get the information for their team on defense. The smokes are down, so they can secure this plant. And with that Guardian in a hand, they can secure this round, even on their eco.
Oh, and Benny and Suda trade kills each. Bomb does go down as Jamie's will fall to Benny. Suda able to trade out Sailor there. Benny super hurt, as Suda's just kind of waiting for any sort of over-aggression here. But now a 2v2 with Bomb down is not what you want to be in for UCD. But let's see if they're able to kind of isolate these one-on-ones. The Outlaw's still great in this situation. Not going to find Kazudi. But Barry able to take down Kazudi. Suda able to go ahead and take out Benny. And that's going to be a great defensive round for the side of UCD. They're back in it.
They're back in it, Vic. They are back. They are playing so well together, and they're playing patient, playing off of information, and that's what we want to see on defense. Maybe Bind is a defender-sided map. In some cases, it could be attacker as well. Depends on the team.
Definitely. I mean, we see both these teams, more so at least from the side of UCD, really respecting all the gunfights that are coming their way, specifically on this defender side. As you can see, they're going to be playing with some lighter buys, which means that they're kind of expecting, not a favorable outcome on the majority of these gunfights, but they're still able to kind of really rally the troops and hopefully win off of teamwork here, at least with these buys versus rifles. So we'll see exactly how they're able to go ahead and contest here. We're going to have Barry once again with the Outlaw from last round. Very interesting buy here, at least keeping it into round number 3 of a half, but the setup now leaning more towards the B zone. As that Cypher Cam will go ahead and catch out at least 2 attackers rotating over. And this is going to be just a slow and steady.
Slow and steady. And we do have our 2 lurkers on A site, trying to just play for information, see how many are on that site to communicate with the team. But they do see that Cypher trip. So how are they going to do this? They're just going to shoot it and take the site.
Bazera with her hands full on that Clove. Seeing a lot of players now rotate over from the teleporting A over towards the B zone. Ace able to find 1, Sailor get the 2nd. And Jamie's able to take down Benny. That's going to be, I believe, the bomb carrier. But it's going to be Sailor and Kazudi able to clean up that round there. And that's going to be a very good attacking round for them, as they're going to keep all those rifles and inch 1 more step closer to that match point.
Absolutely incredible round from Asa and Sailor. They lurked up A site with that Viper wall. They caused a little mayhem with Clove and Raze on A site. Took the teleporter to support their team to secure that spike plant. And that's how you should be playing with 2 controller setups, especially with the Cypher.
Definitely. And with this double controller setup, we're just seeing how successful it is from the side of UW, as they're pretty much able to give away and remove any sight lines that, an attacking team or even a defending team might literally necessarily need on all these retakes when the bomb goes down. So just kind of playing their angles very nice and cleanly, just mitigating a lot of this. Util is now UW. And one thing for UCD, I think their rotations have just been a smidge too late. Anytime they've been able to full push, they've had a great opportunity to retake bomb plants or even just bomb plant attempts. Let's see if they can continue that into these next coming rounds, because they're going to definitely need it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think right now... Ooh. Yeah, we're just going to see what space we can take here on A. Finding a pick for UW, but Barry is taking out Asa, which is a very strong pick for this round.
Asa is such a great Cypher player. Being taken out of the round kind of early is annoying.
30 seconds left.
As Skies are able to take down Benny as well to rotate over towards the A site happening currently. The destabilize coming from Clove will go ahead and make these attackers just a little bit weaker. But Elijah and Kazudi are just on a tear. James is able to trade 1 out. It's going to be a 2v1 now for Kazudi with bomb down. Oh, and Kazudi with the perfect spray transfer.
Perfect.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Wow. And here I am. I was just going to say, we could win this. We have Molly. We have Orbital Strike. Don't need it. It's all about aim right now for Kazudi. Oh my goodness. What an incredible round.
And I know it was only 2 kills, but he's able to stop the wingman, stop the player heaven, and then stop the player swinging from triple. That's a 3K in my book, but regardless, a great round from Kazudi.
Absolutely a 3K for sure. All right, seems like UW, they're gonna kind of work their way towards B. Of course, they're always gonna have that Viper wall placed for lurking and to get any information. Trailblazer always coming in to get information for the team from Garden. Ooh, Elijah finding a pick on Jamie's. Oh my
That's
gosh.
not what you want. That is your backside player. Not very fortunate there, but we're going to see the Skyult come through and really give a lot of information to these attackers now, as we're going to see Elisha just get super aggressive in towards elbow, pretty much in their spawn at that point. The Flash is just kind of waiting for their help. A little bit of a missed spray coming out from Sailor, as Brazier is able to go ahead and take down one with that Guardian. Showstopper's going to be successful in taking down Elijah, but that's pretty much all Elijah's going to do.
Yeah, we'll take the trade for trade.
2v1 now for the Clove. Braziera by himself. Needs to get something going here, but An unfavorable gunfight. 1v1 on site though. This could be isolated. Not going to happen with the wall bang, and that's going to be Benny cleaning it up and sending us into match point.
Match point.
We are at match point, everybody. I think we have seen both teams do an incredible job on both sides, but you know, UW, they are just solidifying these rounds with their utility and winning their gunfights. They're taking that space. They're doing it correctly.
Definitely, and just really making sure that they're playing together, and they always have a backup plan. Is UW, as you know, it would have been a 1v1 on site, but thankfully that player out towards long that last round was kind of that saving grace there if needed, but was not necessary this time around. Asa once again with this Odin looking to cause some havoc here. Let's see if they're able to go ahead and get anything going this time around. Showstopper from Elijah, gonna get stopped out mid-air from Barry. Traded right back out by Sailor, and that's gonna be the Viper. Wow, the Viper ult immediately popped and shut down from Bazera with this Guardian once again. Tags coming in from Kazuti towards Lambs. This could be great information from this Clove. Now Asa with that Odin able to take down one of their own. So trying to play for this retake, a 3v3. Heals coming through. Decided to do down here. And a great spray from Asa able to take down Bazera. That's going to be unfortunate. And we're going to see Thrash coming through.
Thrash is coming in. Oh,
no.
Wow. That timing.
The timing just
Absolutely
so poor.
incredible. Wow.
I think it was just maybe a misclick on the jump or the launch of Thrash, but guess what? Thrash is going to go again for Jamie's. He's trying to find as much as he can from his backside. As Benny finds Suda in a 1v1 now, Jamie's not going to even matter because Asa with that Odin, another 3k, and that's going to be GG's.
GG's, everyone. UW and UCD did incredible, but we got to give the semifinal trophy to UW Esports.
Absolutely phenomenal gameplay coming out from both teams. UCD had so many great opportunities and a lot of great rounds when they were able to find them, but UW just a step ahead, and we'll go ahead and advance to our grand finals now. Just some great overall plays and really just exploiting the util that we've been able to see from both teams, you know, when it comes to wall bangs or, you know, using those Cypher cages along with the trips. Just great util combinations coming out from UW to secure them this one, along with some great aim, obviously. But GG's to both teams.
Yeah, I think we definitely have to highlight Asa. Definitely have to highlight Barry. Everyone, they did great. They were able to win those gunfights, secure the round, and clutch for their team every chance they had.
Definitely. And one thing I do want to say from UCD's end, although this match didn't go in their favor, they did have some great ideas, and I feel like, you know, in the future from them, obviously we've seen them a couple times, I believe, in this run it back series. We're going to see a better UCD every year, just like we have been the past couple times, and they've been just on the rise.
Absolutely. They're getting better and better every year.
And a phenomenal matchup. Super excited to see, you know, how UW plays in this grand finals. Obviously, you know, the next team has, you know, a match coming up here in grand finals. They'll have some VOD to review, so we'll see how they're able to kind of work around that.
Absolutely. I think UW is definitely going to be someone to look out for in the grand finals. So make sure you are ready and prepared with your util because they are ready and warmed up.
Definitely. I believe we're going to go ahead and send it to a break.
Dash, I wanna dash, I wanna run it, run it.
It's either sink or swim. Can't hold back your light and expect to win. Gotta go harder. Oh, you've gotta learn. Don't suppress your fire, baby, let it burn. Be who you are. Nobody can take that away from you. Oh, straight from the heart. No playing games. You gotta be true, true, true. You gotta be. Cause you're human. Sometimes it's gonna hurt, baby. Just let your tears fall down. No need to worry about tomorrow, baby. Cause you got time to figure it out. It's only water. It's either sink or swim. Can't hold back your light and expect to win. Gotta go harder. Oh, you've gotta learn. Don't suppress your fire, baby, let it burn. Nobody can take. No need to worry about tomorrow, baby. Cause you got time to figure it out. Sometimes it's gonna hurt, baby. Cause you're
I am V. Welcome back. We've had a slew of technical stuff, but hey, it happens. We're all human. I do have the president of Temple with me. As for a little bit of interview, you can kind of introduce yourself here.
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Andrew Shank. I'm the president for Temple Esports, and it's been a really cool experience so far being here. Just being able to see the team up on the big screen and up on the stage. I think it's a big opportunity for the club. I think it's a big opportunity for the area, especially in Philadelphia, because there's not a lot of esports events that have been going on. So it's just been a really sick experience so far.
Tell us, what games does the sport cover? What do you think? Where your strongest areas?
So I think our strongest area with the club currently is most likely Overwatch. Both our Overwatch teams are they're very good. Exact ranks, I'm not 100% sure, but they're pretty up there. But yeah, I mean, we do Overwatch, we do Rainbow Six, Call of Duty, League of Legends, Rocket League, and we have a couple other titles that are out there, but we had to cut them this semester because of lack of just participation, essentially. But definitely, there's a lot of interest in the games that I was mentioning previously. So I would say, yeah, Overwatch is definitely our strongest pick so far. Our Rocket League team's pretty good too. So it's cool to get to see them, here competing with Rocket League. And then there's a couple events tomorrow that we're going to see them participate in Overwatch. So we're going to have a whole weekend of events to kind of test, how they're doing. So
I know that like Overwatch is kind of collegiate, has become like a little. We see a lot of influx of like what used to be Overwatch League players into collegiate. It's kind of a, who can grab that talent.
And it's similar with Valorant too. At least what I've seen in the competitive space is that a lot of Valorant players, I feel like, are moving from a quote unquote competitive Valorant scene into collegiate esports. I feel like it's very healthy for Valorant in collegiate esports specifically too, in addition to Overwatch. So
I think the thing about it is like not only you're technically somewhat getting paid with a scholarship with that education, that's where a lot of the incentive for a lot of these, I guess, e-athletes, I kind of hate that word, but yeah, you have the education.
Yeah, absolutely. And, when you're supported either financially by an institution like a college, but you're also, like you said, getting that education and, specifically with our club, like we try to teach our players how to network. We try to teach our players how to talk on camera. There's a lot of valuable skills that, again, not just in the collegiate scene, but in esports in general, these players might not be experiencing. And also just like, brand building for the players themselves. And like I said, getting on camera and stuff like that. So it's a lot of benefits to collegiate esports and esports clubs and stuff like that.
I mean, as a caster, networking is like 80% of how you actually do the job. I mean, even outside of casting, networking is like how the job market works.
Totally. Esports is competitive on and off the field. You know what I mean? So if you're not networking, you're not putting your best foot forward, you're not making those connections, you will fall behind, because it's a tight space and I feel like everyone does know each other. And definitely networking. It's going to get you places. So yeah, it's good.
So I guess we'll kind of deviate into you. What is your favorite game? Well, I guess we'll say the multiplayer game that you got.
So I was a big Rainbow Six Siege fan for a long time. I played Vigil and Caveira. But on attack, I played Jackal, and I was toxic. I played Jackal. And now I really like Valorant a lot. But my top is definitely Counter-Strike. I've just had such an appreciation for the Counter-Strike scene over the last couple of years. And transitioning from CSGO to CS2 kind of brought in a lot of new players. So I'd say right now, definitely competitive Counter-Strike is by far my favorite to watch and, participate in. So
you and I kind of talked about our connection with Rainbow Six. If you all don't know, I also extensively work within the Rainbow Six scene. So how did you get involved in esports and, I guess, by extent, any esports production?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I've always been a gamer my whole life. I've always felt that emotional connection to video games. I understand how it really does go beyond the screen. I don't want to make it sound like crazy or cringe, but like I understand the emotional connection between the people online, the games that you play, that competitive spirit. And I was an athlete in high school and stuff like that, so I really loved being competitive. I got an injury, so I wasn't able to participate anymore. But I feel like that goes for a lot of people too, who might just be getting older. They can't, participate as physical, but you don't necessarily have to be in the best shape to play, competitive video games. So I just knew that there were a lot of players that were trying to get into Counter-Strike. I actually started my organization in Counter-Strike, and the idea is to build a ladder system for them in order to make it to the top. And I know how much people care about these video games and how much joy and the friendships and everything that comes out of it. And I just want to be a part of it, honestly. And then it stemmed into college esports too. And it's just been, I've found so many friends through it, and it's just been a really awesome experience. So that's my story, I guess. So
it's very interesting because kind of early into that, you mentioned like injuries, and one of the things about esports that's very different from everything else is it has a very like when it comes to age, it feels like it has a very short shelf life as an actual player, because your reflexes need to be top of the line, everything. And I feel like you could say that college esports has like a dichotomy where it's like, do you want to have that casualness, or do you want to use your quote unquote prime years to go for something like we're seeing in OWCS?
No, absolutely. And I think that's like why we offer varsity and junior varsity, you know what I mean? Where you're not necessarily a casual player, but you want to be in the competitive scene. You know, you can try out for both teams, and if you don't make the varsity team, then you can make the B team or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a short shelf life, like you said. But there are some players out there that are kicking it like 34 years old, and like they're crushing it. So it's not necessarily everybody, but again, being in a college scene, college esports club when you're younger, that's going to give you the ability to harness those skills and get a higher value, coaching or practice or whatever with a bunch of people that share a like mind like you. So it's good.
You also mentioned early into that, like varsity and junior varsity. And so is varsity the ones that do have a little bit of funding behind them?
So to be honest, my organization specifically is not supported by the school with funding at all. So we take great pride in the amount of money that we bring in ourselves. It's not the fault of the university or anything like that, I understand. But our varsity teams are doing it out of the love for the game and out of the love for the scene. And we were sponsored for a little while by some external companies that have been sold. So we're currently not funded. But that's not going to stop our passion or our drive to, continue to try and make a push for the top in collegiate scene and, be at events like this and participate.
It's the difference. Like, you do have some esports programs which are entirely self-funded, but then you've also got ones that are almost heavily backed by the university. I mean, like Akron, I think, is one of the first that comes to mind. Fisher as well. I know a lot of people. Yeah. It's. Do you have any opinions on kind of the differences with those?
With like different funding types, I think it makes a way better story if you're not funded to the top. So I think in any situation where you're not funded, you actually get the most raw player out of that. You know what I mean? Because they're not doing it for money. They're doing it out of passion for the game. And they know that if they want to make money at some point, that they're going to have to put in 150% of the effort because they're not already being paid by the school. You know what I mean? So as long as my organization is supporting each other and, we're staying friends and we're boosting each other up, then I know we can get somewhere with it. And even though there's no money involved right now, if we do a good job and, we put our best foot forward, then we can find a way to get these players paid because they really do deserve it.
Esports is kind of built on two things. It's, finances and just underdog stories.
100%. Yeah, absolutely. And finances, like you said, definitely if you're shooting for some of the better players, finances help a lot because you can just buy them essentially. But that doesn't mean there isn't opportunity, again, with unfunded teams or unfunded players, because that's where you can find some real gems for sure.
So I think we've gotten through everything. I'll start to wrap this up. It has been a pleasure just going through everything with this. I'm glad you helped us with that, so he can kind of let you out to your left. Yes, of course. Tip the hat. All right, so I got one last little thank you to go out there. It's actually FlyQuest. Had a historic run on Worlds, and you can celebrate with them with your very own 2024 Elite Worlds jersey. Every purchase comes with a free branded planter, so you can have a little friend that helps you grow alongside NA's favorite League of Legends team. You get your jersey and so much more at flyquest.gg/shop. Don't miss out. This jersey will only be available to purchase for a limited time. We've got a little bit more of an extended break, finishing up some other things. Make sure you sit tight. We've got even more Valorant just around the corner.
The world changing. I'm not changing.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow. Do I stick it out now? Is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all, even though you might just shatter. Now you're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. over and over. And won't you come on and turn us now, baby? Can't you feel the ground when your arm is shaking? Tell me how do you have it now? Yeah, always with your guard up, your guard up. With your guard I'll help you find your peace of mind. You don't always have to climb. We can just stay under covers. Leave the old world behind when everybody's going blind. Baby, you don't have to suffer. And won't you come on and turn us now, baby? Can't you feel the ground when your arm is shaking? Tell me how do you have it now? Yeah, always with your guard up. Lean into me when your worries they weigh. We will watch as they all fade away. Lean into me when there's nothing to say. 'Cause you don't have to go out every day with your guard up. Your guard up. With your guard up. Your guard
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a long night, you know, a little bit of tech issues here and there, but we're still here, we're still staying strong, and we still got a series on our hands, so you're definitely going to want to stick around for that. My name is CB, and I'm joined by Takeshi as we go into our grand finals matchup for the night.
Yep, and we've got a big best of three here for you guys tonight. We've got UW, fresh off of their victory against Esports at Davis Gold. Unfortunately, my boys back home, they were not able to break out with the win. So we are going to have UW facing off against Cal Blue, the revamped Berkeley roster, coming in with some new firepower this year.
And we were talking about how, like, you know, UC Davis and Drexel. I'm obviously a Drexel girly, so, you know, we're here to represent the losers. Thankfully, neither of us have any bias in this matchup, so we can just kind of sit back and watch the sparks fly. And I mean, we were even just like watching the spreadsheet showing like all the picks and bans for the maps, and, you know, breaking down who we know, who we don't know, who popped off in the last round on both of these scenes, or both these teams. There's going to definitely be some sparks that fly.
Yeah, and if you weren't able to catch a look at the Cal versus Drexel game because they were on the opposite stream, you missed a good one. There was a quick 4-0 run for Cal at the beginning, and then Drexel responded with a 5-0 run of their own before Cal really tightened up, closed them down on the CT half, 7-5, and then really carried it through with a strong two-side performance to finish out the game, 13-5, I believe. So that was a pretty strong performance from Cal. Looking forward to see what they can do here.
Yeah, I believe both of our opening matchups were 13-5, so it's kind of hard to gauge the power level of both of these teams, but we are going to see just how powerful they are. We do have the UW Esports roster. Let's go ahead and bring that up. This is our number 1 seeded team coming into this entire series, or into this entire tournament, and they absolutely look it so far, especially Asa up there at the top, who was just farming all throughout that matchup last, the one you guys did get to see over here on the A stream against UC Davis. It looked kind of bloody from time to time, but make no mistake, the rest of this team also has quite a bit to offer.
Yep, definitely an impressive performance from them, and given that I have spent some time with some of the Esports of Davis people, yeah, that was a decent squad they definitely took down. So strong performance from UW in their initial semifinals match.
Yeah, very strong performance indeed. A very ironclad team. And we talk about iron sharpening iron. Well, here is a little bit of iron on the other side. Cal Blue. We were talking a little bit about how Troy was popping off over on the B stream there. And it's looking like we're maybe kind of setting up a head-to-head between Troy and Asa on either side. But there is also a lot of other moving parts that I'm sure we'll get to here as we go forward. But kicking it off, here is your roster. Cal Goat, Troy, Dadston, Oni, and Subjbubby. It's like we said, Troy was popping off, and Troy versus Asa, I think, is the matchup that we're going to be wanting to, keep an eye on. But this is another team where any one of these other, I don't want to call them the supporting cast, but they can definitely steal the show.
And it is worth noting that this version of the Cal Blue roster is playing with a substitute. There is no Cal Goat today. Instead, we have Cal Army taking his place. And Troy, being the IGL of this roster, actually having a fragging performance in the first map, definitely something to keep an eye on. Definitely keep an eye out for Oni. Look for Dadston, Subjbubby on those opening picks. And Army's just going to be kind of a glue guy, just filling in wherever he needs to be. So expect some good fundamental, but also aim heavy, fight heavy strategy from Cal Blue today.
Yeah, I definitely expect it. Especially if you have an IGL like that can frag and can pop off. It's, follow my lead, watch as I just kill everybody. But let's have a look at the battlefields here, because you and I had a little bit of a discussion when we went through our map picks and bans about what we expect to come out from these teams, because it's a little bit interesting. The biggest thing I want to highlight is, as we go through looking map by map, I was talking about, Cal Blue versus Drexel over on the other stream. Cal had a really strong Lotus against them, but they opt to ban it for the Decider and take us to Ascent instead.
And I think that could really be a reflection of what Cal Blue is going for with Army in instead of Goat. Maybe the switch up in Initiators, or maybe the Initiator pool, is something that they're looking forward to as being stronger on Ascent, or maybe they just have something that we haven't seen yet and they want to go very quickly because of the timing of both the semifinals matches. If there were people on UW who wanted to take a look into the Cal Blue stream and see how they did it against Drexel, they could take a look and see a lot of those setups. So maybe they just want to go to a different place, something that UW has not seen them on yet. So interesting matchup. Haven, Abyss, Ascent. I mean, I'm totally okay with this lineup.
You do bring up an interesting point about, how we had that little bit of overlap because of the tech issues, but I do also want to go ahead and say that I think it's just as likely that, while you're sitting there waiting for the other team to get all their PCs in check and you're just kind of sitting there twiddling your thumbs, that of course you're also going to check out the stream and see, what UW was up to. So I think both sides are going to have a little bit of video footage on one another. And like you said, maybe that is where some of these odd picks and bans come from, but it's going to be Haven, the classic that we're kicking things off on. So we'll get to Ascent when we get there, and we'll start to break that down a little bit more once we get a little bit closer, because this is a best of 3. So who even knows if we're going to see it? Maybe we're really underrating one of these teams and we're going to see a swift 2-0. I know you were predicting Cal Blue 2-0. I don't know if you want to stand on business with that one, but if that's what you're saying, and we might never see Ascent if that's the case.
Well, I was definitely saying Cal Blue 2-0 because, full disclosure to everyone watching at home, I'm saying I'm referring to him as Army, but Army and I, we go way back. This dude's been making fun of me since 6th grade, so I love that dude to death.
You don't gotta say that you're being bullied on stream. That's you can Batman couldn't beat that out of me right now.
No, but I mean, I'm just keeping it authentic with everyone. I want to be real. Hey, I'm here to cast. I'm here to be super impartial, but at the same time, yes, I am definitely rooting for Army to have a great performance.
All right, well, if that's the case, I'm going to go ahead and go on the other side. I'm wearing the purple, so I'm going to go for the UW side. That's who I'm going to pull for. Since both of our teams got knocked out, we might as well, just pick sides and go to war and join them over on the battlefield. And with me, it's arbitrarily based on the color of shirt I decided to wear today. I wanted it to be Radiant purple to match with the event. I was thinking about repping my Drexel colors, by the way. Anybody still over at the venue, shout out to all my Drexel people. We don't actually have audio, so if you're cheering right now, it's really awkward for me. I don't know, but I hope you are, and I hope you're going to stick around because this one is going to be a lot of fun.
Well, it's great that you mentioned the shirt colors because, the same colors that UC Davis has, we're part of the whole system, same colors as Cal, so it looks like we color matched unintentionally, and it looks like we're going straight into this game, man. Best of 3. Here we go.
Yep, and like we said, kicking it off on Haven. We got Omens on both sides, Sovus on both sides, Jets on both sides, and Brimstones on both sides, but we're differing in terms of our Sentinel picks on either side right now. We've got the KJ on one, and Dadston flashing a Cypher over on the other. Is that going to make any sort of difference with this, near mirror matchup?
I don't anticipate it really making a huge impact. I think that the Cypher is a bit stronger in the KJ, but it is pretty stylistic, and with these teams being so mirrored, I think the Cypher gives a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you can get set up across the map. I will be really interested in seeing how the lurks come in, because I assume for UW, the lurking is going to come in the form of the Omen. But it's going to be Sailor on the Omen, and versus Dadston on the Cypher, probably being the site anchor and just holding Seaside, looking garage, just seeing what we can do. So, can't wait to get this thing started.
Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting for a good while, just sitting there watching the other games. But we're antsy. We're ready to go, licking our chops, ready to go, ready to kick it off as soon as all the teams are ready and loading up. But I mean, we're talking a lot about how it's going to be Sailor versus Dadston over here. The Cypher versus the Omen. Is there going to be any sort of counterplay with the Omen from the side of Cal Blue? As they, start to defend, is there going to be Subjubi going to have to, keep up the pace at all?
Yeah, Subjubi had a pretty solid map last map just against Drexel. A lot of opening kills, which is kind of odd for the Smokes player to be taking, and more so you would expect Oni on the Jet to be handling a lot more of those first engagements. Really, what's going to happen is Cal and UW both want to definitely get set up with their pieces here. You have straight line flash from the Omen, you have straight line stun from the Breach, you have the shocks to break util on either side, and then you have Jet to dash in first, draw crosshair. You definitely want to have your pieces in the right place, and so the opening engagements, the head-to-head between both the Jets is also a battle to be watching.
And I'm glad you brought up the Jets, by the way, because you have Asa flashing the Jet on one side, and that was, my player to watch from the side of UW going up against Troy, who's going to be going on that Brimstone again. Same thing that he was playing on Lotus against Dressel. Oh, sorry, on Breach. Yeah, sorry. My mistake. Rookie mistake. It's all right. We all learn. It's a collegiate event. It's all about being educational here over on the Breach, but same thing he was playing over on Lotus against Drexel, and looked very, very strong on that character. So is there going to be any counterplay between those two?
That might be a little bit more difficult to say, because with the Breach you want to be a bit farther back. So if the Jet is already up in Troy's face, or if Asa on Jet is going to be all up in Troy's face as Breach, there might be some issues here. I mean, Cal definitely needs to get it slowed down. They are a retake heavy team, especially from what we just saw last game. Cal is more than happy to take even numbers and try and fight their way back into a set site for UW. Both these teams do need to be super proactive though. Look at how much exploration activity you have here. Jet is super mobile, Omen can get himself out of trouble, and then you have double initiator to set up for the duelists. There's going to be a lot of 3-man grouping, there's going to be a lot of 4-man grouping, and it's just going to come down to what they find on either side of the map.
Well, we can yap all night about what we think these teams are going to do, but the only way to actually see what they're going to do is to get us into the game, and it looks like we are still waiting on that just a little bit longer here. See if I can actually see what might be going on here. Just a little bit more tech issues going on here, so just gonna keep it going, keep it flowing. Have a player crash. All right, yeah, it's been one of those nights,
It always is, and it would not be a collegiate esports event without one thing going a little tiny bit wrong, but it's okay if we got a player crashing. I mean, earlier we had people not having Valorant on the PCs, right? We had to make some fresh downloads. So
I don't even know how that happens, by the way. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
I've been to that building, and I've physically, with my own eyeballs, witnessed people playing Valorant, so I know it's on there. It's like, what happened? Some, like, malicious attacker just went through and sabotaged and just like, all right, we're going to uninstall Valorant on every single PC here. Tee-hee, it'll be really funny. Then Drexel's going to sit down, and then, whoops, it's not there.
Yep. Obviously, victory by forfeit. No shows.
That didn't really happen, but, you know, it was a little bit close there, you know, aside from that, like, 5-point streak there from Drexel. It was a victory by forfeit. We can blame the PCs. You know what? I'll let my Drexel bias come to fruition and say, yeah, we'll blame the PCs for that one. You know, if it hadn't been for that, we would have wiped, you know, 13-0.
Yeah, definitely. And if Cal wins here, Cal having just beaten Drexel, that means that Drexel would have, by transitive property, they're probably power ranked above UW if we do the transitive property and it's like a stomp, you know? So if either map is quicker than 13.5, you can flash your Drexel pride all day long.
Yeah, and you know, like whatever kind of math that is, I don't think they teach it at Drexel, but they should start. And you know, I'll be the professor. All right, I'll put the clip on tie and start teaching the Drexel supremacy for second place Math 101.
Second place Math 101, definitely not a course that anyone from either of these teams wants to be a part of. I would definitely dread the midterm on that one.
Well, Cal Blue's already passed that one, so you know we gotta focus back on the teams at play. Because as much as I want to stay biased, as much as I want to just fill time talking about, you know, just how great Drexel could be, you know, they unfortunately didn't win against Cal. You know, Cal does look to be at least roughly as strong as UW, which is why I'm so excited about this matchup and the fact that this isn't a best of one, this is a best of three. We do have the potential to be on our Lionel Richie business and go all night long with this. But, you know, the longer it takes to reload into the game, a little bit later it's going to go.
Yep, and apologies to those of us watching on the East Coast, but for those of us on the West Coast, I think we're chilling.
Yeah, you got time to like pop down to the kitchen, grab a snack over on the West Coast. Over here, you know, we're looking out. It's pitch black. Everything's about to start closing. You know, I'm sure all the people, you know, still down at the block are having a great time.
It gets dark so fast already. It's crazy.
It really does. I was walking to the store, like just up to like the CVS pharmacy, like the other night. It was like 6:30 p.m. and it was like already like pitch black. So dark, but not as dark as it is for our one player who still has yet to load in. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we will be right back once we have the action completely ready to serve up to you. Don't go anywhere.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
I got it,
name is Philip Rodriguez. I'm the competitive esports coordinator here at UC Berkeley. I used to play Overwatch. I got a scholarship over at UC Irvine. I want to say we got like top 4 nationally a few times, and then I moved over to like team management.
Let's go. I'm stays Cody. Yeah, I got you. I have my stun for C-Long. Guys, stunning. How much you got stun? Good trade. Just wait. Nice, Cody.
Typically, the esports department falls within the recreation department, and that's typically what's going to go on at most universities. However, recently they just started kind of pushing towards more growth into the program. My position now is to actually be more hands-on, coordinating the entire esports teams, the competitive teams, the center we have here. So if you're a gamer, whether it's competitive or casual, we want to make Cal a home for you to flock to. When it comes to what makes Cal unique, I truly would say it has to do with the pedigree of the students and the caliber of academic rigor here. Most major colleges, like the very pinnacle high-end ones, typically don't have that much interest in esports for whatever reason, but it's nice to see that Cal is kind of saying that like that trailblazing way, and I expect other universities to kind of pick up on that trend too. These students are truly some of like the most brilliant people you'll ever meet, and I'm really happy to have the pleasure of working with them day in and day out.
Both just swinging, bro.
Ace.
new Xfinity gateways can support hundreds of devices.
Up your internet game. Am I right?
I'm over here.
Am I close?
Get a strong connection to power hundreds of devices with ultra-low lag.
Marco?
Bring on the good stuff.
He waited for this night. I waited for him. It's not the house that's haunted.
Dalton!
It's your son.
He's done awful things to people.
He's not.
He's going to kill me.
At the siren, all crime, including murder, will be legal.
Technically, he should be dead.
Show your face! Who are you?
Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow. Though it's stick it out now, is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give on up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got some good news. First of all, while we were on that break, I decided what my Halloween costume's going to be. All right, it's going to be a Be Right Back screen, because I can't think of anything more scary to a group of gamers right now than that. But even better news is we are loaded into the map. We have all of our teams ready to go, and we are finally going to kick off this grand finals.
Yep, and we got 3 seconds on the clock before Cal and UW square off in a West Coast showdown to determine who is going home with the Run It Back trophy.
Looks like Oni's going to be the one to get the first frag there for the side of Cal Blue. Just going to go ahead and take that and be happy with it, back off, and the rest of UW going to try and play a little bit more slowly, rethink their approach, and try and see what options currently present them. And it looks like they do want to continue to go up mid towards B site, but do they know what lurks immediately to the left there?
Sudge throwing that immediate smoke, and Oni on the jet with the initial contact. That is one of the things that we talked about in pregame lobby. Definitely a player to watch on those initial peaks, the smoke coming in as I'm talking.
Well, they were close enough to smell each other, but didn't quite see each other thanks to both of the smokes there from Subjubby. UW gonna go ahead and rotate instead back over to C, but Dadston there has them all pegged, knows exactly where they're going to be coming in, but can he actually do anything about it? Sure can, gonna go ahead and take one down, but does get traded out. But with that pickoff there that came off from Troy as well, it still looks pretty damn good for Cal Blue. There's another one there onto Kazuti, and this one's just about done and dusted for Cal Blue. This pistol round looks to be going their way.
Close shock by Army there, but you gotta think that Sailor's gonna get hunted down, and he will. Sudge Bubby with the cleanup. Team ace for Cal to start off 1-0.
Not a bad way to start things off. Everybody chipping in, everybody getting their little piece there. Subjubby, I mean, just kind of stuck in a corner, hoping nobody turns around, nobody tries to peek it, and hoping and praying like, I don't, I'm so little, please don't hurt me. That early pistol round should start to fare pretty well for Cal Blue. I mean, they looked pretty strong throughout, aside from losing, I believe that one player. I already forgot who it was, and you know what? I think they've also already forgotten.
Yeah, it was Dadston on the Cypher on the C site, and he's going to be the one who's tested immediately by UW on the round start.
Yeah, everybody just going down C long. Peppering a couple of pistol shots on either side. Dadston, though, still able to hold down the fort, but it is not a full-scale assault on point C. It's actually just one lonely player sticking around as everybody else tries to rotate up C short through garage, looking for any kind of way in, but the spike has been left back at the spawn, so they haven't fully committed to much of anything yet, but they're gonna have to figure it out sooner rather than later as Sudbubby gets cleaned up there. Dadston as well. UW, they've got presence on C. Now they just need to get the spike there and get it down.
While they didn't get any kills, the players from Cal Blue did in fact do a ton of damage to the UW players. 3 of them are in blinking red critical HP. If you do any damage to them like Troy just did to Elijah, they are going to be in equal numbers very quickly.
Damage does get traded out there. Oni going in with the jet smokes, knows exactly where Sailor is and needs to try and hit that shot. When it gets traded out on the other side, Troy is down. Another trade. Oni, though, with the clutch 3K and the defuse to take it back for Cal Blue and send them up 2-0.
And that's a huge dart from Army that revealed all 3 of the remaining players, allowing Oni to come in and clean up on the isolated player first, then the short cubby outside of garage, and then lastly on the backside KJ, who was just frantically trying to reload but did not have the time.
Right out the gates, I mean, it's still looking pretty strong for Cal Blue. Like on these attacks, or sorry, on these defenses, they are pretty decisive. And yeah, Dadston seems to be the sacrificial lamb as UW continues to want to try and push up towards C site, but they're not able to make all that much of anything stick. And on the retake, Oni looked just flawless there.
It's fantastic, and Oni's going to be the one to pick up the off. So now on the first gun round for UW, here's Sudgebubby taking the contact, and you have to be careful for Oni's off down A short. He's posted on the line. Careful for the mid-aggress from UW.
Doesn't look like anybody is taking the bait there. Wow. Dadston, though, takes down Benny, and that's gonna go ahead and slowly approach back over to C site. I think again, UW, they're gonna be thinking twice about this. They've once again left the spike back at the attacker spawn. Still trying to make a decision, but I think Dadston might have shooed them away from C at least initially, as they continue to play slow and inch ever closer towards it.
And the whole time you have Oni locked on this A short angle, and right as I say that, he looks away to check for timing. But the Jet is totally locking down the other side of the map. You have the other 4 players from Cal just locked in on the C side attack. You have the fake smoke to show presence towards A. And Asa is going to find the kill on Sudge Bubby.
There's no shot Asa doesn't get spotted there. I thought for sure Asa was about to, you know, get a free lobotomy, courtesy of Sudge Bubby, but no, it didn't happen.
And now Cal is in a little bit of an uncertain spot, but if Oni takes this contact on the off shot, and he did see the Omen, but he is going to get shocked off the line, he's going to fall back. The presence was shown, and now UW is moving back towards the C site where it's just Dadston. The gamble is not paying off for Cal in the immediate.
Yeah, Dadston knows. Yeah, they get the trap wire, so yeah, Dadston knows for sure, but didn't see that coming, of course. Asa with a great shot there, and the rest of Cal Blue has to try and make their way back in. It's going to be another retake. Oni still has the operator, but
and this
don't see Elijah with the lurk here. That's 1, there's 2. Can't get the 3rd. Troy able to take that one back, but I mean, it's a 3v1 on the retake. I think you just hold here.
Importantly, Troy did pick up the off, so Oni is going to have another shot at it next round. But good play by UW, very, very patient to bait out the man advantage into man equalizing situation from UW. Yeah, and it's going to pick up their first round on their gun round. It's a must win for UW that they convert.
Yeah, they can't let things start to spiral out of control. My question right now is, do they decide to go on the hunt? And it looks like they do, but I mean, they're not going to find Troy. They're on complete opposite hemispheres. Not even, they wouldn't even be able to overnight express over to Troy right now. So just going to go ahead and take that win, be happy with it. They're on the board A, and Cal Blue gets to hold the op. So a little, you know, column A, a little column B. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, I don't think that UW could have found Cal Blue with no clip there, but, or sorry, I didn't think that UW could have found Troy saving the off there, even if they had access to no clip, but the money is in a pretty tight spot for Cal as we see this replay here. Dadson, great opening pick. Sudge Bubby just gets caught a little bit on the timing, and then Elijah with a perfect lurk here. Even though he gets shut down by Troy, he shuts the round out immediately.
I think a ping even came out from Sudge Bubby as Asa walked past there. I think he knew that he was there, he just couldn't really do anything about it, and now does know who is coming up towards mid here. It's the entirety of UW Esports. Asa with a trade out there onto Troy, but Oni, like you said, has that op again and did make pretty good use of it. Gonna go ahead and trade that one out. And once again, UW Esports back to their old tricks, trying to go back to their stomping grounds at C site, but Oni was not born yesterday. Knows exactly what's gonna happen. Can't quite get the shot there though, and that should be enough to let UW get the plant.
The smokes have faded though, so there's only going to be one smoke from UW now as they TP out, and Benny finds Dadston, so that's a huge opening pick. And it nullifies the flash push coming through from Cal.
Oh, yeah, Cal just gonna walk right through. Army getting caught out by Asa, but didn't see Oni there. The first shot was wide, but that one was dead on, and that might be enough to keep Cal Blue in this a little bit longer. They just have to try and maintain presence here as the rest of UW Esports have fallen back through C, into C Cubby. Elijah, though, on a flank, takes down Sudge Bubby, and now it's just Oni with this operator. The shot is good, but just as so is the one from Elijah, and UW traded up 2-2.
Yep, nice play by UW. Even though the mid fight is even in terms of numbers, it becomes a 4v4, and Dadston on Cypher crucially rotating off the C long angle into Garage, allowing UW perfect side access with just one smoke, one flash, and from there, gun advantage pays off, and it's 2-2. This is exactly what you expect when the first rounds come in. Pistol comes in, conversion comes in on second round, first gun round comes in favor of the T side, and then the second round follow-up, that is a must win.
And speaking of pistols, there's a pretty big downgrade there from Oni. I mean, falling at the end of that last point means not going to have that op anymore. So now Oni just walking out with a pistol and some armor and hoping for the best, and going to run into the cavalry here, but Troy is there, the backup's there, Dadson's gone, and here we go, the knives are out. Oni going to take down Benny, and maybe you don't even need the op if that's all you got. You're going to find the headshots there. Troy, again, popping off, and Cal Blue, they're just going to go ahead with the utility. Who even needs guns?
Well, Sailor has one. He's going to make his presence known, and he's going to get none of them! That's absolutely brutal for Sailor. Good shot by Elijah onto Oni, though.
Oni gets traded out, but I mean, honestly, that's an expendable loss, because again, no weapons lost, and you were just expending the ultimate that would have been done with anyway at the end of this round, so no real big loss there for Cal Blue as they take the next point.
If UW wants to continue fighting like this, they've got to start investing some sort of utility into clearing out this mid push. This 2 or 3 man push from Sudge, Bubby, Oni, and Troy is proving too much for UW in these opening rounds, because even if they're trading even, Cal Blue is more than happy to keep opting into it. And they've won the majority of rounds where they start with a mid advantage.
Did you say opting into it? Because
Yes.
have a look at Oni once again, you know, right back up to his old tricks, backing up on that operator. That eco did, like we said, it did pay off in that last round. So you do have the threat of that one shot coming through again from the side of Cal Blue. And this is not where UW Esports want to be, because now I don't even know if they know he's got it, where he's lurking. It's no longer Dadston on C site, by the way, like they're probably expecting. It's Oni lurking over there with the op.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation for Oni to be in, though, with no other util for him. He's really got to make the right reads. He does have the C-long angle, and Benny is going to drone to try and clear him off, but let's see how much exactly he sees. He sees Oni with the op. Huge information gathered by the Sova for UW.
And you can see, you know, they take the spike. They're just going to say, you know what? We don't want to go up C-long right now. We're going to go ahead and take it over to A, where there's preferably a lot less ops looking down our, you know, getting a good close-up view of our pores on our face. They're going to try their luck over at A site, but that's where Dadston is. That's where all the Cypher utility is, and that's where the entirety of Cal Blue is now rotating in. And speaking of Dadston, going to take down Elijah. Also followed up with a headshot there onto Benny. Some great plays coming out. And sure, you know, maybe you don't want to take the duel with the operator, but you still got Dadston to worry about.
Yeah, and walking straight into those kill trips.
Actually, now you got both of them. Dadston has the operator and makes great use of it. Oni with a kill there onto Sailor, and it is just Asa trying to get just about anything done, but can't do much more than plant the spike and then push up daisies.
That's a full house. Dadston's over Austin's right there. Or, sorry, Dadston's over Oni's right there. Getting my players a little bit mixed up there, but it is 4-2 in favor of Cal, and that's not getting mixed up at all.
And then Dadston's like, thank you for the loan. Gonna go ahead and send that right back over to Oni. And they're playing around this operator really well, passing it back and forth between their Cypher and their Jet, depending on which angle they want to hold down. Like, the fact that Oni passed it over to Dadston there, and Dadston is like, let me go ahead and take a crack at it, sport. Finds a kill, and then Oni just goes down, cleans house. This duo is looking pretty strong for the side of Cal Blue.
Great team play. Also, the flash catching the player on front truck, or on default, and then also forcing the other player under heaven into a position where he cannot help the Omen at all. This is a fast round for you, Duff.
Yeah, very fast. Once again, back over to C. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Asa gonna have to try again next round there, champ. I don't know about that one. They're gonna trade it out for Dadston, which is gonna clear up C site and let them get the spike down. But I mean, Cal Blue, like, they've been here before. They've run this drill 1,000 times. The breach, utility not able to come through, gonna get traded out. Oni is down, trades out for Elijah. Cal, they're coming back in. They're able to make something out of this retake. Army finds 2, and there we go. That's going to be Subjubby with the defuse.
And that's a great closeout. Even though you have positional advantage for the side of UW, you have health advantage, you have gun advantage for Cal's side. Big closeout for 5-2.
Starting to get a little bit more in Cal Blue's favor. Again, like UW, they have to try and find something to stop this from spiraling out of control, right? Because every time, you know, you're giving away the economy and giving Oni an operator, or you're just walking right into Dadston's traps and getting, you know, picked off time and time again. And when it's not that, you got plays like Army coming in. That's your boy coming back in. It just, you know, killing off the retake, getting the defuse. And hey, there we go. If it worked before, stick with it. You know, have another operator, Oni, on the house.
This is a 4-man setup from Cal on A side, going to get all the information here, but Dadston has to be careful. He doesn't know that there are 5 people waiting for him. There's survival smoke placed behind him, smoke in front of him, and he's getting ulted. He's just got to play live.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury coming out. They know exactly where he is, and he's got to hightail it. Gonna go ahead and come back in through the smoke and peek out a little bit, but Asa is holding the door there, not letting him through, and that's gonna be enough to get the spike down. And now you got 5 men on C. It's a 5 versus 5 with a very, very low HP Dadston, so we'll call it 5 versus 4.5 right now for the retake on Cal Blue.
Yeah, and the KJ ult this early is going to lock out a lot of the retake opportunity. No detains, thankfully, for Cal, no missteps. Here comes the Omen ult. Troy setting up util. Remain only does take down Sailor.
Ooh, at close range with the judge there too, and that's good for Cal Blue. It's good news on the retake there. Dadston to go ahead and try and fake the defuse, and UW Esports have actually been pushed back. They've all fallen back to C long, but they're gonna have shots on the spike. Dadston's trying to get the defuse, but Benny with the flank takes down 2, but the defuse, ooh, it was inches away. But it didn't come through, and UW, despite dying to the spike, will go ahead and take that and run with it. They're back on the board 5-3.
That is a chaotic round, but that's 3 ults off the board for UW. In exchange, that's a couple ults from Cal. 5 ults used that round, and the round goes to UW. Nice job in the post plant. Huge lurk by Benny. Late lurk finds the first one through the smoke, and Dadson's actually looking to hold this the whole time while Sudgebubby looks to cover. But the sidearm is not enough to actually clear out Benny, and he shows up big with a quad.
University of Washington. I mean, like that. Yeah, like you said, that flank was just it. Like that was enough to seal it. Granted, I mean, it was so chaotic that I don't even know if Cal was going to be able to actually stick that defuse there. But you know, that's in the past. We got to move up to the present, and in the present, UW, they're no longer going for C site, but they're gonna get clipped trying to head over towards A. So maybe they're thinking twice about that one. They've already lost 2 men, and up there goes 2 more.
And this should be a clean round. Wow, it's just clinical from Cal. No util on mid, no KJ turret, no nothing allows Sudgebubby to walk straight up into window, get the opening kill, and then UW is in complete disarray. They try to fast push A with 2, gets shut down by Army, and then both the other players get cleaned up mid with only 1 kill back. Just a fantastic round from Cal.
They walk up and try and say, you and what Army? And it's like, oh yeah, this one. It's me. Army, right here, holding the door. You're not coming through. All right, sorry.
This is a good game from Cal's individuals. Oni's having a nice game. He's on 13 already, but the rest of the team is about 7 or 6 kills apiece. This is a pretty balanced kill distribution, so it's good to see the individuals coming out to play.
UW, once again, you know, they got a couple going up mid, and it looks like the rest of Cal is kind of expecting this C site push to come through again, so it's gonna leave a lot of A site kind of unguarded, and maybe UW can try and find a way to get their way up over there. It's just that one Sova over there on A short they're gonna have to worry about, and right now they're trying to worry about Sudgebubby up here, up on the boxes. Asa not gonna be able to scout it out. Checked the corner but didn't look up, and now is staring at the lights.
Nice dodge on that flash by Sudgebubby, and an instant headshot is gonna send Elijah back to the spawn.
UW, I mean, UW, it's another dire situation, right? They've got, you know, only 3 up. They're trying to go through mid now, but every time someone's split off to try and make anything happen, especially over here at B site, they've gotten clipped. And, you know, now you've got Dadson over there. You're going to have some Cypher, Util. You're going to have Sudgebubby again continuing to be the bouncer and just not let anybody into the club here. And if you even manage to show face here, which, yep, Kazuni does, again, makes the same mistake. Doesn't look up. Sudgebubby with the 3rd of the round. Maybe we can even make it an ace. There's a 4th. One more. No. There it is. Sudgebubby with the ace.
Huge anti-eco cleanup by Sudgebubby. I was going to say, the thing that makes it feel even worse is your first 2 go down and the rest of you are on pistols. You have no chance in this round unless you can actually make it messy. And Sudgebubby does a great job of finding the first 2 kills of this round and completely resetting without really taking any damage.
It's just kind of odd, though, because, like, at a certain point, I feel like, you know, you've seen 2, 3 people die from this same spot. Surely you don't just walk right in if you don't actually know where the shots are coming from, if you can't check your corners, or you identify that he's, like, up there on the box, and maybe you say, I don't want none of that. Maybe I take the spike elsewhere, because he was there. Dadson was there as well. Maybe they just didn't have enough intel and were worried about something happening at one of the other sites, but regardless, they just throw themselves off a cliff like lemmings right into Sudgebubby's waiting arms, and now it's Army over here with arms wide open, just waiting for anybody to walk up. Zudi in the smoke. Sailor gonna come right on through, though. Not what was expected. Oni with letting the knives fly. Gonna go ahead and fall. Kazuki with the kill there onto Troy, and despite the initial losses, UW are able to get the plant down. Is it gonna be enough? They take down Dadston as well, and now it's just Sudgebubby. You got the ace last round, buddy. Maybe you got one more in you?
I've just been informed by production they do prefer UW Esports, and UW Esports is going to pick up this 4th round very convincingly. You can't think that Sudgebubby actually has a huge clutch in him. I say as he's out to prove me wrong.
And maybe he does. Maybe he's got a little bit of something left in him. I mean, gonna go ahead and take down 1, but you still got 3 more to go, and they know exactly where homie is. I don't know if, yeah, it might not even be able to get to the spike in time, even if everybody else just closed their eyes, but nope. Wide open. They saw Sudgebubby coming through, and that's UW Esports 7-4. The more wins they're able to stack up here, the more they can stop this from spiraling out of control.
Yeah, and that opening kill from Sailor definitely influences the round in a big way. If Army is able to occupy that corner position after that smoke fades, there's literally nothing that the T side could have done about it. So UW Esports, this is a big round win. Sudgebubby just looking for a little bit more because they've stacked so many rounds in a row for the side of Cal that they can afford to just play with that money. But UW Esports going to take a timeout, trying to make sure this half is as even as possible, looking for 5-7 going into the half.
Yeah, and a 5-7 wouldn't be too bad. I mean, honestly, I would take that, especially with how this kind of started out with Cal Blue kind of looking dominant. And we talk about the individual performances from a lot of the players from Cal Blue. We've also identified some of the great team plays that have come out from the likes of Dadston and Oni on the side of Cal Blue. But UW, they're still trying to get, air underneath their wings, and it feels like it's starting to happen. It's starting to come together. You're starting to make some of these plays happen when you really need them to, and if they can keep that momentum up, then we're going to start to see more of that individual pop-off from their side. Then we're going to start to see more of that team play start to come to roost.
Yep, and after this timeout ends, you got another 15 seconds in the pre-round. Just watch where the UW Esports players are going to go. I anticipate they're going to look for a little bit more mid-contact because that's what Cal Blue has favored in the past. And then after this, probably look to accelerate on one of the side sites because they've recognized correctly that Cal is rotating their players in a horde. They're moving 3 of them at a time whenever they can. It's always a 1-3-1 or 4-1 stack that's moving for Cal Blue.
Well, speaking of Cal, they do have Dadston and Oni on C site this time, and UW try and play it slow, try and identify a way forward. And they do now know that there are some threats over at Garage, so maybe they don't really want to take that fight. Maybe they don't want that smoke, or maybe they do, because Ace has got an op as well and is walking up towards B site. It's currently clear, but UW doesn't know that just yet. Maybe Ace is going to be able to get a shot in on somebody who tries to come in and secure the site for the side of Cal.
Nice chalk dart from the side of UW Esports to break that trip earlier that Dadston had put at the mouth of B main. But it's all on Troy. This is a huge test for him, and here comes the smoke. Sudgebubby's going to go down first.
Yeah, you want the smoke. Sudgebubby definitely got that smoke from Asa, came back over, finds that op shot, and we got 2 Jets on either side with ops, and Oni is still just kind of twiddling his thumbs over there at A, and I think at this point UW have decided it's not worth it to try and play into that and try and win that duel. They're just going to win the fight over here at mid. They've now taken down 2. That should be good enough to get them in onto B site, and there's a little bit of extra damage there onto Dadston, who is practically on life support right now. They don't see him though, so it's going to get traded out before he's finally taken down, and Oni going to take a little bit of damage as well as the spike goes down on UW Esports. They might be able to close this one out. Oni peeking around the corner, trying to find anybody poking their head out. Somehow finds Sailor. I didn't even see Sailor on there, up close.
Wow.
With the... How? How do you even find that one?
That's very creative from Oni, but it's still a really difficult situation. Asa has the op. He's just going to hold open, and they have Sova just in case Asa doesn't hit that, but he does. 5-7. Great timeout usage by UW Esports, and that's as even of a half as you could ask for.
Yeah, and great op usage. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Asa. Again, like, even trying to play aggressively and peek around corners with that op, if you're able to find the shots and make it work, yeah, it works. It pays dividends. I still didn't even know Sailor was there off that shot from Oni. That was absolutely incredible. And then to go at close range with the Bucky and still find the shots there, I mean, it's all for naught as Asa gets 3 to close out the round and make it look strong for the side of UW and keep it competitive throughout. That's what we want to see, especially as we go onto the defender's side, where maybe you get an op in Asa's hands again, and maybe he's just as lethal as Oni was on their defense.
It's worth noting that UW Esports definitely did a good job of working around to the op that Oni had. They had a Sova drone that spotted him out when he was playing back C. They avoided the A-long peaks at all times. So for the most part, they neutralized a lot of what Oni was looking for, but this is a fast play up A-long with Oni, and there's no one heaven. There's just a Sova buried into short on the side of UW and a flood smoke early.
A little bit curious. I mean, it seems like they do want to play at close range. Cal Blue, though, they're not taking the bait. They see A sites clear, see a little bit of smoke, a little bit of utility, but maybe just suspect that UW Esports are kind of minimizing themselves, as it seems like they are. They're also kind of rotating around. They're still not fully sure if Cal's committed to this.
And part of it is the Cypher kit and the KJ kit, not seeing anyone so far, and Dadston is actually playing ahead of his on the C site on C long across the map. They're going to trade Omen Smokes towards C, see if they can feign a little bit more pressure there with that Sova dart. Looks like it's just going to be a regroup.
little bit of a regroup, but UW Esports have started to like gravitate a little bit over towards C site, now heading back over towards B. Sooner or later, Cal Blue, they have to try and make a move, and it looks like
There's
A
the contact.
is where they're going to decide. Benny takes down 2 though, and Cal Blue, they are falling apart on this entry here. They took too long, and they say that though, Oni's able to take down Kazuti, gets traded out, and now it's just this one lonely sub to He can't do a whole lot now. I mean, you know, a valiant effort trying to catch him by surprise, go in quick, storm it fast, but UW Esports, they were ready for that.
And that's just one of those plays where you look at it and you're like, okay, well, if we traded out the short player in Benny for the side of UW Esports, if we trade it 1-for-1 and he doesn't get both, this play still goes through just fine, but he cleans up both instantly, and he still has the health to actually play to bait for the Jet of Asa. So UW Esports just doing a nice job playing off of each other in a tough situation. I mean, that's 5 people barreling at you, and you don't really have CT support. You're cut off, so...
UW Esports, this is an interesting buy from UW Esports. They went for pretty much all the range they could possibly buy, trying to play this at long range and, you know, keep the momentum in favor. The Guardian shots from Elijah trying to come through and find anybody through the walls, not going to find too much of anything. Maybe we try and go for this peek on C long. No, they are committed to making sure that nobody from Cal Blue gets in through Garage.
They have Such Bubby worked up all the way in Garage already, and right as I say that, he gets one-tapped by Kazuti.
It's like, do they though? I mean... the rest of Cal Blue, all right, they're gonna see that going down over at towards C site, and they're gonna rotate over towards A. But Benny finds 2 with the pistol somehow. I don't remember. I don't know if Homie was just like the one who was like, "No, I don't need a gun. I got this, Homie." Like we're chilling. Elijah through the smokes. They're gonna find Troy using just those audio cues from the spike. And Dadson gonna go ahead and join him, and that's a pretty convincing win from UW Esports to tie it up 7-7.
That's the conversion that you expect. Again, we're mirroring the first half. You win the you win the pistol round. You buy up on round 2. You close out on the anti-eco. Now let's see if Cal Blue can reverse a lot of what happened in that first half, where after they won the pistol and after they converted the second round, UW Esports came back with the big vengeance on the gun round. Let's see if Cal Blue has the same thing in them.
Looks like UW Esports are gonna go for that same long-range weapon buy. I mean, it's interesting considering we have full Vandals on the side of Cal Blue, so you know we do at least have something resembling a full buy on their side. We'll see if it does pay off for them, like you said, but we got to keep an eye. We got to keep an eye on Benny there, because Homie sneezes and kills 2 people with a pistol like anytime. Like that could just, it feels like it could just happen at random.
Yeah, Benny's been huge in that A short position. If you can't clear out sewers on the T side, like your attack is so limited. You have 3 different openings that you have to worry about, and you only have 2 orb smokes. Only across the map is going to take down Kazuti, though, as Ace is posted on this line. He's not going to see anything.
Asa was admiring the drywall, and meanwhile, Homie went down. And Oni going to take down another one. Elijah's down. Sailor's down as well. UW Esports, they're down to just 2 as Cal Blue. They've got the spike down on C site, and it looks like despite the long range, they didn't decide to play C long, and Cal Blue were able to just walk right in, you know, kick their feet up, make themselves at home, and now UW, they got to try and find a way back into their own home, and Oni says, nah, squatters' rights.
That's a nice high-low from Oni and Army right there. That's definitely a play that they've workshopped, or that's definitely a hold that they've done in the past, and Benny's just going to try and get out of here alive.
Maybe trying to take someone down with him if he's, if anyone's going to be unfortunate enough to poke their head out. Knows he's in enemy territory. Taking a little bit of damage from the util there. Trying to get wallbang there. Actually does take down Oni. All right, we'll take one as we get it. Not able to successfully save, but maybe make a tiny dent in Cal Blue's economy to keep it competitive. Again, it was full Vandal buy from Cal Blue, and their eco was looking pretty dire after that, so at least being able to make that dent, you do keep it competitive as you go in for the full buy as well, or at least close to full buy, because we are putting an op back in Ace's hands, but no full armor.
This is the all-in round from UW Esports. If they lose this one, they're probably losing the next one too. Their economy is super weak. Cal Blue has the money to rebuy up on this one, even if somehow they come up short. This T round is going to determine a big chunk of the game.
Well, they may be coming up short, but I mean, Cal Blue is going to think twice before coming up A short. I can tell you that, because that op shot from Asa finds its mark, and maybe going to find another one there. Didn't actually see the knives out there from the side of Oni, but needs to look down. Does actually find the kill. What a flick there from Asa. That's 2 down. And I mean, the rest of Cal Blue, they're kind of herded like sheep here. They're stuck over here at A long trying to, oh, wow. Okay, everyone quiet. Troy is about to get clipped there by Asa. There we go. There's the third.
And the drone from Army is going to show that there's probably 2 on the front. Dadson gets the first. This
that was
not good.
That was very, very close, but Dadson gonna go ahead and trade that one out, and suddenly it looks like Cal Blue, they're able to get the spike down, and they have control over the doorways, and they can go ahead and stop the ingress. No, Elijah takes down Dadston. It does get traded out, but it's Army with the 2v1, and can't be the one-man Army that Cal Blue needed, and Sailor gonna go ahead and, yeah, there we go. The second attempt, grab the op, make sure we've got that in our back pocket, get the defuse, and UW Esports tie it back up 8-8.
And that's the thing about this game. I mean, yes, Asa hit some fantastic shots, 5-on-2, 3-man advantage, and you know exactly where both the other 2 players are. The cover doesn't quite come in from Benny this time. Dadson gets the first, and the off shot from Asa misses on the follow-up as we check this replay. You're going to see all 3 of the kills from Asa. He's been lightning quick with these flicks so far.
And it's also kind of like you said, this buy was all or nothing from them, and for a second it did look like it was going to be all, but you know, Dadston comes in, finds the kills, they get the plan, and then they get the plants, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough for Cal Blue to stay in it, so it does actually go the way of UW Esports, and they're looking to go ahead and keep that momentum going as they've got it everybody spread out across all 3 bomb points. There's another quick take from Cal Blue on C-Site.
Oh, big shot by Kazuti over on Oni. Is Sailor going to win the fight against Sunchbubby? He does. And Elijah anchoring backside, Troy's down, and Sailor takes down Army, so it's all to Dadston in a 1-on-3 clutch.
Spike is down there too, and that's a really rough spot to have to go to try and pick up the spike, because that is right in the view of everybody who is currently holding down on the side of UW. I mean, if Dadston tries to go for this, I think he might just be cooked. Has to check every single corner completely, but you can see Benny there. You know, I mean, we, the observers here, we can see Benny there. Dadston has no idea, but knows if he tries to go ahead and take that angle, he is as good as done.
He's just trying to find that timing where he can where he can see maybe he can catch someone on the rotate. Maybe Benny peeks his head out a little bit too far trying to hold this, but he's actually going to turn around and watch the other direction.
It's so tense. Yeah, Benny just going back and forth. There we go. There's the shot. We can kind of technically call that a 180 shot just to glaze Benny up a little bit more, but that is also going to be University of Washington Esports finally getting themselves the lead 8-9. And, you know, we did both say, I mean, you said Cal 2-0. All right, you know, you said Cal 2-0, but this has been pretty close, at least on map 1.
Yeah, it's been super competitive, actually. There's been a lot of really close rounds that are coming down to the difference of a single bullet. Like, if that's a one-tap from Dadston, the round is on. Breach is on 1 HP. You know where the Omen is because he already threw a sight smoke earlier. So, one shot really is the difference.
And even though they're currently, you know, losing by just 1 singular point, I do also kind of want to highlight Cal Blue a little bit more as Troy falls. I mean, we glazed up Troy as being an impact player against Drexel in the previous match, but Homie's bottom fragging right now, and you've got a lot of other players from the side of Cal Blue currently stepping up, and there goes Kazuti stepping down, courtesy of one of those players I was just highlighting, Sudgebubby. Oni there in a takedown Sailor, and it's looking pretty good for Cal Blue despite the trade out there onto Sudgebubby. They do have C-Site completely clear. The spike isn't there. Looks like they're going to try and fake it and take it all the way around towards A-Site?
They have Dadston on a super late lurk, and Asa's on the op watching the mid lurk. He's not going to see this coming.
Oh no, this is diabolical.
Oh,
with the knife there into Asa, and Dadston, yep, just gonna go ahead and sneak right out the back door, put up the Cypher cage, and nobody is going to be the wiser as Cal Blue is able to get the spike planted down on C-Site. What a great play that comes out from Dadston, and now if you're UW Esports, how do you get the retake here?
The kill on Asa leads to a completely defended A site, and it means that Cal is going to tie this game up again and recovers the op for Oni.
And there we go. There's that op shot onto Elijah. Oni gonna go ahead and, I mean, it doesn't even need the op. Gonna find the headshot onto Benny, but maybe we get a little bit of a trade here, though. Did they give it to Army instead?
I'm not sure. I think they were just trying to give a rifle over to Army because he was using the stinger that Dadston had earlier. I'm pretty sure.
I definitely saw Dadston drop the op. I'm really hoping that somebody picked it up because you're definitely gonna want to keep hold of that. But yeah, that kill from Dadston, that was just everything.
That knife is just crazy disrespect, and to do something like that here in grand finals in a tied game, a game that you were actually losing by 1 round.
They lost the op. No one has the op anymore. It's just gone.
Oh, well, maybe it was a tactical decision by Cal. Maybe it was an accident. So we'll just have
this
to...
is the weapon of the enemy. We will not use it. It's like that. Yeah, it's just like that Batman comic where he just breaks the rifle in half. They just say, nope, we don't need it. I sure hope you don't need it because you're still tied up 9-9. I think you would, at this point, would like any advantage you can get. And how about a man advantage for Cal Blue as Oni just waltzes right in and takes Sailor's head for himself.
There's been so many 50-50 duels that have just gone the way of Oni. This guy is absolutely unconscious right now, and he's unafraid of anything that UW Esports is sending at him. Asa caught with a knife out.
Asa is just, you know, frolicking about in the defender's spawn there, and yeah, not gonna make that mistake again, I'm sure. Benny with a shot there onto Oni to at least even things up marginally, but even is very subjective as it's currently a 4-1. Make that a 3-1, courtesy of Benny, who is still finding people just falling into his, I want to say trap, but there's not really any traps here. They're just kind of, you know, walking face first at him.
The trap is that Cal Blue is slowly closing the net. They have all the information, and they have Sajbabi walking through spawns. As long as Army doesn't die here to the dart plus swing combo, he does. He will get traded immediately by Dadston, though, and that is still the round advantage for Cal. 10-9, and 2 guns make it through.
Like you definitely take that, but I think it's just silly that you kind of let Benny get away with 3 kills there. Well, like he was just minding his own business, you know, mourning the death of his good pal Oni, and you know everybody else just tries to rain on the parade, and he's having none of it there. Again, you know, we talk about Oni, by the way, who is just been on a tear this entire game. We were talking about how many duels Oni has won outright, getting 3 kills in that round. It's crazy.
Bit of an overheat moment at the end, but you know that's one of those things where you're in the heat of the moment, you just want to keep it going, and Oni has all the momentum, stopped immediately by Sailor, right as I say it.
I was gonna say what momentum, or sorry, Sailor says what momentum. Sajbabi's gonna have to go ahead and pick up the slack and is gonna trade out Kazuti, so hopefully that's gonna be enough to keep UW in it. But there was a lot of damage that came out. Have a look at those health bars up at the top of your screen right now. They are quite minuscule for the side of University of Washington at the moment, and they're definitely gonna need all the health they can get as Cal Blue starts to pour back in to try and retake this. Dadson cleans up the very low HP characters on the other side, gets traded out by Benny with the pistol there. It's the headshot, but Sajbabi trades that back out, and Cal Blue 11-9, looking to run away with it.
Benny in Sewers, I feel like, has gotten more kills than some of the other, you know, like some of his teammates. Like just from that one position, I feel like we can count just this half. He's had probably 8 or 9 kills from that one position, but unfortunately this time it's not enough.
He's like Pennywise. You got to stay out of the storm drains, all right? You go into the sewers, you're gonna get 8.
It's a difficult position to be in, and it's reflected by the fact that UW Esports is taking their other timeout of this half. It's an 11-9 scoreline in favor of Cal Blue. This is a must-win round, and they just ecoed to set up this gun round. If they can't clean this one up, it's probably 13-9 game over. We'll see you in map 2.
Why? I mean, we are going to a map 2 anyway. You know, we got a best of 3 series here, but the fact that on map 1 it's this close, and that we're using all these timeouts, and that we're really having to stop and think about every single decision. You know, an 11-9 scoreline, and like you said, another eco round from UW where they've set themselves up for a bye here. Maybe we get another all or nothing where they go for, you know, they try to get Asa and Op. They try and give everybody else, you know, the armor, the vandals, everything that they could possibly want to try and hold strong here. It might end up just being, you know, just as you said, another all or nothing, especially with the stakes this higher as we're later into the game, the night creeping on and continuing to go long, and we'll see if UW are able to keep it up. And here we go. Yeah, just like I said, there's that op.
And it'll be all up to Asa, really. Asa has to be the impact player. They're going to set him up on the A-long peak. So he has the info on the dart, instantly broken, but there is the cage to fake the cross from Dadston. So it's going to be up to Oni on this ISO against Elijah. Will Elijah give him the time of day?
Oh, Oni not looking the right way right now. There's some smokes, and Elijah, I think, knows that there is danger coming, but maybe not. Cal Blue gonna go ahead and tuck their tail between their legs and back off a little bit more slowly. Asa hasn't been a factor with this op just yet, but you know what? A kill onto a drone will count it.
He didn't actually even kill the drone. The drone kept moving for a second.
A kill on the drone would have been nice, but unfortunately we don't even get that, so we can't count it.
Well, it does reveal the op, so it does show that UW Esports is playing their hand, so they don't know on the side of Cal where exactly all this pressure is coming from. Elijah has a chance, but he's gonna get spy camped in the window.
Able to get out alive. Yeah, I mean, only lost half his health on that. I mean, that definitely could have gotten a lot worse. And now here we go. Asa can't get the shot though. The breach utility coming back, and Asa isn't going to be able to make use of this op. Has to try and find another corner to maybe get some close range shots. There is one on Sudgebubby. Can't find it onto Oni though. Oni going to go ahead and lob, and Army comes through, drills. Elijah though, finding two, and Cal Blue, they might have completely stalled out here.
Yeah, the most important thing there is that Asa not only lives for so long and gets one as well, but he takes away the attention from Cal Blue for about 3 or 4 seconds, which if you're trying to actually establish post plant or like, you know, something similar to post plant in that situation, you cannot be spending this much time trying to clear out the short player when the rest of the team from UW Esports is just flooding out all over site.
That was just a beautiful crossfire there from Elijah. I saw everybody flooding in to try and take down Asa and said, I got this, you know.
Hit them fast.
Watching as my soldier falls, it's all right. I got you. We'll go ahead and take down 2 and win the round outright. And I'm suspecting if this momentum keeps up, we might just go 11-11 here. Make a wish, chat, because that might be the scoreline here, unless Asa falls there. Yeah, the dart there reveals the location. Gonna go ahead and play a little bit more safely while we deal with that. And meanwhile, Cal Blue threatening another A long take. And this time you don't have Oni posted up there with the op.
They make noise on the jet dash, and Dadston trades it out perfectly. So it's a 5-on-4. You have the Cypher ult, so you see everyone is gone. The neural threat. Huge information coming through. The download looking like it came through from Cal here, and now they have a breach under heaven ready to drop all the util.
There's the Hunter's Fury as well. It's not doing all that much, but Troy damn sure is. Takes down Elijah, and Cal Blue, they are looking stalwart right now. Asa's finally on site with the op, but doesn't have any angles. And yeah, you just gotta save. You can't risk going in there with that at close range when Cal Blue have all the angles you could possibly want, everything, and then some, and they're sending themselves to match point.
And there's no threat of a flank anywhere. The deep trips are still there from Dadston. They never had the chance to actually break anything like that. They knew it was just 4 people coming in, CT angle. If we can stuff them with all this util here, there's no shot they can get back on site. And there you go, flawless round really from Cal. 12-10, game point. Map 1.
Match point.
Yeah, it bears repeating that this is just map 1. I mean, we still got 1, potentially 2 more rounds of this, and if it continues to go blow for blow, like I said, we're about to be on our Lionel Richie business going all night long. And I think both these teams, you know, like you mentioned, they're on the West Coast. You know, they're down to stay up a little bit. It's a Friday night. Why not? Asa gonna continue to hold on to that op like they did before. You know, very wise to hold on to that. My question, though, is are you going to post Asa up on A-Long again and expect Cal Blue to try and just walk into that meat grinder once again? And it looks like they're actually going to go ahead and put him up on A short. But Cal Blue right now, they want none of A site at all. They want C all for themselves, and they're going to go for a lightning fast take as Oni storms in, knives out, whips them, and Sailor going to go ahead and take down 2. It's so bloody over at C site, but it is UW Esports that come out with the man advantage. Cal Blue going to have to be content just to try and get the spike down, but can't actually stick the plant. And that is disastrous, as they're going to have to try and back up. Sudgebubby does finally get the spike plant, but not after UW go in, gain some ground, and take Dadston down. There we go. Easy kill onto Sudgebubby and the defuse. 12-11.
Yep, and that is obviously not just from the context of the 12-10 scoreline. That is a must-win round to keep your hopes alive in this round, or sorry, to keep your hopes alive on this map for the side of UW Esports. It's looking a little bit difficult, a little labored from Cal. The missed knives from Oni probably could have closed the game out if he hit one of them.
Well, I mean, you got to close the game out now if you have the opportunity to, because, I mean, sure, Cal Blue, they got the match point, but UW, they got the momentum, and they still have Asa on that op. And, I mean, you know, Asa's not even top fragging anymore, by the way. Like I mentioned, you know, every time that Benny sneezes, he kills 2. Homie has, there's definitely some pollen in the air, because he's been doing a lot of sneezing.
Oh, well, hopefully they don't sneeze mid-round here, as we are looking for one more C execute. It's going to be fast from Dadston and Troy both getting 1. 5-on-3 immediately for Cal Blue, and they have damage onto Elijah.
And they're going to get the spike down as well. It's going to be a 3 versus 5 retake from UW, as everybody's playing from the defender spawn side. They know exactly where Elijah... No, they don't actually know where Elijah's going to be coming in from, but Elijah knows where they want to be playing, but can't really do anything about it, as Oni was ready for it. Now we're down to 2v5. And can can UW get much of anything done? No, the op from Asa takes down Sudge Bubby. The knife actually takes down Oni as well. Wait, Asa might actually be able to do this here. Gonna go ahead and drop the smoke. Breach Util coming through, taken down, and no, Asa with a valiant attempt takes down 2, tries to throw the smoke, fake the defuse, and get himself an angle, but he just can't quite do it. And I mean, 13 to was it 10? Was it 11? I forget. It felt like it was, neck and neck the entire time. That's just map 1, and I'm already exhausted.
13-11, the absolute longest a game can possibly go in regulation. And that was just fantastic from both sides. We're going to have to take a break. Us casters, we got to chill out for a sec. So we'll be right back. Don't touch that dial.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
I got it,
I'll help you find your peace of mind. You don't always have to climb. We can just stay under covers. Leave the old world behind when everybody's going blind. Baby, you don't have to suffer. And won't you come and put it to rest now, baby? Can't you feel it growing on me, shaking? Tell me how do you have it now? Yeah, hold me with your guard. Lean into me when your worries they weigh. We will watch as they all fade away. Lean into me when there's nothing to say. 'Cause you don't have to go out every day with your guard up. Your guard up. With your guard up. Your guard up. Your
Welcome back, everybody, to the Run It Back Valorant Grand Finals. I mean, Map 1, I think, was worth the wait, and we're not going to make you wait too long for Map 2 here. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's not, loaded in just yet. We still have a little bit of talking about Map 1 and a little bit of, foreshadowing for Map 2 to talk about, but there is quite a bit to unpack here.
Yeah, it went the maximum round. If you weren't here 13-11, you missed out on a real close one. There were some super dominant rounds from Oni and Dadston to kick it off for the side of Cal Blue. And then UW Esports had some great rounds in a row strung together by Asa and by Benny, most notably in A Short and Sewers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we talk about Oni and we talk about Dadston, but like it was Benny, I believe, that ended up top fragging for this team. So like everybody from Cal Blue firing on all cylinders. And you know, on the side of UW Esports, you know, we're seeing a lot of great individual performances and some little instances of team play, but they haven't quite been able to string it together to close this out and overtake their counterparts. So, I mean, by the way, that was their map pick, and they dropped it. Now we're going into Cal Blue's map pick, which is going to be Abyss, and that's going to be, you know, where we really find out if UW Blue have that dog in them.
Yeah, and if UW Esports needs to find an answer
UW
for
Blue.
Oni.
I just like mixed it up. UW Esports, yeah.
Yeah, Oni was on an absolute heater, but this was the battle of the Jets for the most part.
I would definitely say so. You know, Oni and Asa on either side, both looking incredibly strong, and hopefully that pattern does keep up. But you know, we do again also have to talk about about Benny, about Dadson, about Sudge Bubby. I mean, like you said, everybody is showing up in spades today. It's incredible and worth waiting for. And hopefully, you know, I mean, we've had a lot of delay. We don't want to go too late into the night, so it would be nice if this, you know, ended up being a 2-0 for Cal. But at the same time, it's like you almost kind of want to see this go the distance. You almost kind of want to see that map 3. You almost kind of want to see if UW Esports can make it happen. But again, their back is up against the wall because this is no longer their choice. This is no longer their fate, you know, in their hands. It's been chosen by Cal Blue.
Yeah, and slight issue on the graphic. Haven is the first pick for UW Esports. Abyss is the pick by Cal Blue, but the decider, if we make it that far, is Ascent, which is very, very interesting, a very standard map, one that probably brings back many nostalgic memories for a lot of people who've been playing since the early days of Val, who I assume are many of the same people who are watching here tonight.
And if we do go to Ascent, which I know, again, we're still foreshadowing, we're still living in the future rather than the present, you know, it's whatever. You got to think to the future. There we go. It's Ascent now. I blinked and it fixed itself. Awesome. If we do go to Ascent, we talked about how Cal decided to ban Lotus and take us to Ascent. That leads me to believe that they have something up their sleeve, either like you said with the rotations of their players, you know, having Army coming in to play, you know, on this roster and feeling like that would be stronger for them to not take it to Lotus like they did against Drexel. Or maybe they just want to counterpick something that they saw out of UW Esports and they want to try and shut that down before it gets to it. And maybe they can do just that on their own map pick of Abyss. And, you know, we were talking about just how silly of a map this can be. A lot of environmental kill potential, or environmental death potential, rather. You know, be wary of banana peels. Lots of places where you can fall right off the map and never be seen again.
This is a massive, massive map. Like, to say that Abyss is, like, big is kind of underselling it. Because, you know, when you think of big maps, maybe you probably think of Haven. Abyss is absolutely massive. If you mess up your pathing, you're going to get caught by one of the 20 different places that a lurker can occupy in mid, in A short, outside of either site. And every one of the chokes is pretty narrow for the most part. And there's a lot of different ways you can defend it. There's a lot of different ways you can attack this stuff too. Mid control is going to be a huge priority. Get ready to see Astra, global util everywhere.
Now, wait, you said, you know, lurking in the shorts. It's not quite sewers, but maybe Benny is going to be another threat on the side of UW. Is that like a fair prediction to maybe make, or am I just wishful thinking here?
I think that's a very fair prediction to make. There's the Heaven area on the A site that's very annoying to clear out. So if Benny wants to keep playing the Sova or something different where he can actually anchor at that position, he can put out some big damage. On the opposite side of the map, if you're more concerned about the short side, the library area, there are plenty of places for Benny to rat out there as well. You can throw high darts, you can swing off your own stuff with survival smokes. There's a ton of different counterplay to see there's a ton of different ways to counterplay it. Let's see what UW Esports has in store for us.
I think you know, maybe you misspoke, but you also did kind of say something correctly, because I think there is going to be a lot of counterplay when it comes to these two teams. You know, as long as UW Esports did bring a good, a good Abyss to the table. As long as they are at least half decent on this map, I do think there will be a fair bit of counterplay because these two teams, they're going blow for blow. All right, there is a ton of talent on either side, and they are showing up and giving it their best. Let's have a look at. Do we have the? I don't know if we have the character select screen ready to go to see exactly what it is that they are going to be playing, but we're. All right, yeah, not quite ready. All right, I was cooking that segue, hoping it would go somewhere. Unfortunately, no. So we get to talk about the map a little bit more. Hopefully, UW Esports have brought themselves a good Abyss to the table, and hopefully they don't get sent to the Abyss, aka second place by Cal Blue with, like you said, as you predicted, potentially a Cal Blue 2-0.
Yeah, and I just think that the main thing to look at here is Abyss is still rather new. I think if you ask a lot of people, Abyss is not very high on the list of maps that they'd like to play. I mean, I know in my experience, not fond of Abyss, not fond of Icebox, not fond of Breeze, but these new maps, there are gimmicks, there are new things you can exploit, there are different pathings that you can take that people maybe haven't explored all the way out yet. We talked about Astra earlier. Fifth Star is back, she's kind of back. Global util on a massive map, huge impact. So look for other champs that have movement abilities. Yeah.
I'm also surprised so far that we haven't quite seen the Neon coming through, because that's something that I have seen a lot from a lot of different teams. And, you know, I did kind of expect Cal Blue to run that on Lotus, and it looks like UW Esports are going to actually bring that out. I spoke it into existence over there on Abyss.
That's very interesting. The counter to the Neon is going to be the Yoru on the side of Cal Blue. The Astra's coming out from Sudgebubby, but the answer is actually Clove for Kazudi, who was the KJ player for UW Esports last game. They're switching up a bit of their setup, so let's see if their personnel change works out for them.
The only Sentinel on either side is going to be the Cypher, which I think, you know, both of these teams, I mean, especially Dadson, by the way, have looked great. Actually, no, I mean, UW didn't play it last round. Sorry, I shouldn't say both of these teams, but Dadson especially did look great on that Cypher and carrying it over onto Abyss as well, onto map 2. But, I mean, outside of the Cyphers, you know, no Sentinels. Entirely, we're going super aggressive here with just all the initiators, duelists, and controllers you could possibly want here. You know, I'm going to be looking at Asa. All right, that's going to be my player to watch for this one. Once again, as he was the entirety of the last match for the side of UW Esports, I'm going to be looking at Asa on that Neon to try and play similar to how he was playing on that Jet and maybe make some magic happen. And speaking of Jets, Oni back on that same pick once again.
And it is interesting to note because we spent a whole segment there talking about Benny's impact in short, and he's not even playing in this one. UW Esports has subbed in Ballin on the Cypher, so that explains the Kazudi switch onto the Smokes and why Ballin is now playing the Sentinel. So Elijah on another similar position to the Breach he played last game. He's going to be playing Gecko now. Asa on the Star Duelist role. Sailor switching off of the Smokes and onto the Sova. So some similarities coming through from both sides. Movement Duelist, Info Initiator, Flash Initiator, if you think of Yoru as that sort of site, or as that sort of style, and then you have the Cyphers on either side as we get right into game.
It feels nice to just go straight from the character select screen into the match. What a wonderful feeling that is. Unfortunately for Oni, it is very fleeting as he's going to fall right out the gates, and Dadson going to go ahead and join him. The dynamic duo is going to be taking a dirt nap courtesy of UW Esports as they're going to get the plant down already, are Cal Blue, but UW, I mean,
5-stack heaven.
Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive 5-stack, and they are raining down from the heavens. Troy gonna get traded out here, though. Elijah gonna fall as well, and it's looking pretty bloody on either side, but Elijah might be able to stick the defuse. Gonna go ahead and take a little chill pill on that as Sudgebubby goes and peeks around the corner, but the defuse does come out before Sudgebubby can even make contact. Well, wait, there's a little bit of contact for you. Just a casual 3K at the tail end of the pistol round. That's what I like to call a Pyrrhic victory.
Well, I mean, getting the bomb down, or getting the spike down, getting the plant through, you got some of the util out because you forced out the wingman, you forced out some of the other stuff from the side of UW. So yes, UW does win the game, but, does win the round. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. But Sudgebubby recovered.
They win the game. We're going to map 3. Let's do it.
Sudgebubby recovered in a big way with those 3 pistol kills. He has enough to actually get himself a gun, so Cal Blue is going to look to force on this round 2.
interesting. Like you mentioned, it's one of the newer maps, so I'm curious to see how playing, something ranged like a Guardian on the attacker side is going to fare, especially when you're going in this fast, this aggressive. And Oni slipped on a banana peel, it would seem, so that's going to be one lost on the entry. Hopefully that's not going to be too big of a loss for Cal Blue, just potentially your star player going down, and Elijah going to go ahead and clean up the rest. There's 2 down for Elijah. Kazudi going to go ahead and take one for himself. Can't quite finish off that last one as Army going to go ahead and take that one, but will fall, and Cal Blue, without the help of Oni, aren't able to make this one stick.
It's that vertigo effect, you love it from the other traditional tac shooter, and you're going to see a lot more of it here. There's so many pitfalls. You have to be super worried about everywhere that you move. If you aren't careful on one of these movement duelists, you're going to take it a little too far. You're going over the edge.
And for Oni's sake, I really hope no one was observing Oni at that point in time. I really hope we don't have a replay for that one. That's me trying to will it into existence just a little bit, because I don't think there was any smoke or anything there at all. I actually think he just kind of walked right off the map apropos of nothing. But it's a bit of a rough start for Cal Blue. Hopefully they're able to get back into it, keep their sea legs, in fact keep their legs on terra firma for the rest of this game as we go forward. But for UW, I mean, going up 2-0, winning the pistol round, winning the next round immediately after that, it's looking pretty good for them.
Nice find by Elijah to open up the round. That's 3 rounds in a row that UW Esports has had the man advantage. Unless Oni can find it, he's not quite going to get the 1 for 2.
Elijah is lethal on this angle, and they can't quite clear him out. They're going to, put a little bit of shots down range, but it's not going to do all much more than graze him. Sabo, on the other hand, going to go ahead and use the drone. There's a 3rd kill for Elijah, and down to 15 HP, going to take a 4th. Ballin, going to go ahead and take that last kill as the ace can't come through for the Fallen, but we will take it.
Oh, well, UW Esports with a much more convincing start here. You win the pistol round, you win the conversion on the Force, and so you're going to win against the anti-eco as well. Here comes the gun round for Cal Blue. Let's see if they can do something a little bit different on this T side it has gained access to the site very quickly. It's fizzled out shortly thereafter.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of getting onto a site. It's just a matter of okay, now what? We're here and we've got the spike down, but we don't really know what exactly is the next step in the plan. And right now, I mean, plan A already has fallen apart as they've once again, lost one on the Ingress there. Troy gonna fall right out the gates, and the rest of Cal Blue gonna fan out. They will take down Kazudi, and I think Oni holding this angle, maybe this is why he fell off the map last time. I think it was, just inched a little bit too far to his right there, but only gonna go ahead and take down Sudge Bubby. Asa takes down Oni, doesn't need to let gravity do the work this time. Will go ahead and apply good old-fashioned lead to the dome and call it good.
And Oni looking for the door there, trying to break it so he could get away from the Sova drone neon swing combination. Unfortunately, was not quite looking at the right place to break that, so another misstep from Cal Blue means that UW Esports well on their way for their 4th.
Yeah, well, you do have Dadson going back. Nope, not going back for the spike, actually. Just going to go ahead and leave it there. So I guess we're going to try and take this 2v4 and go for the kills, or wait for an opportunity, because they don't know the locations of any of the UW Esports players. They don't really have any of that intel as to where they're going to be guarding. They can hear a little bit of activity going on over at A site, but can't really do a whole lot about it. Dadson maybe trying to go on a flank here to try and maybe go for a pincer here with Army?
He's gonna get caught.
It wasn't, missing one of the prongs of that pincer now, and it is just going to be Army, and it's time to save.
Yep, and that's another very convincing round for UW Esports. They are winning the mid fights that Cal are trying to take. We talked about it in pregame. As Army tries not to get hunted down by the neon.
Alright, well, mission successful. Gonna go ahead and take down Asa. Sailor peeking around the corner. And there we go. Save unsuccessful at the last possible second. Army does fall, and it was all for naught. UW Esports continue their rampage through Abyss 4-0. Cal Blue, they look a little bit lost, at least here in the early stages of this map.
Yeah, it's interesting because, thinking that this is their map pick, and T-side, attacker side is definitely favored on this map with how large the map is, how far you can string out the defenders if you do get the opening picks. Cal has just been a little bit unsuccessful, with finding the numbers again.
It's their map pick, but I mean, maybe they're feeling a little bit, on their Lewis and Clark business, trying to unchart some territory, but there is a lot of hostile wildlife over here in this Louisiana purchase, as 2 members of Cal Blue going to fall right out the gates, make it a
rope
third.
kill.
Oni, yep, off the rope. A great shot there from Sailor, and some good shots from Ballin, but Army's able to trade that one out, but Asa still got the overdrive up and running for a few more scant seconds. Not going to be able to find much of anything else with it, but, I mean, the damage is already more than done.
Yeah, Cal Blue, if they want a chance back into this round, it's going to be Troy on the back of some heroics. He's going to have to find the Neon, and he's going to dig the... Yeah, he's going to have to dig the Gecko out. So Army does move over to help him. There's not going to be 2 prongs to this attack. It's going to be the drone. Cleared out by Troy. Nice, and they know where the Neon is. The Free Fire comes through, but Troy's 1 HP already. This round is super, super difficult for Cal to actually try and find anything.
You kind of just have to have Troy go in and, like, be the sacrifice. Do as much damage as you can before you fall. A nice shot there comes out from Army, but it's not quite enough. And Army is going to be the one to fall, and Troy doesn't have the HP to hold on for dear life. So Cal Blue going to drop another point in UW Esports. 5-0. It's looking so good for them.
Yeah, they've been playing these rounds super clean. They're not panicking at all. Once they have the man advantage, they're not giving it up. And Cal looks like they're a little bit on a different page of each other. Troy's got the Bucky now as everyone else is buying up to full, but you got 4 ults on the side of Cal Blue. If they can start stringing a couple rounds together on the back of those, there's still a half to be made out of this.
Yeah, the Bucky is an interesting buy there, because I think, you know, Cal Blue hasn't really been able to take a whole lot of fights at close range. I think that tells me that they would like to go really, really quickly and aggressively over to B site, and they are going to do just that. They clean up Asa on the entry there, and maybe now that Bucky can start to pay dividends if they can just go ahead and get the spike down, take the angles, and just wait for someone from UW to walk in to their crossfire. Elijah close enough to smell the cologne, and now can wake up and smell the buckshot. There it is. Great kill there from Troy, and Cal Blue finally have a little bit of wind in their sails. Zudi gonna go ahead and use the not quite dead yet. Troy, though, takes down 2 more. That's 3 for Troy, and maybe we can find yet another one. Ballin with the kill there onto Sudgebubby, and it's all up to Ballin to try and go for this retake, but it's looking like Cal Blue may have just done enough.
Can the stand-in clutch up this round, or Troy at close range with the jumping right click? That's a quad from the IGL of Cal Blue to get them their first.
Yeah, and that's my guy. In the game against Drexel, that's the guy who was running the field, getting all of the kills, being an absolute menace, and, you know, was bottom fragging for a fair bit of time on that last map, but this looks like a little bit of a comeback story for Troy, at least in this round. If that momentum is able to keep up, that is Cal Blue's ticket forward. That is their way to keep this map going.
And that is for sure the wrinkle that the Yoru presents. I mean, the opportunity to just get up that fast, get the information like a drone, but then also have the ability to reposition yourself out of there afterwards. It was messy. There was quite a bit of scrapping going on, but it was big for Cal Blue.
You know what? Messy, scrappy, as long as they come out ahead, I think that's all Cal Blue can really ask for right now, because surgical precision has precision. I can't even use surgical precision when I speak. Surgical precision. That ship has completely sailed, and they're also with it sailing off their fast take of B, and are now going for the exact polar opposite, a very slow and methodical approach towards A site, but not fully committed. And honestly, neither is UW, so maybe Cal Blue just walk right in the front door while the rest of UW Esports sneak out the back.
Yeah, Cal Blue should have a pretty free site take here. If they can manage to find Ballin inside of the smoke when it drops, that would be a pretty big find. But my expectation is they'll probably just get the bomb down. No pre-fire from Ballin because he has the Vandal. The Tracers are going to show through the smoke, so you're just going to play a 5-on-5 retake. Gecko ult. Troy trades, 1v1.
They know Ballin is there yet. They still haven't gone for like the spy check up on that angle, and there's a lot more threats over on that angle now as the rest of UW flood in. The deluge of blue coming in for the side of UW. Gonna go ahead and fake the defuse, try and force some more aggression out of Cal Blue, but all the aggression is coming out from Asa right now, maybe a little bit from Sailor as well as Kazuti. Calm as a cucumber goes for the defuse, and UW, I mean, they snuff out the slightest inkling of momentum that Cal Blue thought they could string together.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that off of the back of the first kill, Troy wasn't able to teleport out, because the death there enables the Cypher to ult and find the positions of all 4 Cal Blue members who are all in main. And the Neon Wall splits it in half, you throw a shock through, you throw a flash through, and you have a high dart that scans 3. It's just a recipe for a clean up from UW Esports.
By the way, I think I heard at some point you mentioned the Gecko ult, but that wasn't used. Elijah still has that Thrash available for this next round. It's like economy-wise, score-wise, weapon-wise, utility-wise, UW Esports have just about everything they could possibly want to keep this going.
Wow.
But Elijah turns around at the wrong moment, and suddenly they don't have all those same tools. A lot of it has now been taken off the field.
This is the second round that this half with a 1-6 scoreline. This is the second round that Cal Blue has actually had a man advantage. Let's see what they're able to do with it.
I know exactly.
Looks like they don't want to get too big for their britches just yet. Gonna go ahead and use the neural theft. See if they're able to get any sort of intel. Troy gonna go ahead and push up towards A site. No one is showing their ugly face just yet for Troy to take off. Sailor though gonna round that corner, but just a couple of ships in the night. They never see each other.
This is actually really good for Troy because it means the heaven position that they have, Kazudi has to go so deep in order to clear this, and Dadson's going to take down Ballin on the immediate. Knife out basically for Kazudi, and see if Troy can handle Asa and not play it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Sailor takes down Oni, so it's not entirely cooked for UW. Is Sailor going to take down another, and it's 2v1, but one of those health bars is looking pretty scant, and there is no spike plant yet, so Sailor does still have an opportunity to do this. The spike is going down, and Sailor knows they're going to go ahead and shoot the drone, use a little bit of that utility to try and get some intel, maybe get a shot onto Army, but Army going to take that heaven position and try and avoid the inevitable. Everybody's now evacuated, and Sailor no longer knows where to look, no longer knows. Now sees Army, can't quite get that last cleanup shot and takes a lot of damage trying to make it happen, and now you just got to be waiting for that Astra to come around the corner. Sailor trying to check behind him and make sure it doesn't happen, has to go in and try and take down Sudge Puppy, finds the shot. It's just one last little bit of HP on the side of Army. If Sailor can get this shot, no! It's just too greedy.
It's so difficult, and Army is definitely not expecting Sailor to just walk peek, just straight into the open, pre-aiming. Not really pre-aiming the corner there, but the moment he saw Army, good pivot towards it, needed to hit the headshot there, but this is a nice take from Cal Blue with the man advantage. It's really concerning, actually, that from a 5-on-2 situation, you're playing a 1-on-1 clutch, where either player is one bullet. But messy rounds, they're still rounds.
A light breeze could have knocked Army down there, 5 HP, but like I said, I think it was a little bit too greedy to try and stick the plant there and not maybe even spray up that heaven position and try and negate some of the, because I think you had to know that the HP bar was low, but we're gonna go ahead and pop the dimensional drift, try and look for any kind of intel, but nobody's showing themselves. It's enough ground game for Dadson to get the plant. Only gonna take down Army though, so it is a life for a spike. Hopefully that is good enough for Cal Blue. They definitely like these A-site plants.
Big disable on that Thrash peak. But Oni is going to trade equal, and now it's a 2-on-3. Troy has to get one more with the Bucky, and he's not going to be able to. It's all up to Dadson.
Dadson getting a little bit of work done there. The wingman defuse isn't going to come out, though. Trapwire also triggered, and a headshot there onto Elijah, and now we're down to a 1v1 again. And what are we able to get done? Is Kazudi going to be able to stick this? Going to try and fake it. Gets it halfway. Dadston just has to waste Kazudi's time, but Kazudi finds the shot, and there it is. UW, they should be able to get that defuse, and they do. 7-2. And even when it looks good for Cal Blue, it looks better for UW.
So these rounds are coming through like really, really close. And it is the difference of maybe 1, maybe 2 fights. That is how the rounds usually go, but at the same time, there's been incredible individual play from the side of UW Esports. All of their players who were fragging a little bit lower last game, Sailor, Kazudi, Elijah, they're all stepping up. Sailor's actually overtaken Asa this game, this map. And Ballin, the substitution, so far, he hasn't been tested on this Cypher, so actually it's been pretty flawless.
I would actually even argue that, like, in the last map, Kazudi was kind of quiet, but has been anything but over here on Abyss. And Cal Blue, I mean, they got to start making some noise pretty quickly. I mean, all we're going to hear is a swan song for now out of Sudge Bubby as Asa with that op finds the shot, finds the angle, and there we go. There's Kazudi taken down.
Whoa.
It's traded out also. Elijah taken down, and I mean, UW, they still have Asa on this angle with the op, but they no longer have the man advantage. Cal Blue, they might have done enough to get their foot in the door again, but which door, as they haven't quite committed to either bomb site yet?
They're waiting for Troy to make a decision here. Troy has a TP back to mid from the A area that he's at, and they know where Asa is. It's just a question of, can you get the jump on this operator, holding the line. Smoke goes down and Oni's not being revealed by it, so they're just going to keep huddling in mid until something forces them out.
You got to get the jump on the operator, because if Asa gets another shot down, then, I mean, that's your man advantage gone. It's even back up. The score even back up. Sailor can't get the shot there on Oni, who just pops the jet and just goes in, guns blazing. Dadson going to go ahead and trade out with Ballin, and that man advantage for Cal Blue is looking even more stacked. You still have Asa, who, I mean, no longer has the op, is now opted to switch over onto the Guardian. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be the right tool for the job to win this 3-on-1? The overdrive, I mean, not able to clear out the Yoru duplicate. Yeah, Asa privy to that one, but needs to find the real deal and deal with it ASAP. Troy is right around the corner, and Asa knows it, but can't quite get the damage down. There it is. Takes down Troy. Gonna clean up Army as well. Dadson hanging around the corner to try and stay alive, and gonna peek out at the last possible second. Take down Asa, and Cal Blue, Thrifty, are able to get a little bit more momentum.
Wow, and that is just the difference that a round makes. I mean, the headshot followed up from Army after the instant kill from Dadson down mid with that Guardian. These fights, like, Sunfubby should not be in that position where he's peeking and unexposed. Sorry, who is completely exposed. But also Oni, just absolutely fearless, jumping into Sailor and just trying to make as much space. He moved the crosshair so high, there was no possible chance for a spray transfer there. And Dadson, nice job clutching.
That shot was onto a fake defuse, like, just heard like the one tiny little second of spike defusal noises and said, I know exactly where I'm putting these bullets down range, and they hit home. They hit hard, and they keep Cal Blue in the fight, but 7-3 is still nothing to sneeze at. UW, they still have a whole lot riding on this, and they've got a whole lot riding on A site right now, and absolutely nothing on B, so hey, free real estate for Cal Blue.
So this is the part of the game where Dadston needs to hear the strip, okay, and now he's going to be alerted to the flank presence. Let's see how many of them he's going to be able to pick up, because he hears at least 3 people, maybe he hears all 5. They've put the ping in heaven window, so that, sorry, in window, so they should not be, Cal should not be looking at this thing right now. Do not get caught off by the swing around. Dadston gets the first, and he saves himself. Neon wall up, but it's a Bucky. At this range? No chance.
Yeah, Dadson on this flank is absolutely lethal. Just takes down Ballin, and everything from the side of UW just falls apart one by one. And this is now starting to look a little bit better for Cal Blue. They managed to get 2 rounds in a row, which I know isn't saying a whole lot, but for how they looked in the first half of this half, I guess we'll call that the first quarter, it's looked pretty rough. So now we're actually starting to get our feet underneath us. We're starting to walk. Maybe now before the half we can start to run. And UW, they want to go ahead and take a timeout here and maybe put the brakes on this before they start to lose their grip.
I'll just go out and say it. I mean, this game started, this map right here started, even though Cal is up 1-0 in the series, this map started 7-1 or something like that in the or like 6-1 or 7-1 in the favor of UW Esports. It was not competitive from Cal. You had people dying to environmental damage. You had Oni falling off the map, like not exactly sure how that happened. You have 3-on-2s and like constant man disadvantage for Cal Blue, but they've managed to swing it back in their favor, and they're even forcing out the timeout from UW Esports to try and get the last round of this half.
Well, it's going to be an important round for UW. I think, even if you lose actually, no, I was going to say, like, if you do lose this one for UW, you drop the half to a 7-5, which, we talked about how close that was in the last map. For how strong they looked in the beginning, it would be catastrophic to let it go down that way. They can't let this go 7-5. They have to try and go with the 8-4 and go in with that much more substantial advantage into the next half.
Yeah, in a game, in a format where you're playing 1st to 13, the difference that one round is going to make, 8-4, is going to be the difference of another save/buy round. You're going to force Cal Blue into a couple of uncomfortable situations. Troy is going to make it real uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's
with all that information.
Yeah, there's that dimensional drift, and like you said, a lot of information coming the way of Cal Blue. They now know where a lot of the defenders are planted, but what can they really do about it right now? It looks like they're going to go ahead and swarm into B site again, which once again was left reasonably unguarded, but you don't have to worry about Dadson on flank this time, so there might be something resembling a retake that comes out from UW, but it ain't gonna be Ballin participating in it. His Army gonna go ahead and take him out on the Ingress there. Kazudi takes down Oni. It's traded out 4-4. UW still trying to find a way in here, but they run right into Sudgebubby, who takes down 2. Not quite dead yet is Kazudi, but Sudgebubby with the 3K. Kazudi takes him down, but the damage has been more than done, and once again we look to Sailor to try and win a 3v1. Can it be done? Potential fake defuse there. Maybe should have faked it a little bit more convincingly. And there we go. There's that scoreline, 7-5 at the half.
And if you're UW Esports, you just called your timeout. You had the play written up. Cal calling a pretty aggressive counter there, using Troy's ult on the opposite side of the map. They have all the info, they have all the space, and Sudgebubby comes up ridiculous in this round. How does he get the kill onto Asa on the swing?
Yeah, that one is absolutely crazy, and then, you know, gets another for his trouble. And you know, the fact that you have the Clove ultimate, the not dead yet, that comes back through, and you do get Kazudi to finally deal with that threat. But, I mean, even if you're getting one person back into the fight, you've lost 3 to Sudgebubby, you deal with that threat, okay, eventually Kazudi's gonna fall because he doesn't have the position that he really wants to. He had to go super aggressive to make that happen. Sailor in the 1v3, and I mean, with the time ticking away, even being the most optimistic I could have possibly been, I don't think Homie was going to be able to clean that up with the time for the defuse. So as soon as Sudgebubby makes that big play, it's just completely won for Cal Blue. Troy tries to go ahead and make a similar play, but Asa going to trade that one out, so no such luck for Troy.
Oni has the wraparound here, though, and he's going to find one with their back turn. He's looking for a second, and Army's going to swing out 2, and Dadskin's going to make it chaos. 4-on-1. Cypher Cam sees nothing, and Oni with another flick.
That was a pretty ingenious flank there from, what, everybody from the side of Cal Blue? And UW just never scouted any of that happening. I think maybe now, you know, like, that right there, that round was a glimmer of why Cal Blue picked this map.
Where I'm from, we just call that strategy go kill or a death match. I mean, yeah, you see Oni miss one shot on the dude with his back turn. Thankfully, everyone else on the team has his back. Dadson might fall to Ballin, but then he gets traded immediately back by a nasty flick from Oni. The top frag of last game for Cal Blue is having a bit of a struggle this map, but let's see if he can turn it around on this CT side with the gun.
Well, great angle there from Oni. They now know it, but I mean, they do take a couple of
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
you hate to see it.
Yeah, there's a reason that that call out is called Be Dangerous. It's very dangerous for you to just try and walk across like that as you learn in real time. But the rest of UW gonna go ahead and at least make it competitive and maybe try and make up for all of that. But Sudgebubby gonna even that one out even further alongside Dadson. There's one more shot for your money, and Sudgebubby again the star of the show. We're now tied up at 7-7, and let's be generous here, and we'll maybe say that this is a defender-favored map. All right, maybe that is why UW were coming out ahead for so long in the beginning. If that's the case, if that's you know what we're gonna assume, it's suddenly not looking good for them at all.
It's tough. You had a massive round lead. You had all the momentum on your side if you're UW Esports. Cal Blue has wrestled it straight back from you, and they've done it largely without the help of Oni. 3 of his 7 kills came in the last 2 rounds that they won very convincingly. For the most part, it's been the individuals from Cal Blue swinging together as a team. Sudgebubby has come up huge, and Ace is swinging straight into the site.
That's quite the positioning there. An Army can't quite find the shots to dislodge from it, so gonna be oh, all right. Well, Oni's got the shots. Asa gonna be taken down. UW do have the spike planted though, and they do know where the threats are coming from. But the problem is, it's coming from 2 different directions, and they're all piled up behind one box, save for Kazudi, who takes a lot of damage from Oni, but Oni gets a little bit greedy, overcommits, Ballin gonna go ahead and take him down. Troy can't find the shots with the Bucky. Sudgebubby can't get it done either, and UW, they might have just done it. It's a 2v3, a lot of damage coming out onto Army with 8 HP. Ballin taken down by Dadston. Everybody on the side of UW is super low, and so is Cal Blue. Everyone's got about 1 HP, but there's not enough time to stick to defuse. Kazudi might have done enough, wasted their time, and get themselves back on the board. UW 8-7, but we're back in that feeling from Haven where it's starting to feel scrappy, it's starting to feel bloody, and it's starting to feel close.
And that right there is just an example of why, like, that round, if I'm being honest, like, you know, this is my, for those of you who don't know, I coached League for like 2 or 3 years while I was at Davis. If I'm the coach right now for Cal, I am mad. Like, I'm spam calling that timeout right now. Like, there is no universe where the stinger buy, the straight swing into sight, should ever be giving us fits. But let's see. There's a reason why I don't coach Val, is all I gotta say. So let's see what Cal Blue's response is here to UW wrestling that round back from him.
Well, I mean, if Cal Blue do have some strong coaching, then I suspect they will be able to get their way back into this one, just as UW Sports have gotten themselves right back into B site. Cal Blue know they're there. They've got all the intel with Cypher. All they get to trade out Sudge Bubby with Elijah, and there's another one there for Ballin, taking down Dadston as well. And Cal Blue, even though they knew the threat was coming, and even though they knew what to do about it, are they going to be able to win this one outright? Asa takes down Troy, who was going in with that Bucky to try and make another close-range shotgun play, but can't quite get it done. But there's your boy Army with a 2K, and look at the health bars for the last 2 remaining members of UW Esports. Army has just swung it right back into Cal's favor.
You got to be really concerned about the flank here from Oni as well. He has all of window control. He knows that there's no wraparound because he saw both of the other players from the side of UW Esports. He is going to get walk peeked by Kazuti, though, and it's going to be all up to Army.
I was going to highlight, by the way, too, that the spike never went down, and UW are just kind of trapped here. They have to try and make that play, but now that they have the man advantage, they can actually get it done. The question is, with their low HP, can they stop Army? Kazuti damn sure can't. Going to be buried in the ground. That's the 3rd kill for Army. Might be looking for the 4th there. If Ballin can hold this angle long enough, maybe just, again, waste their time. You know, make it so that Army doesn't have the opportunity to go back in. No
the
shot.
stand-in,
No
the stand-in
shot.
stands up, man.
No, that's a painful way to lose it. But I mean, if you're Cal Blue, you're keeping it tied up, keeping it competitive, 8-8, and it's still feeling close.
Really interesting to me why I know Ballin is on his cam, and obviously there's a reason he's playing this match and I'm not. But I'm a little bit concerned that Cypher cam the whole time you're never thinking about looking up. Like, you just saw Army take out your teammate in Kazuti. You're on your cam the whole time, and you're not considering that he could possibly still be heaven. He hasn't made any noise to suggest that he's above you, but you're just so worried.
Oh, right now he definitely feels like he is above you, though. That's definitely how Army is feeling right now, and he's gonna just go right back to where his old stomping grounds and just wait for the fight to come to him. And come to him it does, as once again, UW Esports, they want to try and go in for a quick and aggressive B-site take. They're going to utilize the fast lane, utilize the overdrive as well from Asa, but he gets trapped there. Gadsden going to go ahead and shut that one down. UW are able to get the spike planted, but Hunter's Fury coming out from Army is doing a ton of damage, a ton of displacement, and a ton of life taken as he's going to take down Kazuti. And even though you get the spike down, it is a dire situation for UW. It's just Ballin as Dadston cleans that one up. 4 for Dadston, and what a round.
And Dadston he critically gets the kill on Ace's Neon, and then immediately hits the ult, which then Army is able to use the Hunter's Fury off of the Cypher scan, so really well-timed double combo from the side of Cal Blue. But the other crazy thing is Dadston gets a 3K after the fact. The Neural Theft is coming back immediately. You're already at 3. If Sudge Bubby really wanted to be a homie and toss the defuse over, he could have put it at 4. But you have the Astro Wall to stall out another fast take or to enable another retake. And Cal Blue, all the momentum back in their favor. If they win this round, another eco for UW Esports.
And at 8-9, I mean, it's definitely no time to be going in for ecos. It's a must-win. It's a must-win situation for University of Washington. Are they going to be able to get anything done here? Are they going to be able to try and swing this back in their favor? All in with an early pick off there onto Troy. That's a great way to do it. Give yourself the man advantage. Take down Army as well. And it's starting to look, at least initially, like UW are in the driver's seat for this round. But they got to keep their foot on the gas.
It was a nice util combo. The Neon dash up with the Gecko flash. The Gecko blind just close enough to actually force Sudge Bubby off the angle. He is going to break the Thrash, though. And so they know where Cal Blue still knows where 3 of UW Esports players are. Dadston's a little bit worried about Ballin, but he has 1 HP and they're closing in on Oni.
Yeah, does Oni know? Can Oni do anything about it? He's gonna take down Asa. That is a huge pick off there. Takes down Sailor as well, and Ballin gonna fall elsewhere courtesy of Dadston. And that man advantage I was talking about that UW Esports had, done and dusted. It's now even at 2 a pop as Kazuti takes down Kazuti takes down Oni. And UW trying to get the spike down. But Cal Blue, left. Now they know, and now they might be able to go in for this retake. And Dadston has the angle to make the shot happen. if he sees Kazuti's head, he will take it off.
Nice kill by SudgeBubby. That was massive, and now Kazuti is stuck in no man's land. Has to think about both angles, and SudgeBubby is in heaven. Head glitch angle not going to come through. Kazuti back into library. Dadston with the bomb defuse, and SudgeBubby's gonna hold for him. I cannot approve of that. There's no other word for it. I cannot condone this activity.
I think that might have been the plan.
Okay, tough.
Well, yeah, it's a great way to clean that one up, and that does actually throw a wrench into the economy for Cal Blue. I mean, they should still have a little bit of momentum and be able to get a buyback there, but using the not dead yet at that point in time, like there was a period of time there where I'm like, all right, surely maybe you could pop it and try and just go super aggressive, but it took a little bit too much time to let it rip, and by the time you actually do let it rip, you're not going to be able to get the kill on both the defusing Cypher and the other player up in heaven. Like, you just can't do both in the amount of time you had.
And that play right there, the level of trust that Dadston has in SudgeBubby to hold for him there, that's the same play that we saw on Haven's C site retake last game that didn't quite come through. This time it does, though, and it gives Cal their 10th.
Yeah, and like you said, it was a must-win for UW. I mean, props to Kazuti for at least making that dent in the economy, but I don't know if it's going to make a dent in the momentum of Cal Blue, and you need to stop that right now because it's about to fall off the rails as UW. They're about to walk right into Dadston's trap yet again. He's got the Cypher cam up and knows exactly where they want to be coming in here over on A site. Oni taking some shots with the op, and this is so dangerous for UW. They have to go in fast. They're going to go ahead and use that fast lane. They take down SudgeBubby, but Oni at close range with the short. He can't find the shots. Elijah going to go ahead and take him down, and UW, despite taking a fair bit of damage on the way in, they're dealing it out just as good as they can get it. But as I say that, Troy takes down Elijah, and Army going to also even it up. And once again, UW use everything they can, and they don't get the spike down. Instead, they go for a little retreat there, and they send Ballin on the flank.
30 seconds left.
Well, it was good information gathered by Ballin, and the fact that he actually manages to take down Army. Army was not ready for that flank. But now Cal Blue knows what UW knows, and UW Esports is going to get the plant down. They have the Sobol. The Hunter's Fury is going to be ready because he doesn't get sprayed down fully. So Troy on this flank is going to need to find Bull. Slow drop down. Finds Sailor immediately, blinks out after. Perfectly played. Dadson's alive still. 2v1 for Kazuti.
Well, Kazuti's just trying to hold the angle. Knows that they're going to have to walk in and try and get the spike plant, but it's a little bit greedy trying to check it. And Troy, again, look at the kills for Troy. That's another 4 for him. It's an insane play. And now it's 8-11, and Cal Blue they're threatening to run away with this. You're running out of opportunities to try and get this back under control for UW Esports. It looked so good in the beginning, and it's looking so rough right now. And yeah, if ever there was a time for a timeout, it was about 2 rounds ago, but now is about as good as you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, going from 6-1 was the lead for UW Esports over Cal Blue, and now it's been reversed into an 8-11. Cal Blue has been on an absolute tear since, actually, ironically enough, UW called a timeout midway through when they had that lead, and Cal Blue finally broke through with one of those rounds. Since then, it's been smooth sailing for Cal Blue because the individuals are coming back online. The people who are having trouble fragging in the first half, Troy and Oni, are back online, and they're getting kills in a big way.
Yeah, and I also got to give big shout-outs to Dadston because all of that intel that's coming through from the Cypher has been key, and along with the clutch plays that just keep coming out from him. Like, we keep talking about how every single player on the side of Cal Blue looks absolutely strong, and they have finally found their mojo, got their feet under them, and they have started sprinting away with this at this point in time. And UW, I mean, like, you got to trip them, something. Hope Oni falls off the map again, but I doubt Cal Blue is going to make the same mistake twice. They look to be a strong, stalwart mental team at this point in time. And how do you shake that if you're UW? What do you do at this point in time, especially when you have a look at those creds over there? That's starting to look like my bank account over on their side.
I'm not even going to comment on that one, but I think it starts with containing the amount of space that Oni and Troy are able to find every round, because Troy is doing the same sort of thing where he takes up the space, he can blink out if he feels like it, but he's going to keep looking for the fight until they don't give it to him. But Cal Blue has corralled UW Esports completely, so the only way to move right now is either you go fight Oni mid as a group, or you fight forward, and they're going to fight forward.
Troy looks like he's in a lot of trouble. So probably going to go ahead and get taken down by Asa, but it is traded out by Troy. He's able to fall back, take a little bit of space. Aldo, starting to fall apart. Both Army and Troy are going to fall, and UW They're able to get the spike down. They have the knives out
Last
from
player
Oni.
standing.
Is he going to be able to find much of anything? Is it's going to have to be everything or nothing for Oni? Some great mobility there, but right into Sailor's waiting arms, and UW 9-11. Maybe they've got their feet back underneath them.
Well, if that was the play call out of the timeout, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the discussion was, but it was certainly effective for UW Esports. I mean, Troy actually misses a flash. He's throwing it up top to try and bounce it off the roof thing so that it flashes the entire site. It goes to Narnia. I'm not sure exactly where it ended up. Probably some other pocket dimension. But it doesn't matter.
His demons are flashed. It's fine. They can't get him.
Yeah. But, I mean, if you take a look at the scoreboard, I mean, everyone is so even in this match, actually. Even Oni is the low man. Previously, the high man of last game with, like, 30. This map, he's only got 10. But look at Army. Look at Dadston with, like, 20 apiece. And double-digit assists. If Cal Blue is going to win this round and win this map, it's going to come on the back of them.
Well, it's a pretty big if right now. Sudbubby though finds two, so maybe they just might win this point. Ballin gonna finally trade that one out, but there's Troy waiting around the corner at close range with the shotties to the body, and UW are down to a 2v4, and they're unable to get the spike planted. I mean, Kazuti, like, knows the threat is lurking and is very hesitant to try and peek around and make much of anything happen. Has to have some trust in Ballin to set up that crossfire, but Troy has the angle that he wants, and Army has the intel and the angle that he wants, and it might just be curtains for UW's push here.
And if you're UW Esports, how do you recover from constantly just getting shotgunned by Troy up close and personal every one of these rounds?
Let it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have another timeout, guys. Like, that is, if that's the best that we have, unfortunately, I think Cal is running towards it. They got 3 shots at map point, series point, tournament point for Cal Blue.
You don't have another timeout, you don't have another map, but do you have that dog in you? It is time to find out, because it's not going to get any closer than this. You're not going to get any second chances. If you're UW Esports, you have to go all or nothing here. I'm seeing some shotties, I'm seeing some vandals, I'm seeing a stinger. I'm not seeing a full buy. It is quite scuffed, but maybe, just maybe, they can reach into that hat and pull out a rabbit. We will see. But Cal Blue, I mean, right now, they've got the momentum. They're feeling themselves, but they've lost Sudbubby.
The important thing, though, for Cal Blue here is, yes, they lose Sudbubby. No, they don't have any global utility anymore, but does UW Esports overcook it? Do they decide to head it back towards B? Because logic would dictate Cal Blue off of that pick would have to cycle someone else over to A. If they slam 5 straight into this 3-stack of Cal Blue, that's probably the most disastrous thing that could happen to them right now.
That's exactly what they're doing, and I'm looking over at A site, and I'm just going, where's the action? You know, you had it all. You could have just walked right up and planted it for free, and you would have only had to worry about that one lonely jet playing up there in A secret, but instead, you're going to throw everything you have at the wall and see what sticks, and you're going to stick 2 kills on the way in. That's a great start for UW. They should also be able to get the spike down before Dadson or Oni have anything to say about it. In fact, Dadson going to be shut up quite quickly by Sailor and UW. They might have done it. Oni, though, going to take the shot there onto Kazuti. Oni trying to be the demon to make it all go to bed for Cal Blue, but nope, UW, they're still alive, 10-12, and we might be going the distance once again.
And Cal Blue, I mean, they had the perfect read on the play. They knew off the Sudbubby pick they were going to overcook it, maybe somewhere, some way. Oni gets the second kill there, or Dadson gets one more on the initial, so it's a 2-on-3 or a 2-on-2 situation. But I mean, timeout called by Cal Blue with 2 map points remaining.
I'm curious if it's like it's a match point Cal Blue, a tournament point Cal Blue timeout. If I'm the coach right now, I am doing some Heisenbergian levels of cooking right now, because I need the best in the best to try and make this happen. Stick this one last point. You're so close to taking it all the way against the number 1 seeded team, by the way, in UW Esports, who have looked great throughout, except for this back half of Abyss, where they've just, you know, it all fell apart. You know, everything was going fine. The wheels fell off the bus. They were able to finally call AAA, get the wheels back on. But are they still going to be able to beat Cal Blue to the punch right now?
And I think if I'm Cal Blue's coach, you see Oni on Jet already popped at the mid wall on off rip. He is ready to push down mid. Let's see if Cal Blue will actually set up any util for him to get this push, because they're on kind of a weird buy so far. You can probably buy Deagles, you can probably buy SMGs and make this an ugly round, we'll say, for UW once they actually make it onto the site. probably not going to be too many long-range engages as Oni peels off. And Troy has a teleport mid.
Troy has a teleport mid, that's one thing, but it's also a really awkward buy on all sides. I'm seeing a lot of SMGs and a lot of not full armors, a lot of light armor across the board. So, I mean, it doesn't really look good eco-wise for either team, and I think that maybe favors Cal Blue, but does it though?
The gun advantage and how large this map is with how you can force the rotates. If UW Esports gets a single pick, this map is so heavily in their favor. The more even the numbers are, the more you have to think Cal Blue has a shot at it. So
that single pick might be coming pretty soon. Asa goes really aggressive, taking down Army, and that might be the opening pick. Troy, though, has the shotty, looking to try and find someone around the corner, but the spike does go down despite the presence, and there's a little bit of acid on the ground. Elijah picking out Such Bubby, and UW, I mean, they've got the man advantage. Troy needs to try and nullify it. Shotgun straight to the face of Elijah, gonna clear out that threat. Maybe we can get a little bit more for our money here, but Sailor takes down two, both Troy and Oni, and Dadston gonna fall as well. 11-12. We are continuing to go the distance in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, you saw both of these teams in map 1, Cal Blue and UW Esports, even though Cal Blue ended up closing out 13-11. Neither of these teams have been able to move the other. It's just one punch after another with the potential for overtime. We had 3 chances at tournament point for Cal Blue, and this is the third and final one. You close out here or you go to overtime.
And it looks like an all or nothing buy coming out from the side of Cal Blue. They've got the operator, they're going for the armors, they're going for the vandals. It is a must win, and even if we go to another map or another point, you know, it's going to end up being an eco for Cal Blue, and UW might be able to run away with this. If they're able to just get one kill here, UW Esports might have done enough. Troy holding an angle and Ballin looking to inch around the corner, can maybe catch Troy off guard. They both appear to be looking at the same ghost that doesn't want the smoke with either of them right now, and Ballin not actually going to commit. It looks like UW gonna full send back over towards A site.
The really concerning thing about this is Elijah, if he gets caught, which he does by Army, that's the bomb. That is the spike down in mid, and you have to recover it if you're UW Esports. And you have Troy in such a deep position. If Army just high darts and Troy swings off of it. Oh my god.
Able to get the spike like a thief in the night. Ballin goes in and gets out with exactly what he wanted. And Troy's saying, huh? Checking his pockets, trying to feel around for that spike that he could have swore was right there, but because of that pickoff, they can't full commit over onto A site like they wanted to. They now have to swing back over towards B site, and Cal Blue know it. Troy knows it. Gonna take down Asa, and it's looking pretty dire for UW. We're gonna need some clutch plays to come out from someone, but no one can deal with Troy right now. Kazuti tries to go in on the flank, but the dimensional drift means that Troy is still safe. His houses right now getting all up in Sailor's face, and Oni gonna find the shot there, and it's just Kazuti getting taken down by the firing squad. Flawless round for Cal Blue, and that is going to be it. Your run it back Valorant champions, just like you said, 2-0. It's Cal Blue. Congratulations. What a stylish way to close that round out.
And I mean, that's just some completely unexpected stuff. I mean, Troy holding the close angle, getting the first kill, our Army finding the first kill way downrange and dropping the spike right in Troy's lap. UW Esports were able to grab it back, but because they're at the man disadvantage, they don't know how far up Troy was. They never actually saw him, so critically, he's able to come around and find a flank where 3 people aren't looking at him.
You know, obviously we got to give our shouts out. We got to give our props to the second place team. I don't want to just outright say losing team, because they definitely don't feel like losers, especially if you watched how they played throughout. Aside from that rough patch on map 2, they looked pretty strong, did UW Esports, but it just wasn't strong enough. It just wasn't clutch enough to close it out when we went the distance for both maps. I mean, you can't get closer than that without setting it to a map 3, and I think that shows just how evenly matched these two teams are, but not quite evenly matched. One team did come out just that 1 inch ahead, and it was all that mattered. Cal Esports Blue. Hey, we went a little bit late into the night, but for them, for Cal Blue, the night is young. Celebrate away. Congratulations again on that trophy.
Yep, I mean, 13-11, 13-11. These were tough rounds. Like, these games could have gone either way. The difference of 1 or 2 headshots, 1 clutch either way, the op shots coming through, every short play that led into this. every lurk, every flank. Crazy grand finals we just watched.
And I think it comes down to just that one pickoff there. That one pickoff is they're trying to rotate through. You drop the spike, you have to send ball and back in to pick it up, and suddenly, you're falling back to plan B, and it just never goes back your way. You're just never able to get it done. It looks so great from Cal Blue. Congratulations again, but again, we've gone pretty late into the night, and you and I, we both have a bed that we have to go to, and I'm sure a lot of other people do. Like I said, there's gonna be some celebrations from Cal Blue, and honestly, I think UW Sports, they deserve a pat on the back as well. So maybe they can stay up a little bit later. It's not a school night. You guys do what you want. I'm an adult. I need to go to sleep. But it has still been a pleasure to stay up this late with you guys, cast this matchup. It's been a blast to watch this entire event. But that's gonna be it from myself and from Takeshi. Hey, you got anything else you want to say before we sign off for the night?
Oh man, I'm just so thankful to have been here. Thank you to Xfinity for the opportunity. Man, I love casting stuff. Hey, you can find me doing any of this sort of stuff. I'm everywhere as TK Starstorm, but just call me Takeshi.
And with that, we're going to have to bid you adieu. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we will be back with Light Rose to close out the show. Thank you guys again so much for tuning in, and we will hopefully all see you again next time. Mwah.
Let's say you're deep in a show, or a game, or the game, on a train, at home, at work. Okay, maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do. Is that Love Island?
I got it,
He waited for this night. I waited for him. It's not the house that's haunted.
Dalton!
It's your son.
He's done awful things to people.
He's gone.
He's going to kill me.
At the siren, all crime, including murder, will be legal.
Technically, he should be dead.
Show your face! Who are you?
It's a little bit later than we all probably wanted, but the day has come to an end. It's a culmination of two Collegiate Esports, Rocket League at the beginning, ending with Drexel winning it all, and then Valorant with Cal at the top. I want to kind of hand the mic on over to Mishi, give a little thanks for the end of the day.
So first of all, I wanted to thank you all for tuning in to the third year of Run It Back. This is a program that's very close to my heart and my team that is working on the program. So big shout out to the Xfinity people who helped put this together, and big shout out to the Radiant team for doing the broadcast side and for managing the tournament, doing all the admin work. And also the Drexel production team, who is doing the host cam right now. Tom on the camera, unfeatured on the broadcast side, the production side. And a final big shout out to our sponsors, FlyQuest, Peacock, and HyperX. So again, thank you all for tuning in, and we hope to see you next year.